Chapter 1595. Lin Hai was a blood clan. He was a core disciple of the Lin family and was the focus of training. The people around him were also core disciples of the Lin family, and they were all members of the blood clan. It could be said that they were rich second generation. Lin Hai's gaze tightened and said slightly, "Are you very arrogant?" "Just so," Luo Tian replied. Killing intent flashed across Lin Hai's eyes. Zhang Ao immediately stepped forward and smiled apologetically. "Master Hai, he is a newcomer and does not know the rules. Please forgive him." After saying that, he pulled Luo Tian's hand and walked to the side, saying in a low voice, "Brother, he is not Lin Han, Lin Tai, a peripheral figure of the Lin family. He is a core member of the blood clan. We must not provoke them. We cannot afford to provoke them." There was no need to talk about authority. There was no need to talk about status. Cultivation. Needless to say, a very strong existence. Just the title of core member of the blood clan meant that their blood was very pure and contained a very strong power. "Zhang Ao," Lin Hai shouted coldly, as if he was calling for a servant. Zhang Ao immediately bowed and smiled. "Master Hai, what orders do you have?" Lin Hai sneered. "You better tell him who is in charge here. Whose territory is this? I am in a good mood today. If it was before, you would already be a corpse, you disrespectful dog." Luo Tian was furious. Zhang Ao held on tightly and smiled apologetically. I know. Thank you, Master Hai. Thank you, Master Hai." "Humph." Lin Hai snorted, looked at Luo Tian with contempt, and said slightly, "If it wasn't for the fact that you saved you, do you really think you would still be standing here? Brat, I'm warning you. You're not allowed to get close to you again. Otherwise, I'll break your third leg." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The disciples of the Lin family laughed out loud. They all looked at Luo Tian mockingly, their faces full of ridicule. Then Lin Hai said to the brothers beside him, "Let's go and eat breakfast. After breakfast, we'll start cleaning up the North District today." Suddenly, Luo Tian said, "Looks like you guys are a team." Lin Hai turned around and asked, "What is it?" "Brother Hai, could it be that he wants to join our battle team?" Ha ha ha. "A lowly slave like him has the right to join our blood god battle squad. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? He's not even qualified to carry our shoes." Zhang Ao's face was filled with anxiety. He didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do. However, no matter what Luo Tian did, he had to stop him. Anyone who offended Lin Hai would not have a good ending. They were the overlords of the inner sect, and in the Lin clan they were all vicious and sinister overlords. If anyone dared to provoke them, there was only one outcome: death. Zhang Ao liked Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Ao urged in a low voice, "Brother, let's go, let's go." Lin Hai sneered in disdain and said, "Zhang Ao, let this brat finish speaking. Slave brat, if you have anything to say, just say it, of course. You better not talk nonsense. You won't be able to bear the consequences of wasting our time." Luo Tian laughed. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask if you guys are a team. Since you guys are a team, then let's have a competition. This time, the rewards for the inner sect are different from the rewards for the outer sect, right? The results of the trial competition are also based on the number of demon beasts, right? Are you crazy?" Zhang Ao's face became anxious. He immediately pulled Luo Tian back, lowered his voice, and said, "Do you know their cultivation? Do you know their identity? You want to compete with them? Are you courting death?" The faces of the brothers beside Zhang Ao all darkened. Lin Hai's group was a group of silk pants, but their cultivation was definitely not ordinary silk pants. Among the inner sect disciples, their cultivation was at the top, especially Lin Hai, who was already a peak of the 8th step. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Did I hear wrongly? Brother Hai, he actually wants to compete with us? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. A disciple of the Lin family laughed so hard that he was convulsing. You lowly slave, do you have the qualifications? Competing with our blood god battle team in hunting demon beasts? Better than being hunted by demon beasts? Who do you think you are? All sorts of ridicule, all sorts of disdain. In their eyes, Luo Tian did not have the qualifications to compete with them at all. Lin Hai had a look of disdain on his face as he said, "We have to give him a chance. A slave is also a human. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Is it a one-on-one battle? Or is it a team competition? Of course, I'm more concerned about what the stakes are." Zhang Ao stepped forward, not waiting for him to speak. Lin Hai was immediately enraged and suddenly shouted, "Zhang Ao, scram to the side, this is none of your business. This dog dares to compete with my blood god battle team. This is an insult to me. I accept this competition. You can't go back on your word. Speak. How do we compete?" His tone was filled with anger. Many of the Lin family disciples stared at Luo Tian with playful expressions on their faces. At this moment, Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest and said, Before he could finish his words, Zhang Ao said, "He is my Zhang Ao's brother, so he is naturally a member of the Thunder Battle team. So of course it's a team competition." Luo Tian was startled. He looked at Zhang Ao and said, "Big brother Zhang, you don't have to." Zhang Ao smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, you are my brother." Luo Tian was secretly grateful in his heart. Lin Hai frowned and said, "Zhang Ao, are you sure you want to get involved in this mess? Don't think that just because you are the palace chief's disciple, I don't dare to do anything to you. I'll ask you again, are you sure you want to participate?" Zhang Ao looked at the brothers beside him. They all nodded their heads heavily. Immediately after, Zhang Ao said, "A mouthful of saliva is a nail. How can I take back my words? Thunder Battle Team and Blood God Battle Team will compete. The loser. All right. Very good. Zhang Ao, you know the consequences of challenging the authority of the Blood God Battle Team." Lin Hai sneered and said, "The loser is very simple. Disband the battle team, and all of you have to crawl under our legs. Also, you have to do it in front of the entire Shengtian prefecture." Zhang Ao's expression changed. Lin Hai sneered, "What? Are you afraid?" Zhang Ao himself was not afraid of anything. If the battle team was disbanded, then so be it, but crawling under Lin Hai and the others' legs, one must know that they were the palace chief's disciples. If they crawled under their legs, it would be an insult to their master. And this was exactly what Lin Hai wanted to achieve. He wanted to embarrass Lin Zhan. "It seems that just now who said that a mouthful of saliva is a nail, and now you are afraid?" Lin Hai's face was full of disdain, and his smug look was extremely annoying. Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll bet with you. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Those brothers who have a recommendation ticket can help me. Thank you." Chapter 1596. Lin Hai's expression became extremely ugly. His 2 eyes stared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to eat him up. Luo Tian pretended not to see it. Moreover, Lin Yu's face flushed red. She looked shy and did not say anything. She buried her head in Luo Tian's arms and silently agreed. However, her other hand was placed on Luo Tian's waist. Her 2 fingers moved and suddenly pinched the flesh on Luo Tian's waist. That pain, it was a heart-wrenching pain. It was even worse than being stabbed. Lin Yu lowered her voice and said, "Fierce, powerful, humph," at this moment. No matter how painful it was, Luo Tian had to endure it. Wasn't Lin Hai arrogant? Now that he was holding Lin Yu, in his arms, Lin Hai was instantly killed. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Hai's breathing became erratic. His breath was like flames. If Lin Yu was not present, he would have attacked instantly. He said in a deep voice, "Brat!" He gritted his teeth. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Luo Tian pretended not to hear and said to Lin Yu, in a domineering manner, "This is a matter between us men. As a girl, you shouldn't interfere." Just wait for me at the assembly point. When I come back, I will take good care of you. Lin Yu increased the strength in her hand. Luo Tian was in pain. He cried out in pain. The flesh on his waist was about to be twisted off. He was most afraid of this move. The strength of the woman's 2 fingers was simply too terrifying. Lin Yu was also furious. She lowered her voice and said, "Don't push your luck." Her words could only be heard by Luo Tian. Lin Hai was so angry that smoke rose from his head. He fiercely shouted again, "Brat!" However, in front of Lin Yu, he did not dare to be too angry. Luo Tian raised his head. He still did not look at Lin Hai. He said to Zhang Ao, "Brother Zhang, let's go." Subsequently, his palm moved and gently slid across Lin Yu's cheek. 2 fingers grabbed her chin and lifted it slightly, wanting to kiss her. However, when he saw Lin Yu's murderous gaze, he held himself back and said, "Be a good girl and wait for me to come back." After saying that, he let go of her. Lin Yu wanted to follow, but Luo Tian's gaze did not allow her to. She muttered, "All right." When Luo Tian let go of Lin Yu also let go of him. The pain in his waist spread out again, causing Luo Tian to grimace in pain. But at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Women are too scary." Even a piece of meat was almost ripped off. Damn it. Lin Yu walked back to the assembly point and walked to Lin Hai's side. Her voice turned cold as she said, "He is my savior. If you dare to play any tricks on him, I will not let you off easily." One was extremely gentle. One was as cold as an iceberg. This was the difference between them. At this moment, Lin Hai was killed once again. Lin Hai kept saying in his heart, "Hold it in. Hold it in. You must hold it in." After saying that, Lin Yu did not wait for Lin Hai to say a word and walked away. It was another invisible slap to his face. She completely despised him. The anger in Lin Hai's heart was like 100,000 wild horses galloping wildly. He stared at Luo Tian, who had walked away, and said darkly, "You even looked at my woman. Bam! You dog, you are dead, you are dead." "Big brother Hai, I'm afraid Lin Yu." Lin Hai glared and shouted, "No, she is still pure. Just now, the 2 of them were just acting in front of me. But they did not think of the consequences of angering me." He did not want to hear the rest of the words. He believed it. He believed that Lin Yu was still pure, although he did not believe it himself and could only use acting to deceive himself. That disciple did not say anything else. Another Lin family disciple walked up and said, "Big brother Hai, Lin Yu is just grateful to that guy for saving her. She does not really like him. But if you want to kill him, I think you are letting him off too easily. Didn't he want to compete? Then trample him under your feet in front of everyone in Shentian Prefecture. If you lose, he will crawl under your crotch. Will Lin Yu still like him then? That's impossible. Any woman in the world likes the strong." Lin Hai's brows relaxed, and he laughed coldly. "That's right. I want to trample him under my feet in front of you. Then I want to see how he can be arrogant in front of me. Blood God Squad." "Huh." The 8 of them took a step forward. Lin Hai said excitedly, "This time we will crush him completely. We will let everyone in Shentian Prefecture know the consequences of angering me, Lin Hai. We will let them know that if they dare touch the woman I like, there will only be one result: death." Ha ha ha, awesome. Too awesome. The members of Leitang, who had walked away, burst into excited laughter. Zhang Ao said, "Lin Hai's face is distorted. His face is ashen, as if he was poisoned. Ha ha ha, this is too awesome. I have never seen Lin Hai in such a sorry state. Brother, that move of yours was too cool. It was a complete one-shot. The Blood God Squad's prestige was completely destroyed. Brother, you have guts. That's Lin Yu we're talking about, the #1 beauty of Shentian Prefecture. The number of people who like her can surround Shentian City. Yet she fell into your arms. So handsome, so handsome. Ha ha ha. I'm impressed. The group said whatever they wanted to say. Every one of them was excited. Seeing Lin Hai suffer, they felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. Luo Tian kept hugging his waist, and a large piece of flesh on his waist had turned purple. He thought to himself, this girl is too ruthless. Next time, I'll definitely let her know my methods. Ouch. It hurts so much, it's too painful. Seeing the excited smiles of Zhang Ao and the others, Luo Tian said, "It was awesome, but we also angered him. This time, the competition will be more difficult." Phew! Everyone fell silent. Indeed, Lin Hai's anger was indeed not a good thing for them. When he was serious, he would really go all out. The Blood God squad was already very strong. If they were serious, the Thunderclap squad would not stand a chance. Luo Tian said, "This happened because of me. I will take responsibility for everything." Zhang Ao immediately said, "What are you saying? Since I, Zhang Ao, have agreed I can accept defeat. You are my brother, a member of the Thunderclap squad. If you want to take responsibility, we will take responsibility together. How can you take responsibility alone?" "That's right. What nonsense are you talking about? We are brothers. We will take responsibility together. We will take responsibility together. Even if we lose, we will lose with integrity." The words "we are brothers" stimulated Luo Tian's nerves. The feeling of having brothers was really good. They could share blessings and difficulties together. This feeling was really good. Luo Tian clenched his fists and said to himself, "I will not let Thunderclap disband. I will not lose." The second chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1597. Firewolf Valley. At the entrance of the valley, from time to time, the low growls of the firewolf could be heard. Even during the day, one could clearly feel the dangerous aura in the valley. This place would not be safe just because it was daytime. This was the territory of the firewolf, and they moved in groups, regardless of whether it was day or night. Humans couldn't get close. Eldest senior brother, this is the Firewolf Valley. These firewolves are all beasts that live in groups. There are at least 7 or 8 of them when they appear. If we meet a large pack of wolves, we won't be able to fill the gaps between their teeth. Isn't this place too dangerous? Beasts that live in groups are the most afraid. Wolves were beasts that lived in groups. Their individual strength might not be strong, but they liked to group up. The strength of a group was quite terrifying. Zhang Ao looked at the valley and said, "If you want to win against the Blood God battle team, you have to be ruthless to yourself. Moreover, this place is the closest to the gathering point and is also the place with the most concentrated demon beasts. As long as we clean up the Firewolf Valley, I believe that we will definitely win." He had no choice. Zhang Ao naturally knew that the Firewolf Valley was extremely dangerous, but he had no choice now. If he wanted to win, he had to go in. In any aspect, this was a very good place. No one said anything. If he wanted to win, he had to be determined. Zhang Ao glanced at Luo Tian and then said, "Enter the valley." Wait, Zhang Ao, this Firewolf Valley is the place we discovered first. You guys should scram to the side. Suddenly, Lin Hai's Blood God battle team walked out of the forest. "Lin," he sneered disdainfully and immediately blocked Zhang Ao's path and laughed. "Scram to the side. How did it become the place you guys discovered first? We were clearly the ones who arrived first." One of Zhang Ao's brothers said unwillingly. They were already at a disadvantage when competing with the Blood God battle team. If they lost the best place to hunt demon beasts in the Firewolf Valley, then they could forget about winning. They could just wait to lose. Lin Hai had a playful sneer on his face and said, "If I say we found it first, then we found it first. Are you not convinced? Do you want to have a fight with me? Let's fight. Whoever wins, this place will belong to you." He directly crushed her. Lin Hai's Blood God battle team. Zhang Ao's face darkened. Lin Hai said arrogantly, If you don't dare, then scram to the side. Humph, a bunch of trash. As he spoke, Lin Hai stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was unhappy. Very unhappy. Zhang Ao grabbed onto Luo Tian's arm, laughed apologetically, and said, Master Hai, Fire Wolf Valley will be yours. Let's leave, let's leave. Humph, at least you know your place. Lin Hai sneered as he coldly stared at Luo Tian and said, Brat, don't think that I will let you off so easily. Once you crawl under my crotch, I will let you know how the word death is written. Those who dare to touch my, Lin Hai's, woman have yet to be born. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Zhang Ao pulled him into the dark forest and said, Brother, Lin Hai is a spoiled brat. He can do anything. We can't afford to offend him now. Zhang Ao knew Lin Hai's character very well. It was really unpleasant. Luo Tian said, Big brother Zhang, I'm not afraid of him. Zhang Ao said, I know, but do you know who is behind Lin Hai? He is the second strongest person in the Shengtian mansion, second only to the mansion master. There are even rumors that he is stronger than the mansion master. Lin Hai is his son. If you want to win, you have to win in front of everyone in the Shengtian mansion. Only then can you destroy his prestige, and this is also the best place. We just have to endure it here. Enduring was not Luo Tian's style. His style was to fight. Lin Hai had repeatedly caused trouble for him. Just like in the game, he had finally found a place to level up. A few hoodlums came and said, This is our territory, you guys give it up, and scram to the side. How could he endure it? In the online game in his previous life, normally when faced with this kind of situation, Luo Tian would only say one word, die. However, this was not a game. He couldn't revive and start over. Luo Tian was furious and unhappy, but he knew in his heart that this was not the time to fight Lin Hai head-on. If he wanted to win against him, he had to use the number of demon beasts to crush him in the Shengtian Mansion's plaza. Only then would he be able to deal the greatest blow to him. Huff! Luo Tian suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Big brother Zhang, the Fire Wolf Valley has been taken over. Where are we going to hunt demon beasts now? That's right, eldest senior brother. The Fire Wolf Valley is so densely packed with demon beasts. It's the only place we can turn around. We can't possibly go to an area that we haven't explored before, right? That's too dangerous. This area had been explored by the Shengtian Mansion. They were all marked. The Fire Wolf Valley was occupied, the demon beasts were hard to find during the day, and it was too dangerous at night. The competition, which was already at a disadvantage, was now even more difficult. There was a feeling of being pressed down so hard that he couldn't breathe. Zhang Ao said, Wealth comes from danger. Let's enter an unknown area. Everyone's eyes turned cold. They all nodded their heads heavily. Lin Hai's bullying of them made them very unhappy. If they didn't vent their anger, would they still be considered men? Following that, Zhang Ao gave a simple mission. Second bro, third bro, and I will be responsible for the main attack. Fourth bro, fifth bro, the two of you will be responsible for the left side. Sixth bro, seventh bro, the two of you will be responsible for the right side. There was no Luo Tian here. Luo Tian looked at Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao immediately said, Your cultivation is only at the 6th stage of the divine realm. You might not be able to integrate into our battle system for a while, and you might not be able to cooperate, so you should observe from the side first. And as he spoke, Zhang Ao handed over a dissecting dagger and said, I'll leave the collection of demon beasts' blood essence and bones to you. Cut off the heads. These are the proof of killing demon beasts. Here is the space bag, keep it well. Finished. Zhang Ao stood up and said, Do you have any objections? No. Then let's go. Luo Tian stood in place with a wooden face and muttered, I have objections. At this time, Zhang Ao and the others had already walked far away. Huff! Luo Tian was a little worried in his heart. Zhang Ao's tactical arrangement was not a problem for a single demon beasts. But what if there were 2 or more than 2 demon beasts? this kind of combat system would be instantly disintegrated. Moreover, at that time, they would definitely panic. Once they panicked, someone would definitely be injured or even killed. The most important point was, this kind of hunting speed of demon beasts was extremely slow. The Blood God Squad had already found the Fire Wolf Valley, and the demon beasts were extremely dense. If they were to hunt them one by one, they would not be able to catch up in terms of numbers. Luo Tian was secretly worried. However, Zhang Ao was the captain of the Thunder Battle Squad. Since he had already made the tactical arrangement, he could not refute it. Luo Tian quickly followed. About that, tomorrow I'll be willful and update 2 chapters. Tomorrow I'll update 5 chapters. Don't ask why, I just want to update a bit, and then, brothers, do as you see fit. Chapter 1598. Unknown Territory. They slowly approached the hinterland of the Flame Mountain Range. In the forest, a rank 4 one-eyed fire crocodile. Number 3, number 4, hold it. Number 6, number 7. You have to keep up with your attacks. After you finish, run. Don't stay. Zhang Ao commanded as he continued to attack. The defense of this fire crocodile was too strong. Their attacks were weak, and they did not have any Shin weapon, so killing it was very slow. After fighting for half a day, Luo Tian saw that the fire crocodile's HP had only decreased by half. At this rate, it would be difficult to kill it in a day. Although he was anxious, Luo Tian still stood at the side and watched seriously. He was not looking at their tactics, but their specialty, their usage of cultivation techniques. It's about to die. Continue to kill. Zhang Ao encouraged, but he was also secretly anxious. The defense of the one-eyed fire crocodile was too strong. That layer of stone-like armor, every time it hit it, sparks would fly in all directions. It basically could not cause any damage. It was really difficult to not have a Xian weapon. In the words of the game, it was impossible to break its defense. It was not that their cultivation was not good enough. It was that their equipment was too poor. Luo Tian also saw this and thought to himself, it seems that I have to raise my refining technique and forge some weapons. Otherwise, if I meet a high-level monster again, I won't be able to do it with a firewood chopping knife in their hands. An hour passed. Zhang Ao and the others were still continuing. It was just that they seemed a little tired. 2 hours passed. One-eyed fire crocodile's HP was still left with 1/3, but Zhang Ao's spirit essence was almost dried up, and he was bitterly holding on. 3 hours passed. One-eyed fire crocodile still had a bit of HP left. However, of the 7 people in Thunderbolt Squad, only 3 were still fighting. The other 4 were all injured and lost their fighting strength, unable to participate in the battle. The 3 people fighting were the same. Their bodies were covered in wounds. The containment tactic changed from 7 people to 3. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It's going crazy. Number 2. Number 6, be careful. Zhang Ao's heart sank, and he was a little worried. When a rank 4 monster was about to die, it would explode with a powerful force, or it would attack or escape. At this juncture, no matter what, he had to win. Otherwise, a day's work would be in vain. Boom, 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 the one-eyed fire alligator's body glowed red. The aura it released had become much stronger. Suddenly, it locked onto OL6 on the right and shot out like a sharp arrow. It was extremely fast. Luo Tian cried out, "Not good!" At this moment, he couldn't care less. Although, he kept asking to fight, but Zhang Ao kept rejecting him. Now he couldn't care less. Saving lives was more important. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Godly explosion!" Exerting his strength, he rushed forward as if he was flying. However, his speed was still a bit slower than the one-eyed fire crocodile in its berserk state. Old Six was instantly sent flying. He flew through the air and landed heavily on a rock. Kacha immediately. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out. Old Six, 6th brother, Everyone's face sank. The crocodile did not stop. It turned around and rushed towards OL2. At this moment, Luo Tian finally caught up and roared angrily. "Bastard! Give me your life!" His right fist moved. The dark, white tiger suddenly roared. Power poured in. A heavy punch came crashing down. Bam! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Smashing onto the one-eyed fire crocodile's head, its body sank and was crushed to the ground by the power of Luo Tian's punch. Luo Tian's arm went numb, as if his entire arm was about to be crippled. The fire crocodile's defense was too strong. It was to the point that he was shocked by his own strength. "Howl!" The one-eyed fire crocodile roared, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's right arm could no longer release any power, and his body was forced to retreat. Zhang Ao reminded loudly, "Be careful. Be careful." Everyone looked at Luo Tian and started to worry. Luo Tian retreated continuously, his back leaning against a big tree. There was no way out. His left arm sank, and he shouted in his heart, "Azure Dragon Fist!" Roar! The dark green dragon on his left arm suddenly moved. A layer of dark green dragon scales appeared on Luo Tian's left arm, looking incomparably sinister. With a move of his fist, a trace of dark energy wrapped around his fist, and Luo Tian roared, "Lie down!" His left fist landed. A heavy blow. Boom! A punch sent the one-eyed fire crocodile flying. Bam! The moment he landed, Luo Tian moved his feet and instantly leaned against the place where the fire crocodile landed, his left fist striking out again. Die! Bam! 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 After several consecutive punches, it was completely killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing One-Eyed Fire Crocodile for obtaining 1900 experience, 120 divine essence. Ding! Do you wish to replace it? Huff! Luo Tian thought for a moment, then said, "Replace." The Beast Marshal system moved. The original Rock Flame Worm King had turned into this One-Eyed Fire Crocodile. This fire crocodile's defense was too strong. It was simply a natural meat shield, a super tank-like existence. Huff! Luo Tian's body went limp, and he fell to the side, panting heavily. Looking at the divine essence value, he was secretly shocked. I used up nearly 500 divine essence value, but the return is only 120. It's too hard to kill. Zhang Ao looked at Luo Tian in shock, and was extremely impressed by the power of Luo Tian's punches. Even the Tier 1 Xian weapon in his hand was unable to cause such great damage. Let's dissect this fire crocodile first. It's going to be dark soon. We must return to the assembly point before dark. Zhang Ao ignored the pain in his body and quickly walked to the side of the one-eyed fire crocodile. Second brother, take care of sixth brother. Third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, seventh brother. All of you come over. First, absorb some of this fire crocodile's blood essence. This will help your recovery. Eighth brother, you come too. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I don't need it. All of you absorb some. Just give me a few pieces of raw meat." He remembered the promise he made to Gu, Zhongtian, and Madman Su. After a day, they only killed one demonic beast. Moreover, they suffered heavy losses. Half of the Thunderbolt battle team would not be able to fight tomorrow and could only rest. This was a huge blow to Zhang Ao. He was secretly worried. Luo Tian's mind was thinking, with this speed, it was impossible for them to win against the Blood God battle team. They might even die in the blazing mountain range. No, they had to change. At dusk, the Thunderbolt battle team returned to the assembly point in a sorry state. Lin Yu had already gone up to welcome them. Seeing Lin Yu go up, Lin Hai's face changed again. He snorted and said, "Let's go and see what our Thunderbolt battle team has gained today." Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters had been delivered. Chapter 1599. Yo, isn't this the Thunderbolt Squad that dares to challenge the Blood God Squad? Why do all of them look like they were beaten up by ghosts? Did we meet a ghost? Ha ha ha. Looking at their miserable appearances, I know that they aren't the ones hunting the demon beasts today, but the ones hunting them. Ha ha ha. Some of the other inner sect battle teams walked up, and when they saw Zhang Ao and the others in a sorry state, they started to mock them. Zhang Ao clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unhappy in his heart. The other brothers were the same. Zhang Ao stared at the person who spoke just now and said, "Li Kuei, no matter how miserable we are still stronger than your vicious wolf squad. Let's compete again. I will still trample you under my feet." Yo, you sure talk big. Lin Hai walked up and stared coldly at Luo Tian, then said to Lin Yu, Little sister Yu, your status is so noble. Don't mix with these slaves. It will lower your status. Lin Yu glared at him and said, "Who do you care who I am with?" Lin Hai was not angry. The corner of his mouth curled up. He looked at Zhang Ao and said, "Zhang Ao, looks like you must have gained a lot today. Take it out for everyone to see. We also want to see how ferocious the Thunderbolt Squad is. Yeah, take it out and let us see. If you dare to challenge the Blood God Squad, then take it out and let us see." "I definitely don't dare." Everyone started to jeer. Today he had lost his men, and his brothers were heavily injured. Zhang Ao's heart was filled with a ball of fire, and when he heard these cold eyes and ridicule, that ball of fire became even stronger. He swept his cold eyes across and said, "You like to jeer, right? Why don't we compete together?" Everyone trembled. In the inner sect, Thunderbolt Squad strength was at the front. Moreover, Zhang Ao was also the direct disciple of the palace chief. Furthermore, his personal cultivation was very strong. Other than the core disciples of the Lin family, many people were afraid of him. Lin Hai coldly snorted and said, "What an arrogant tone. I just want you to take out today's harvest. Looking at your tone, I can tell that you didn't kill a single demon beast today. How about I give you one? Even if you lose, don't lose too badly." Ha ha ha. Zhang Ao, our Blood God Battle Squad, killed 58 demon beasts today. Among them, there were 8 4th-grade demon beasts and over 40 3rd-grade demon beasts. There's also a 1st-grade demon beast among them. I think I'll give it to you. Seeing that your Thunderbolt team is either unconscious or heavily injured, why don't you just admit defeat and crawl under the legs of our Blood God team so that you won't embarrass yourselves in front of even more people when you return to Xingtian Prefecture? Don't you agree? Humiliation. Zhang Ao's face was red with anger. He couldn't help it. He really couldn't help it. At this moment, Luo Tian grabbed Zhang Ao's arm and held it tightly. He smiled and said, "It's not time yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid that we will surpass you? How about this? If you admit defeat, you don't have to crawl under our legs. Just kowtow and admit your mistake." "Kid, what did you say?" "I think you're tired of living." "I dare you to say that again." The Blood God Battle Squad disciples immediately stepped forward and rolled up their sleeves in preparation for battle. Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest. In terms of anger, the anger in his heart was not any less than Zhang Ao's. He had wanted to fight for a long time. Lin Hai stopped his brother beside him and sneered. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "There are still 4 days. At that time, I will make you kneel down and admit defeat in front of the entire Xingtian Prefecture. For days will pass very quickly. Think about the scene of your death. You want to fight with us? You don't even have the qualifications." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Let's go and drink and eat meat. Being with this group of smelly slaves will only lower our status." Immediately after, Lin Hai gently said to Lin Yu, Sister Yu, I caught a 4th-grade firewolf alive today. Its blood essence is very pure. Do you want to drink it with us? It can help you increase the purity of your blood." Lin Yu, did not even look at Lin Hai. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth twitched, and he snorted softly. He was furious in his heart. When I break through to the 9th grade and increase the purity of my blood to the 4th grade, I will ask my father to propose marriage to your father. At that time, you will be my woman. I will play with you well. Just you wait. He was ruthless in his heart. A large group of people left. Only Thunderbolt and Lin Yu were left. The atmosphere was stifling. Lin Yu quickly took out a bottle of healing pills and handed it to Zhang Ao. Brother Zhang, this is a healing pill. Hurry and let them consume it. Thank you for your concern, thried Mississippi. We are fine. Zhang Ao supported one of his brothers and walked back to his residence. He did not take the healing pill from Lin Yu's hand, as if he was rejecting it. In fact, he was arrogant in his heart and did not want to accept Lin Yu's charity. The 7 members of Thunderbolt limped back to their residence. They were in a sorry state. They were really in a sorry state. Under the ridicule of many people and the oppression of Lin Hai's Blood God Battle Squad, they could not even raise their heads. Luo Tian could understand this feeling. It was very uncomfortable. Lin Yu said with grievance, "Did I do something wrong?" Luo Tian said, "Brother Zhang just doesn't want to accept charity from others, especially you, because your surname is Lin. All right, don't think too much. You are different from Lin Hai and the others. Brother Zhang is not targeting you." The healing pill in Lin Yu's hand, Luo Tian took it and said, "I will give it to them for you." Lin Yu's expression turned for the better, and she asked in a low voice, "How many demonic beasts did you kill today?" I heard that Lin Hai's Blood God Battle Squad did not only kill 58 demonic beasts today, but they also hid quite a few. Are you confident in competing with them? The Blood God Battle Squad was stronger than Luo Tian had imagined. Although they were a group of hedonistic and evil tyrants, they were very hard-working in their cultivation. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry, I have not lost yet." Lin Yu smiled and said, "That's good. When we return to Shengtian Prefecture, I will recommend you to my father. You must win. If you lose, I will not be able to recommend you." Luo Tian teased, "Are you going to see your father-in-law?" "You bastard." Lin Yu stomped her feet in anger. Luo Tian smiled and said, "All right, let's stop fooling around. Is there a crafting workshop in the assembly area?" Lin Yu was stunned and asked, "What do you want a crafting workshop for?" "There is one, but it has been abandoned for many years. In the past, there were craftsmen here to repair Xian weapons for the inner disciples, but there are too few craftsmen now. Our Shentian prefecture controls 8 million square kilometers of land, but we cannot afford craftsmen, so it has been abandoned for many years." Craftsmen were too rare. Luo Tian was a little shocked. He did not expect craftsmen to be so rare. The huge Xingtian prefecture could not afford a few low-level craftsmen. What kind of concept was this? Luo Tian did not think much and said, "Bring me there." The 2nd chapter has been delivered. There are 3 more chapters today. Chapter 1600. It wasn't that Zhang Ao and the others weren't strong enough. It wasn't a problem with their tactical coordination either. On the contrary, each of them was very strong and had a single cultivation technique, but they had cultivated it thousands of times, and every time they made a move, they would release their strongest power. The reason why they could only kill 1 demon beast a day was because of their weapons. The reason why the Blood God Squad could kill nearly 100 demon beasts a day was not only because of their strength, but also because of their equipment. The defenses of the demon beasts in the Flame Mountain Range were all very strong, especially the demon beasts of the 4th step and above. Zhang Ao and the others couldn't even break through their defenses with their firewood chopping blades, so how could they be fast? Luo Tian wanted to change. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu brought Luo Tian to an abandoned hut behind the assembly point. The hut was like a blacksmith shop. The equipment was simple, but it could still be used. More importantly, There was a pile of abandoned black iron ore. These were important basic materials for forging a profound weapon. Luo Tian was a little excited and said, "You can go back first." Lin Yuer said, "You can't be thinking of refining, right? Are you a refiner?" Luo Tian laughed. "I wasn't before, but now I am." "Huh." Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian as if he was staring at a monster and said, "Are you joking? Not everyone can become a refiner, and becoming a refiner is not something that can be done overnight. Furthermore, refining a profound weapon is even more difficult." The reason why refiners were so scarce was because it was too difficult. Moreover, refiners needed a special physique, a fire physique. Only those who were born with a fire attribute physique could become a refiner. However, physique alone was not enough. Talent was also needed. This was different from the talent that martial arts required. This kind of talent directly determined your achievements. It could not be changed by external forces. Luo Tian said, "Just come and see tomorrow." "Hurry up and leave now. I'm about to start." Lin Yuer looked at Luo Tian, completely unable to understand him. Nor did she know what he wanted to do. Refiner? If something that was too far away could be done so easily, then this world would be filled with weapon refiners. However, she also didn't want to discourage Luo Tian. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "If you need a profound weapon, I'll find a way to get you one when we return to Xintian Prefecture." Luo Tian said, "Thank you." After Lin Yuer left, Luo Tian immediately started. Now that he had cleaned up the crafting workshop, he started a fire and began refining. He did not directly forge a profound weapon. Instead, he picked a piece of inferior dark iron and kept hammering it to release the crafting skill. What Luo Tian needed now was not to refine weapons, but to raise the level of his crafting skill. He held a hammer in one hand and pounded it crazily. He didn't care about anything. He continued to release the refining technique. The refining technique was the same as other cultivation techniques. It required 10,000 proficiency points to level up. Clang! Ding! Proficiency plus 1 inch clang. Proficiency plus 1. Clang! Proficiency plus 1. The proficiency points were increasing bit by bit. Fortunately, the refining technique's cooldown time was very short. If he did not inject divine essence, he would not consume divine essence points. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Luo Tian to level up. All his divine essence points added up was only 6,000 points. Crazy tempering. Not stopping. Not for a moment. If he wanted to win against the Blood God Squad, it was not enough to rely on Luo Tian alone. He needed the Thunderbolt Squad. Now that the Thunderbolt Squad's morale was low, they needed the profound weapon very much. Once they obtained these profound weapon, their fighting strength would definitely increase. Clang! Clang! 2 hours passed. Luo Tian was still cultivating. For hours passed, Luo Tian was still cultivating. His entire body was drenched in sweat, but Luo Tian did not stop for even a second. He was risking his life. If he wanted to change, he had to work hard. The clanging sounds of hammering rang out in the assembly area for the entire night, until the dawn of the day. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up refining technique. The current level is 2nd grade refining technique. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming a refiner. The system rewards 100 proficiency points, 100 experience points, 100 spirit essence points. Cultivation method, refining technique proficiency points, 100300000. Cultivation method description. 2nd grade refining technique can refine 2nd grade profound weapon with a success rate of 20%. 3rd grade profound weapon with a success rate of 1%. 3rd grade profound weapon with a success rate of 0. 1%. Huff! Finally level 2. This is too damn tiring. Luo Tian took a deep breath. However, The success rate is so low that it's killing me. Only a 20% success rate, isn't that too low? Moreover, it requires 30,000 proficiency points to upgrade to the third level of the refining technique. It's too difficult. Are all the cultivation techniques in God's domain so difficult to cultivate? I will have to train in the future. After complaining for a while, Luo Tian's stamina was severely depleted, and his body could not take it anymore. He took out the one-eyed fire crocodile's raw meat, roasted it a few times on the stove, and ate it just like that. The most direct way to replenish his stamina was through food. After resting for a moment, Luo Tian stood up again and looked at the black iron stone that had been hammering for the entire night. Originally, it was half the size of an arm, but now it was only half the size of a fist. After hammering out all the impurities in the black iron stone, the black iron stone had directly turned into a high-grade black iron concentrate. This kind of black iron concentrate could be used to refine a high-grade profound weapon. It was just that it was too small, so he couldn't refine anything. Luo Tian did not think too much about it and kept the fist-sized black iron concentrate. Then his eyes became serious, and he picked out a slightly better black iron stone and muttered, "It's about to start, 20% success rate." Huff! He calmed himself down. In the profound sky continent, in the ancient continent, Luo Tian was a powerful weapon refining grandmaster. However, those experiences were useless in different law planes. Luo Tian tried his best to forget all of his past weapon refining experience. In that instant, with a thought, Luo Tian's divine energy activated the furnace's fire. With a boom, the furnace's fire surged. The profound iron stone was roasted until it turned scarlet red. Luo Tian's iron hammer moved abruptly, directly striking the furnace's fire. Each time, he was completely focused. 10 minutes later, ding! Refining failed. Again. Luo Tian was not depressed at all. He picked up a piece of black iron stone and started hammering it again, his spirit essence also rapidly decreasing. Ding! Failure! Again. Luo Tian continued to refine. The process of every failure replayed in his mind. After pondering for half a second, he began a new round of refining. This time the hammering lasted for 10 minutes, and a piece of black iron stone had already been hammered into the embryonic form of a sword. Luo Tian also became exceptionally careful. Boom! Suddenly, a dark energy erupted from his body. Next, at the same time, the flame of tempering erupted from Luo Tian's body, and the two powers were unleashed. Suddenly, Luo Tian's right hand moved, and he smashed down with his hammer. Complete! The third chapter has been delivered. There are still 2 chapters left today. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 1601. Do it for me. The last hammer fell. The tempering fire and the dark flame, Qi, surged into the red sword. Ding! The system sounded out. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. Huff! I finally succeeded. Luo Tian's heart was filled with indescribable joy. After working hard for an entire night, he finally succeeded. However, at this moment, the system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for refining a level 4 Xian weapon. You have obtained the system's reward. Proficiency 1,000 points. Experience 1,000 points. Divine Essence 1,000 points. What? 4 for level 4 Xian weapon. Luo Tian was dumbstruck and was speechless for a moment. One must know that the success rate of a level 3 Xian weapon was 1%, and the success rate above was only 0. 1%? What kind of probability was this? He was too lucky. It was as if Chun, the goddess of luck, was by his side. Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check the attributes. Weapon. Unnamed grade. Level 4. Lower grade. Also divided into 3 small grades, upper, middle, and lower. Energy. contains the power of fire and the power of devouring. Activating the attribute can cause 3 times the attack power. Description: this Xian weapon can easily penetrate the defense of a level 4 monster. The attribute energy contained in the Xian weapon needs to be activated by divine essence. Once it is released, it can cause 3 times the attack power. Ha ha ha, good sword. I didn't expect the power of fire and the power of darkness to be fused together. Luo Tian was extremely excited. One must know that it was extremely difficult for a Xian weapon to fuse with an attribute. Even a level 4 weapon refining master would not be able to do it. But he did it. Awesome. With this sword, Brother Zhang will definitely be confident. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was extremely happy in his heart because he had refined this sword for Zhang Ao. He thought about the weapons used by the other 6 members of Thunderbolt Squad and the weapons that were suitable for them. Other than them, there were also the weapons of Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian. Following that, Luo Tian began to forge the second weapon. With this successful experience, it would be much easier for Luo Tian to make the second one. However, he would still fail. However, every time he failed, Luo Tian would summarize it and try his best to avoid it. On the assembly grounds, has another weapon refiner been deployed here? After a whole night of knocking and beating, I was so irritated that I couldn't sleep at all. Mother****, I don't even have the slightest bit of energy. I want to see who is there. If it's not a refiner, then he's dead. Let's go and take a look. Eldest senior brother, did you hear the knocking sound last night? It seems that there are new weapon refiners at the assembly point. 4th bro, 5th bro, 6th bro, and 7th bro are still using with chopping knives. Those kinds of weapons can't harm the demonic beasts at all. Why don't we go find Master Weapon Refiner and ask him to forge a few profound weapons for us? That way, we'll have a fighting chance against the Blood God Squad, Lei Ting's second bro said. Zhang Ao laughed bitterly and said, Is a profound weapon so easy to ask for? We don't have any money, so which Master Weapon Refiner would give it to us? Forget it. Don't go and ask for trouble. When the time comes, Lin Hai and the others will make fun of us again. He was very clear. Their cultivation wasn't bad, but it was indeed a profound weapon that could cause damage to demonic beasts. With a powerful profound weapon, they wouldn't be able to hunt demonic beasts like yesterday. Thunderbro Sen also walked out and said, Eldest senior brother, let's go take a look. It's good to get to know the new Master Weapon Refiner. Right. If we have a good relationship with him, we can help him collect black iron ore. After a night of rest, only 6th bro was still heavily injured in the Thunder Squad. The other brothers could move freely. Zhang Ao exhaled and said, Let's go take a look. In another place, Blood God Squad's residence, a disciple anxiously ran over and said, Master Hai, a new weapon refining master has arrived at the assembly point. Everyone has gone over to take a look. Lin Hai walked out of the room, frowned, and muttered, Weapon refiner? Why didn't my father mention it to me? Could it be that the palace chief specially arranged it? Impossible. The Shengtian Manor simply can't afford to hire a weapon refiner right now. Even if they could, they wouldn't have arranged for him to come here. Brother Hai, he knocked on it the entire night. It should be a certain weapon refiner. That's right, it was so noisy that I couldn't even sleep. If not for the fact that I was worried about offending Master Weapon Refiner, I would have already brought this guy to CK him over. The other members of the Blood God Squad also walked out. Lin Hai also heard the knocking sounds and couldn't help but become curious. If it was really a weapon refiner, then he really had to curry favor with him and immediately said, Let's go and take a look. If it's really a weapon refiner, all of you better show some respect. Don't worry, Brother Hai. Got it. The status of a weapon refiner was extremely high. Even the lowest level of weapon refiner was the same. No one dared to easily offend them. Offending a weapon refiner meant offending the weapon refining guild. If one offended the weapon refining guild, then one could forget about having any relationship with a weapon refiner in this lifetime. Moreover, the power you belong to will be ostracized by the Weapon Refining Guild. In the Divine Realm, the Weapon Refining Guild, the Alchemy Guild, the Array Engraving Guild, and the Merchant Guild. The strongest merchant guild was the Lingtian Merchant Guild. These organizations couldn't be easily offended, and the Shengtian Manor that controlled 8 million kilometers was the same. Compared to these guilds, the Shengtian Manor was too small. The disciples in the assembly area all rushed towards the weapon refining workshop. Lin Yu walked out of the room and saw everyone rushing over. She immediately thought of Luo Tian, and her expression secretly changed. She didn't bother to comb her hair and rushed over with her fastest speed. She was worried in her heart. Something must have happened again. It must be Lin Hai bullying him again. Clang! 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 Luo Tian's hammer was like a rainstorm, crazily hammering down. Every time, he poured in his divine essence, and a thin layer of dark flame wrapped around his arm. This was the limit of Luo Tian's control. With a thought, the dark flame would enter the profound weapon. At the most crucial moment, refinement fire. This was something that the rock flame worm king dropped. At first, he thought that it was useless, but now Luo Tian knew that this refinement fire was too useful. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The two forces merged. Ding! Refining successful. Huff! This is the 6th one. I'll forge another profound weapon. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian's cultivation is the key now. I'll help them forge another profound weapon next time. Luo Tian thought in his heart. He had succeeded in 6. However, the last 5 were all rank 2 profound weapon. There were only 2 of them with the power of the attribute. However, this kind of strength was even stronger than a rank 3 weapon refiner. Luo Tian put away the profound weapon and selected the profound iron ores to refine the next profound weapon. At this moment, a large wave of people arrived one after another. The 4th chapter has been delivered. There's another chapter tonight. Please support. Please subscribe. Chapter 1602. Luo Tian was in the midst of training. Suddenly, he saw a large group of people rushing over. He was immediately startled and thought to himself, "Damn, are they here to steal the Xian weapon? Where is he? Where's the refiner? What are you doing here, slave? Just now I heard the sound of clanking. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Brat, where is the person from just now?" The moment he came up, he asked this and that rudely. Luo Tian ignored him. Many people stared at him in disgust. "Could it be that you've been knocking here for the entire night?" Someone said so. Immediately, many people became angry and shouted, "You lowly slave, you knocked on my head for the entire night, causing me to not be able to sleep for the entire night. If I don't take care of you today, I'll take your surname. Teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson." I thought it was the weapon refining master, so I endured for the entire night. I didn't expect it to be this damned slave. While they were talking, a few disciples rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward to make a move on Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt that he was in the wrong and wanted to apologize, but seeing their expressions, there was nothing to be in the wrong about. With a cold expression, he said, "If you have the guts, then come. Who dares to touch my brother?" When Zhang Ao saw that it was Luo Tian, he quickly rushed out. Second brother and third brother also rushed out and stood beside Luo Tian, saying, "You dare to touch my Thunder Battle Team's people. Who dares to touch him?" Incomparably domineering, Zhang Ao was famous for being protective of his calves, as long as it was a brother of the Thunder Battle Team. Even if he was facing a core disciple of the Lin family like Lin Hai, he would do his best to protect him. For example, in this competition, in order to protect Luo Tian, he did not hesitate to bet the fate of that team. Everyone trembled. They were a little afraid of Zhang Ao from the Thunder Battle Team. "Yo, what an arrogant tone. We've been arguing for an entire night. All the brothers in the assembly haven't had a good rest because of him. Isn't it only right to teach him a lesson? Lin Hai's voice rang out, and the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. Lin Hai shot a cold glance at Luo Tian and sneered disdainfully. So it was you, this damn slave who beat me all night. Don't tell me you want to become a weapon refiner? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone roared with laughter, other than the members of Thunderclap. Everyone was laughing at Luo Tian. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Do you think anyone can become a master refiner? A slave will always be a slave, always indulging in whimsical fantasies. He thinks that he can become an artificer just by knocking around. Do you see the abandoned black iron ores beside him? So this is the profound weapon he refined. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. At first, Lin Hai really thought that the manor head had arranged for a blacksmith master. He even deliberately told the brothers around him to respect the weapon refiner. Seeing that it was Luo Tian, he immediately laughed at him. Zhang Ao's face darkened. If he stayed any longer, he would only attract more ridicule. He pulled Luo Tian and said, "Let's go." "What, you want to leave?" A disciple of the Lin family beside Lin Hai immediately stopped Zhang Ao. His name was Lin Yi. His father was also an inner elder of the Lin family, a core disciple. Lin Yi sneered and said, "Kid, you've disturbed us for an entire night. How are you going to compensate us for the mental damage? Even if I don't care about this. But what about the black iron ores you wasted the entire night refining? These were all bought with the Lin family's money. If you don't compensate us today, I think you can forget about taking a step out of here. Zhang Ao, you'd better stand aside. You should be very clear about the rules of Shengtian Prefecture." Without the permission of the Lin family, he actually used the Lin family's resources without permission. This is stealing. According to the Lin family's rules, break his hands. It was just a pile of abandoned black iron ores. No one used it at all. However, this was indeed the Lin family's resources. Luo Tian had indeed used it privately. However, this matter was exaggerated. Lin Hai revealed a satisfied smile to Lin Yi and looked at Luo Tian with a playful expression. Zhang Ao slightly said, "Young master, this matter is not as serious as you say. These black iron ores have been abandoned for several years. No one used them at all. They were directly thrown here. How can it be considered stealing? At most, I'll compensate for the cost of these black iron ores." "Compensate? Humph. Zhang Ao, can you afford to compensate? These black iron ores are used to refine high-grade black weapons. Who knows, you might be able to refine a 3rd or 4th level high-grade black weapon. Can you afford to compensate?" Lin Yi shouted loudly. He was deliberately making things difficult. Zhang Ao's face darkened and said, "This is just an ordinary black iron ores. It's impossible to refine a 3rd or 4th level black weapon." "Humph. If you say it's impossible, then it's impossible." "If I say it's possible. You're not a refiner, what do you know?" Lin Yi said in disdain, then stared at Luo Tian and said, "Today, either you are a refiner or I'll break your hands." Zhang Ao's face became anxious. If this matter was to be made, he would definitely be in the wrong. He looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, he didn't know what to do either. Then, Zhang Ao looked at Lin Hai and said humbly, "Master Hai, I did not discipline him well. Please forgive me. As long as you say something, we will do it." He had never been like this before, even in front of the Lin family's intersect elders. Zhang Ao had never been so humble. This was the first time. Luo Tian's heart felt a stab of pain. A complacent sneer appeared on Lin Hai's face, as if he was superior to others. At this moment, Lin Yu rushed out and said, "I allowed him to do so. You want to touch him? Have you asked me about it?" Luo Tian smiled faintly, walked forward and stopped Lin Yu. He directly walked in front of Lin Yi. The distance between the two was only half a meter. Luo Tian's eyes stared at Lin Yi without moving. Because he was taller than Lin Yi, he looked down with a look of contempt and said, "You want to break my hands? How about this? If I can refine a mysterious weapon, I'll give you a slap. If I can't, I'll let you break my hands." Just like that, he stared at him. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Yi's mouth was dry, and his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He didn't dare to look at Luo Tian's eyes. He looked sideways at Lin Hai, and after getting confirmation, he said with a trembling voice, "Okay, I'm going to cripple your hands." Finished. Luo Tian immediately turned around. The furnace fire was activated. The mysterious iron stone was knocked. Divine essence poured in. Dark flames suddenly surged out. Moreover, Luo Tian also merged the mysterious iron concentrate that he had been hammering for an entire night into it. At the last moment, the refining fire was released. Boom! A burst of flames appeared. A mysterious weapon was successfully refined. Luo Tian directly threw the long sword at Lin Yi's feet. Before Lin Yi could react, he slapped him as hard as he could. He slapped Lin Yi so hard that he fell to the ground. Then he stepped on Lin Yi's head and shouted, "Break my hands!" The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, good night. Chapter 1603. The speed was too fast. His movements were too sharp. Everyone was still immersed in the matter of Luo Tian refining. There was no reaction at all. By the time everyone reacted, Lin Yi had already been slapped to the ground by Luo Tian. The 5-finger mark on his face was clearly visible. Does it feel good? Luo Tian sent Lin Yi flying with a kick and sneered at Lin Hai. The surroundings were silent. A pin drop could be heard. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Such an explosive force. Such arrogance. It formed a crushing pressure on everyone's mind. Zhang Ao looked at Luo Tian with a dumbfounded expression. The anger in his heart was vented out, and he shouted in his heart, "Awesome!" Lin Hai's face changed dramatically. At this moment, Lin Yi crawled up from the ground, his face full of anger. "You dare to hit me? I'll **CK your ancestors." As he spoke, his body released a blood mist. The blood mist aura spread out, and the dark weapon in his hand moved, directly stabbing towards Luo Tian's forehead. "You dog, die for me!" At this moment, Lin Yu's body moved, directly in front of Luo Tian, and shouted, "If you agree to bet, you must admit defeat. Can't you afford to lose?" At the same time, Lin Yu's body also released a blood mist. This blood mist was of a much higher grade than Lin Yi's. It instantly devoured the blood mist released by Lin Yi. Even Lin Hai's eyes narrowed. The purity of the blood was so high. Immediately, Lin Hai shouted in a deep voice, "Lin Yi, stop!" Lin Yi was so angry that smoke came out of his head and shouted, "Brother Hai, this brat actually dared to hit me. If I don't kill him today, my name is not Lin." Lin Hai's forehead shook, his voice raised a lot, and shouted, "If you agree to bet, you must admit defeat. Don't make a fool of yourself." "Brother Hai." Lin Yi was unconvinced. Lin Hai said, "Let's go." After taking a few steps, Lin Hai turned around again. With a cold smile on his face, he said, "There are still 4 days until the trial competition ends. Kid, I'm looking forward to the day it ends. Looking forward to the day you crawl under my crotch. That time will be wonderful. Ha ha ha." There was killing intent in his cold eyes. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Luo Tian was able to refine profound weapons, and in the future he would definitely become a blacksmith and be placed in an important position by the Xingtian manor. Before that, he must be killed. Otherwise, with the protection of the manor lord, it would be difficult to make a move on him. Ha ha ha, it feels so good. Good boy, you're too strong. You actually made Lin Hai suffer once again. That slap just now was too satisfying. Ha ha ha. Second bro and third bro couldn't help but laugh in excitement. This was a morale boost for Team Thunderclap. Zhang Ao picked up the newly forged profound weapon from the ground and asked puzzledly, "When did you become an armament master?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Last night." While speaking, his divine essence stirred, and his expression changed drastically as he said, "3, rank 3, rank 3 mystic weapon. How is this possible? You became a refiner last night. Are you joking with me?" Zhang Ao didn't believe it at all, and the people around him were the same. Seeing Zhang Ao's shocked expression, everyone was stunned. Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian in disbelief. She didn't believe it. However, she had no choice but to believe it because Luo Tian had really started cultivating the refining technique last night. To be able to forge a rank 3 profound weapon in one night, what kind of concept was that? Even if it was a rank 4 or 5 blacksmith master, it was impossible to refine a rank 3 profound weapon with such crude materials in such a short period of time. This man had too many secrets. Of course, no one knew what kind of effort Luo Tian had put in. He had never been a genius. The only difference between him and others was that he was hardworking. Others would spend a day, but he would spend 100 days, a year, or even 10 years to work hard. He would persevere and never give up. This was his difference. It was also his Tao. Zhang Ao loved the profound weapon so much that he couldn't put it down. His divine essence could sense that the sword still contained 2 types of elemental energy. This is definitely a rank 3 upper grade profound weapon. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that this was refined by you. Luo Tian said, "That was specially refined for OL7. While they were talking, Luo Tian took out the first refined rank 4 profound weapon from the space bag and said, "This was specially refined for you," throwing it to Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao instantly felt that this was his life weapon. The idea moved his eyes open wide, and he was extremely excited. Rank 4, rank 4, rank 4 profound weapon. It's worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Is it really for me? It was like a dream. It was too unreal. A rank 4 profound weapon was something that he didn't even dare to think about in the past, but now he had it in his hands. Luo Tian laughed. "Of course it's for you. Second brother, third brother, you guys have it too." As he said that, Luo Tian took out the remaining 5 profound weapon S. The 5 profound weapon S were all different and were all tailored according to their cultivation techniques and moves. Other than OL6, who did not come. Thunderclap team had all exchanged for new profound coin, and everyone was extremely excited in their hearts. The surrounding inner disciples all had dull expressions. Their mouths opened so wide that eggs could be placed inside. Rank 2, rank 3, and rank 4 profound weapon S were given away, just like that. The total value of these profound weapon S exceeded 1,000,000 gold. Was his brain flooded with water? At this moment, no one doubted whether Luo Tian was a refiner or not. There was only envy and jealousy in their eyes. "Big brother, can you help me refine one as well? I'm willing to join Thunderclap team." "Big brother Zhang, I've always admired Thunderclap team." I'll join. I only need a rank 2 profound weapon." "I'll join too. From today onwards, I'll be a member of Thunderclap team." "And me." Those who had started to mock Zhang Ao and the others were now eager to kneel down and lick Thunderclap team's boots. Because of the profound weapon, it was really rare. Most of the inner disciples held chopping knives in their hands. Zhang Ao laughed and said, "Weren't you all mocking my big brother just now? Weren't you mocking our Thunderclap team? Since that's the case, why should we join? Our Thunderclap team is going to compete with the Blood God team. Aren't you all afraid of Lin Hai and the others?" "Afraid of what?" "That's right, afraid of what?" "I'm most afraid of being poor. Most afraid of not having a profound weapon. Big brother Zhang, we were wrong in the past." Zhang Ao was very excited, very happy. He was very vain, but in the end he did not accept a single person. The reason was simple. All of this was brought to them by Luo Tian. Thunderclap team did not need fence sitters, and did not need these people who joined because of the profound weapon. Thunderclap Team only accepted brothers. The morale of Thunderclap Team rising was what Luo Tian wanted to see the most. The crowd dispersed. Lin Yu pouted and said, "When are you going to refine a profound weapon for me?" Luo Tian smiled evilly, his gaze landing on Lin Yu's large breasts, and said, "That will depend on your performance." Let's start with one chapter. Chapter 1604. There were simply too many cultivation coins to forge. For Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su. And for Lin Yu, Luo Tian didn't even have his own weapon, so he naturally had to find a way to get one. The creation of 7 profound weapons shook the entire assembly point. Lin Hai's expression was extremely ugly. "You're so cocky just because you forged a few profound weapons. Lowly slave, do you really think you're a blacksmith? Without the recognition of the Blacksmith Guild, you're still a slave of the Shengtian Prefecture. There are countless ways to kill you." Lin rubbed his swollen cheek and said, "Brother Hai, are you going to make a move on that brat?" "As long as you nod, I'll immediately cripple that brat. I'll definitely take revenge for that slap." Lin was extremely angry. He used a little more force when he spoke, but another wave of pain came from his cheek. He sucked in a breath of cold air. "Hiss, humph. Useless thing, you were actually beaten up by a trash slave of a 6th-rank deity, and you're still allowed to go? Are you going to die? Are you going to continue embarrassing me?" Lin Hai said solemnly. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. "That's because I wasn't prepared. He ambushed me. Otherwise, how could I let him hit me? I'll kill him in a matter of minutes." Lin Hai shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. That boy's life is mine, but not now, but the night after the end of the trial tournament. Don't let him go to the Artifact Refining Union in Shengtian City. If he gets the Artifact Refining Certificate, it will be difficult for us to make a move." "Understood." A blacksmith master wasn't someone that anyone could kill. The muscles at the corner of Lin Hai's eyes twitched as killing intent appeared on his face. "Just you wait. You don't have many days left to live. I'll let you be proud for now. Let's go." Today's target is 100 fire wolves. The Blood Deity battle team walked out of the assembly point. The Thunderclap battle team rested for a moment before walking out of the assembly point as well. They all knew in their hearts, if they wanted to truly trample Lin Hai under their feet, they had to win this competition. Otherwise, they would still be bullied by Lin Hai. Zhang Ao said, "Now that we have profound weapons, we must go on a killing spree. We can't lose to the Blood Deity battle team. Let's wait and see. Today I'll kill 10. Ha ha ha. Keep bragging." A group of 7 people walked out of the assembly point. 6th brother had not recovered from his injuries, so he did not let him out. Lin Yu wanted to follow, but was stopped by Luo Tian. Furthermore, he gave her a mission, which was to find materials for refining weapons. As long as she knew the materials that were suitable for her profound weapon, Luo Tian would help her forge it. It was just an excuse. Luo Tian did not want Lin Yu to take the risk. The Flame Mountain Range was simply too dangerous. Furthermore, she still had an SSS rank mission to have sex and produce a crystal. The child she gave birth to would be a God King level expert. For the sake of the next generation, Lin Yu had to take good care of her body. They continued to explore the unknown territory. Boom! A Type 3 fire python spat out its tongue at lightning speed. Zhang Ao's body flashed, and the Type 4 profound weapon in his hand transformed into a sword flower. Circulating his divine energy, he leaped into the air and slashed down with his sword. Explode! Pucci! With a single slash, the fire python's body was cut into 2. Direct! Instant kill! Ha ha ha! This profound weapon is too strong. The Type 4 profound weapon is too sharp, too cool. Zhang Ao couldn't help but get excited. Looking at the long sword in his hand that wasn't even stained with blood, he couldn't put it down. he said to Luo Tian, "Old 8, even a tier 4 blacksmith master isn't as strong as you. In the future, we won't have to worry about the Xian soldiers of our Thunderclap team anymore. After this competition, you will immediately go and get the blacksmith master certificate. At that time, no one in Shengtian Prefecture will dare to touch you. You will represent the blacksmith union." Luo Tian had heard about the power of the Weapon Refining Guild from Zhang Ao on the way here. Moreover, when he heard about the Lingtian Merchant Guild, he immediately thought of a woman. "Are you here too?" He didn't think too much about it. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I'm just an amateur in refining. I don't want to waste too much time on refining. It's better to work hard and break through." Huh. Don't want to waste too much time? You're trying to anger the other weapon refining masters to death. Even if we want to waste time, we don't have the qualifications to do so. This time, whether you're willing or not, even if I have to drag you to the Weapon Refining Guild. Zhang Ao said with a smile. With the identity of the Weapon Refining Guild, no matter how ruthless Lin Hai was, he would not dare to touch Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed and said, "Let's not talk about that first. Today you all have profound weapon in your hands. You must kill more demon beasts, otherwise it will be a waste of my efforts last night. There's one more thing." He did not get any experience from the fire python that Zhang Ao had just killed. It had to be personally killed by Luo Tian in order to gain experience. Otherwise, he would be here to watch a show. Zhang Ao said, "Speak." Luo Tian said, "When you kill the demon beasts, let me kill them with my last breath." Huh. Why is that? Aren't we all killing? The second brother could not help but explain. Zhang Ao immediately said, "Old 8 naturally has old 8's reasons. Just do as he says." Luo Tian's talent was extraordinary, and he had many secrets on him. At the lava lake, Zhang Ao already saw this point. "Okay, start killing. Old 8, you be careful." Zhang Ao held the profound weapon and took the lead. With the profound weapon in hand, the Thunder Battle Team's aura rose all at once. Their combat power also soared. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Rank 3 Demon Beastfire Ape for obtaining 300 experience points, 50 Divine Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Origin. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Rank 3 Demon Beastfire Wolf for obtaining 300 experience points, 50 Divine Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Origin. The system sounded out. Every time he obtained Fire Essence Origin, it would not be under Luo Tian's control and would be completely absorbed by the burning fruit in his body. The fruit was still absorbing Fire Essence Origin when it was activated. Why was that? Luo Tian did not think too deeply about it. Anyway, he had his own reasons. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Congratulations to player. With a profound weapon, the killing speed was much faster. At sunset. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Rank 4 Fire Tiger for obtaining 500 experience points, 80 Divine Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Origin. The Fire Essence Origin was once again absorbed by the burning fruit. At this moment, a notification suddenly sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the second level of the burning fruit. Obtained move Fire Dharma. The second chapter was delivered. Chapter 1605. Fire Dharma. Luo Tian was slightly shocked. Ace's move was still imprinted in his mind, and it was extremely sharp. So the Devil Fruit's upgrade also requires Fire Essence. Then when can I release my Haki? How Shiku's Haki? King's Haki? If I can release these, it must be very powerful, right? Luo Tian was somewhat looking forward to it. It was just that he suddenly thought of it. The hockey in one piece was invisible, but some of the armament hockey could be seen, strengthening the body. Then he thought of the dark do chi. Can I use it to strengthen my body and make my body indestructible? Or is it that the black aura itself is hockey? It was a bit messy. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled and thought to himself, forget it, my head is about to explode from thinking about it. It seems that I'm really not suitable for using my brain. It's too tiring. The sun was setting. This time, they had killed a total of 60 demon beasts. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad happily returned to the assembly point. At this moment, the members of the other teams had also returned. They were all asking how many demon beasts they had killed. Senior Brother Zhang, how is your Thunderbolt squad's harvest today? A disciple stepped forward and asked politely. This was because he wanted to build a relationship with Zhang Ao, wanted to get close to Luo Tian, and wanted a Black Star weapon. Seeing that the Thunderbolt squad had returned, many people surrounded them. The Thunderbolt squad must be very powerful. Senior Brother Zhang, tell me about it. Zhang Ao had a smile on his face and was extremely excited. He patted the space bag at his waist and said loudly, today we killed 60 demon beasts. 13 of them were rank 4 demon beasts, and the rest were all rank 3 demon beasts. The points are more than 200 points, ha ha ha. After saying that, he didn't forget to laugh excitedly. The brothers of the Thunderbolt squad also straightened their bodies, unusually proud. This was the most demon beasts they had ever killed in the Thunderbolt squad. Even the Blood God squad from yesterday couldn't compare to this result. It completely broke the record of the assembly point. 60 demonic beasts, and 13 of them are rank 4 demonic beasts. Oh my God, they are too powerful. This is the power of a profound weapon. If they were injured and did not have a profound weapon, they would not be able to kill so many demonic beasts. If only I had a rank 4 profound weapon, I would be able to kill 20 demonic beasts in a day. I'm so envious. Why didn't I meet that kid back then? At this moment, many people surrounded Luo Tian and said, Big brother, please do me a favor and forge a profound weapon for me. I beg you, can I use the head of a demonic beast to exchange it with you? What did you say you wanted? I'll get them for you. A profound weapon was too important to a martial artist. Yesterday, the Thunderbolt battle team had only hunted 1 demonic beast. Today, they had hunted 60 demonic beasts. What kind of concept was this? Is 60 a lot? A group of people walked in from the entrance of the assembly point. Blood God Battle Squad. Lin Hai walked at the front, his face full of disdain as he mocked. Do you think you're so great just because you have 60 demonic beasts? Lin Yi, tell them how many demonic beasts the Blood God Battle team has hunted today. A proud smile appeared on Lin Yi's face as he said, 103 demonic beasts, 21 rank 4 demonic beasts, 64 rank 3 demonic beasts, and the rest are all rank 2 demonic beasts. Over 500 points. A mere Thunderbolt battle team dares to show off with 60 demonic beasts? Don't you know where to show off? With the Blood God battle team here, do you think you have the right to show off? Lin Yi's face was full of disdain as he stared at Luo Tian with murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted to return the slap he had given her in the morning all the time. 103 demonic beasts? Oh my God! Breaking the record directly. The Blood God battle team is indeed the Blood God battle team. Looks like the Thunderbolt battle team won't be able to catch up in 3 days. Sigh. The Thunderbolt battle team is going to be disbanded. Ha ha ha. It's good that they are disbanded. We will have a chance to recruit that master blacksmith. I can't wait for Zhang Ao and the others to disband so that I don't have to see their proud faces. Is 60 demonic beasts that powerful? The Blood God battle team will kill him in a second. The crowd burst into discussion. When he heard the number, 103, Zhang Ao's face turned pale. The brothers of the Thunderbolt battle team couldn't help but lower their heads. This blow was too great. Luo Tian's heart sank. Although the terrain is important, there is no need to doubt their ability, especially Lin Hai. His strength is getting stronger by the day, and it won't be long before he breaks through to the 9th stage of deity. At that time, he was still a 6th-stage deity. It was impossible for him to defeat a 9th-stage deity. Moreover, from Lin Hai's eyes, Luo Tian could clearly feel the killing intent. As long as the trial ended, he would definitely make his move. There were still 3 days left. No, I can't go on like this. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, looks like I have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid, Lin Hai would not make a move at the assembly point. But when he returned to the Shengtian prefecture, he would definitely make a move. Before that, he only had 3 days. In these 3 days, he had to break through to the 8th stage of deity to have the strength to fight. Otherwise, he would not be Lin Hai's opponent. At night, Zhang Ao's residence. The 7 members of the Thunderbolt battle team sat there with ugly expressions on their faces. Originally, they thought that they would be able to crush the Blood God battle team today, but they didn't even have half of it. They were crushed to the point that they couldn't get up from the ground. Luo Tian didn't know what to say to comfort them. There are still 3 days left. If we admit defeat now, we will really lose. Why is it called Thunderbolt Battle Team? What were you thinking when you came up with this name? The power of thunder is invincible. This is just the beginning. I can't admit defeat until the end. Even if it's the end, I can't admit defeat. I'm afraid I'll lose in my lifetime. Sonorous and forceful, Zhang Ao stood up and said, Old 8 is right, I'm afraid we will lose. There are still 3 days left. As long as we find a place with a high concentration of demon beasts, we will definitely be able to surpass Lin Hai and the others. Tomorrow, we will work even harder to hunt. I'm going all out. Let's go all out. What the hell are you afraid of? I don't believe it. Our equipment isn't any worse than theirs. We just need a good terrain and a high concentration of demon beasts to surpass them. Everyone's enthusiasm jumped. Luo Tian's heart also relaxed slightly. However, he knew very well that even if they found a place with a high concentration of demon beasts, it would be difficult to surpass them. If they couldn't win in the day, they could only move out at night. At this moment, cough cough, hey? A coughing sound came from outside the house. It was Lin Yu. Luo Tian walked out of the room and asked, It's so late, why aren't you resting? What are you doing here? Lin Yu lowered her voice and said, Follow me somewhere? Little girl, are you in heat? Are you going to do it? Luo Tian's expression became evil. Brothers, good night. Chapter 1606. The full moon hung in the sky. The pure, white moonlight shone down, making the ground look pure white. It was as if the ground was covered in a layer of white snow. It was beautiful beyond words. Plus, the beasts were especially quiet tonight. Everything around them was especially comfortable. This scene, this feeling. Wasn't this the best time to talk about love? The night was long, and he was not in the mood to sleep. There was enough time to talk about life and dreams. There was also enough time to make a baby along the way. Luo Tian was thinking about all these evilly. Thinking about the SSS grade mission to make a baby, he could not help but feel excited. What else could it be that she handed him over in the middle of the night? She must have thought it through. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian had an evil smile on his face as he thought. Although I'm not a casual person, but when I'm casual, I'm not a human. Little girl, I'm going to eat you tonight. For the sake of our God King's child, you have to. Luo Tian's thoughts were not over yet. Lin Yu, I suddenly stopped and said, It's here. Have we arrived? Luo Tian immediately stopped and became excited. The two of them walked for almost 2 hours. Because it was night, they did not walk very fast. Luckily, they did not meet any beasts along the way. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Lin Yu said in a low voice, We're here. I came here during the day. No one has been here yet. Wow, you found such a quiet place. You've worked hard. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lin Yu to be so attentive. He immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start." As he said that, he wanted to hug her and press her under his body. Then he fiercely, "Huh? What are you doing?" Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He realized that Lin Yu had taken out a pickaxe and was handing it to him. Lin Yu urged, "Of course it's mining. What do you think I'm doing?" Then she stared at Luo Tian curiously. Slowly, she understood something from Luo Tian's eyes. She immediately glared at him. "If you dare to have any improper thoughts about me, I'll break your third leg. Do you believe me?" Luo Tian was speechless. Lin Yu said angrily, "What are you thinking about?" "What am I thinking? You called me out in the middle of the night to a place that no one has ever seen. A single man and a single woman. I want to ask you what you want. Can't you be a little more pure? Am I that kind of person? Third young miss. Oh, third young miss, you're looking down on me too much." Luo Tian said confidently. Anyway, he didn't say anything. What could he see from his evil eyes? He would never admit it, even if he was beaten to death. However, he was secretly complaining in his heart. "I almost took off my pants, and you want me to do this?" For a moment, Lin Yu didn't know how to refute Luo Tian. She thought to herself, "Could it be that I'm really thinking too much?" "Forget it. I won't argue with you." Lin Yu stuffed the pickaxe into Luo Tian's hands. She pointed to a small protruding black rock and said, "There's a piece of black iron ore here. Moreover, its purity is very high. It should be a fine ore that can be forged into a high-level Xian weapon." In the morning, Luo Tian had given her the task of finding refining materials. Moreover, Luo Tian had even promised to refine a Xian weapon for her. She took it seriously. She spent the entire day searching for refining materials. There were some fine ores in the Flame mountain range. However, they were all in the depths of the mountain range. This was only the periphery. Even if there were any fine ores, they would have been dug up long ago. When Lin Yu found this piece of black iron ore, she was extremely excited. She immediately wanted to dig it out. However, she realized that this piece of black iron was bigger than she had imagined. She could only ask Luo Tian for help. "Huff! If you want to dig, you should have said so earlier." Luo Tian picked up his pickaxe and began digging. Lin Yu giggled and said, "Don't think that I can't see through a certain someone's evil thoughts. Hurry up and dig, and there's still time at night to forge an exclusive Xian weapon for me. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Sigh. Luo Tian sighed. He increased his speed. He also needed a Xian weapon. Without it, he really couldn't. Moreover, he should also make some preparations to hunt demonic beasts at night. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the Blood God battle squad. Just the thought of Lin Hai's arrogant face made him unhappy. Let's see who will crawl under whose legs. An hour later. Finally, after digging out the black iron ore, it was half the size of a person and weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. His heart trembled slightly. Such a pure black iron ore again. This ore can be considered a top-grade ore. Furthermore, within the black iron ore, there is a fusion power. This is an attribute that only top-grade ores have. Lin Yu said excitedly, "I told you it was black iron ore again. If a high-purity black iron ore was to be sold in the market, it could be sold for a price even higher than a 4th-level Xian weapon. The most important thing was that it contained a fusion power. As a second-grade blacksmith, Luo Tian could sense this point. On the way back, several models of Xian weapons appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Lin Yu's thin sword, Madman Su's twin hammers, Gu Zhongtian's long spear. What about him? Luo Tian had been searching for a Xian weapon suitable for his current stage. Returning to the assembly area, Luo Tian began to forge. Lin Yu had been guarding by Luo Tian's side. Let's practice first. The black iron ore was much harder to control than the black iron Oregon. Luo Tian knocked down a piece of black iron ore. The furnace fire rose, and he quickly struck it. He realized that the black iron ore was difficult to melt, and the strength of the strike was too weak. Ding! Failure! Ding! Failure! Ding! Failure! Consecutive failures. After more than 2 hours of refining, he kept failing. However, Luo Tian also managed to figure out some techniques. Huff! Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and said, "Let's start refining for you." "I'm about to fall asleep. You've wasted a lot of black iron, Oregon. Can you do it?" "I heard that only a third-stage blacksmith master can control the black iron, Oregon. Why don't you wait until you've improved your refining skills before helping me? I'm not in a hurry anyway." Lin Yu was drowsy and could not hold on any longer. Luo Tian said, "You sleep first. I'll wake you up when I'm done." Lin Yu lay down again and said drowsily, "N." Huff, huff, huff. The furnace fire released a blue flame under the urging of the spirit essence. Tempering fire! Luo Tian's idea moved, and the tempering fire directly rushed into the black iron ore, directly starting to reconstruct it from the inside. Clang! Clang! God burst! Power of the white tiger. Crazy hammering. After 2 hours of crazy hammering, Luo Tian's idea moved. Will of darkness fuse! A wave of power was released from the black divine deity. This was different from the 4th stage Xian weapon that he refined yesterday. This was a dark aura. This was a wave of power that directly erupted from the divine deity, and this power contained Lin Yu's own blood clan power. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! "Do it for me!" Luo Tian roared. A burst of flames shot up into the sky from the smithing workshop. All the disciples in the assembly area were awakened by the sound of the explosion. Luo Tian said excitedly, "It's done!" 1 chapter in the morning. Yesterday, Old Cow carelessly forgot about his father's birthday. Today, he personally cooked his father's favorite dishes. "Dad, happy birthday!" Smiley face. Chapter 16:07. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Following this explosion, the entire assembly area was alarmed. The furnace exploded. Ha ha ha. The furnace exploded. Everyone go and take a look. I told him to refine, even his mother's legs. This time he must be happy. Ha ha ha. The furnace exploded. The furnace exploded. Many people started to jeer. This sound was obviously the sound of a furnace exploding. Many people became excited. There was no other reason. Envy, jealousy, and then the most intense hatred. Those who did not refine a Xian weapon for me should all explode their furnaces. And every time they did so, their furnaces would explode. Zhang Ao suddenly woke up and immediately woke up the brothers from the Thunderbolt battle team, saying, "Not good. Old 8's furnace might have exploded. I don't know if he's injured. Everyone get up. Quickly go and take a look." He could not help but worry. Lin Yi walked out of the room and heard the commotion in the assembly area. He immediately returned to the room and said, Brother Hai, that kid's furnace exploded, ha ha ha. There's a good show to watch now." Lin Hai naturally heard it as well and sneered, "Let's go and take a look." Lin Yu would definitely go. At that time, he would definitely step on Luo Tian ruthlessly. He would not let go of any opportunity to step on Luo Tian, especially in front of Lin Yu. It was normal for a refiner's furnace to explode. However, the reaction of the people in the assembly area was very different because many of them could not wait for Luo Tian's furnace to explode. They could not wait for him to explode. This was the human heart. Refining workshop. Thick black smoke billowed, making it impossible to see one's fingers. Lin Yu choked unbearably. Fanning the smoke with one hand, she coughed and said, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you all right?" She did not care about anything else. She was concerned about Luo Tian first. Luo Tian smacked his lips. The commotion was a little too big, I didn't expect. Then he said to Lin Yu, "Are in the smoke. I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine." In an instant, Lin Yu's tone immediately changed and said, "You didn't explode the furnace, did you? Didn't you say that you would succeed? You wasted my entire night. You're too detestable. You've disappointed me." Cough, 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 cough. "I'm choking to death." He coughed as he walked over. Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "Did I say that I didn't succeed?" "The furnace has exploded. Can it still be refined?" Lin Yu rolled her eyes at Luo Tian. Seeing that Luo Tian was truly uninjured, she finally felt relieved. "Forget it. Next time, I'll find another craftsman myself." "Huh?" Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, the cauldron didn't explode, and the profound weapon was successfully refined. It was just that he had used too much of his divine essence in the end, and it had clashed with the profound weapon's energy, resulting in such a loud sound. It had caused the charcoal ashes in the cauldron to explode, creating the scene of a cauldron explosion. In less than a minute, the crafting workshop was filled with people. "Ha ha ha! Who asked you to refine it? Did you have a good time refining it? You even blew up the furnace. You want to become a refiner like this? What a joke! Brat, it's useless to rely on luck to forge a few Xian weapons. Ha! I asked you to help me refine it, but you didn't. It feels so damn good that the furnace exploded. Old 8, are you hurt?" More and more people gathered around. A few minutes later, everyone in the assembly area had come. At this time, the thick smoke had also dispersed. Two swarthy people stood beside the furnace, their eyes moving. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to tell that they were two people. Suddenly, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Luo Tian and Lin Yu pointed at each other. Seeing each other's swarthy face, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yu's gloomy mood was swept away. Lin Hai walked out from the crowd, his expression immediately changing. He gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. He didn't think that Lin Yu would accompany Luo Tian to refine a Xian weapon for an entire night. Seeing the two of them laughing at each other, the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. He suddenly shouted, "You're really something. How can a lowly slave like you use the things of the Shangtian prefecture? You don't know how to refine weapons, but you're messing around. Now that the cauldron has exploded, you have to take responsibility." Lin immediately shouted, "Let me teach him a good lesson." As soon as his voice faded, Lin Yi's body suddenly moved. In his heart, he hated Luo Tian's slap. "Kid, I'm going to cripple you." He took a step forward. The blood mist was released, and he activated the power of a 7th-level god. His fists moved, transforming into a set of third-grade divine fist techniques, and directly punched towards Luo Tian's face. Luo Tian looked up. Lin Yu immediately shouted, "Lin Yi, how dare you!" Lin Yi was eager for revenge. Yesterday he was slapped in the face by Luo Tian in front of so many people. He definitely had to get back at him. With a step, his figure flashed past Lin Yu, like a ghost, and directly rushed in front of Luo Tian. "Get down!" In an instant, Luo Tian's right hand moved. He directly grabbed a thin sword covered in soot from the cauldron. Buzz, the sound of the sword rang out. It was very ear-piercing. At this moment, a stream of light flashed, directly cutting through the blood mist released by Lin Yi, instantly killing him. The tip of the sword moved, pressing against Lin Yi's neck under his chin. He smiled coldly and said, "Half a point more!" Lin Yi's back was covered in cold sweat, and his heart was cold. The speed of a lightning sword was something he could not compare to, but this power was not Luo Tian's, but the thin sword in his hand. Fear struck him. He could clearly feel the chill from the tip of the sword penetrating his body. That kind of powerful dark power was crushing him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Half a point more? Aren't you very arrogant? Luo Tian said coldly. The surroundings were silent. Even Lin Hai's expression was incomparably shocked. This sword, or rather this sword. What a powerful sword. You, what do you want to do? My father is an elder of the inner court. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you off. Lin Yi's voice trembled, his palms constantly sweating, and fear spread in his mind. You exploded the cauldron and destroyed the property of Shengtian Prefecture. Pah! Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian slapped him. Which eye of yours saw my cauldron exploding? The slap caused Lin Yi to see stars. Zhang Ao immediately said, there was no explosion at all, the cauldron was very good. There was no explosion at all. Next, Luo Tian took another step forward and slapped him again, arrogantly saying, so what if I touch you? Pa! The 5 finger marks were clearly visible. Lin Yi stared at Luo Tian, his heart filled with incomparable hatred. Look at your sister. Another slap. Still looking? Another slap. Every time. Lin Yi did not dare to move, because the moment Luo Tian retracted his palm, the thin sword was pressed against his neck, making him unable to move. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Lin Yu looked at the thin sword in Luo Tian's hand, then looked at Luo Tian's overbearing aura, and could not help but say in her heart, so handsome. The 2nd chapter has been delivered. There's still one more at night. If you have a recommendation ticket, please give it a try. Thank you. Chapter 1608. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, sharp, clean, and efficient, coupled with the domineering aura emanating from Luo Tian's body. It completely suppressed Lin Yi, a 7th-order deity. One slap, one slash. The left and right were used incisively and vividly. Lin Yi did not dare to resist at all. His cheeks were red and swollen like a pig's head, and he was in an extremely sorry state. During this period, the surrounding cultivators all stared at Luo Tian in shock, unable to wake up for a while. Too bold. Isn't he too sharp? Has he gone mad? There were all kinds of discussions. Luo Tian kicked Lin Yi out, causing him to roll directly to Lin Hai's feet. Luo Tian raised his eyes and stared at Lin Hai. This kind of dog needs to be taught a lesson. As soon as his voice fell, everyone's hearts tightened again. He was clearly scolding Lin Hai. Could he endure it? Lin Hai's eyes narrowed, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. The anger in his throat was forcibly swallowed back in an instant. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. Boy, good job. Lin Yi stammered as he was beaten until his words were unclear. He said, Hi, brother Hai, kill him, avenge me, you must kill him. Slap. Lin Hai leaned over and slapped Lin Yi's face. Useless thing. Lin Yi directly fainted from the slap. Lin Hai did not even look at him. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, There are still 3 days. You only have 3 days to live. He did not hide his strong killing intent at all. Lin Yu stepped forward and said, Lin Hai, he is now a craftsman of the Shengtian Prefecture. If you dare to touch him, my father will not let you off. Craftsman? Who can prove that he is? Is there a certification from the Craftsman Guild? No, he's not a blacksmith. He's just a lowly slave of the Shengtian Prefecture. Do you understand what a slave is? Lin Hai coldly said. He then waved his hand and shouted, Let's go! The blood god battle squad departed. The people who were waiting for Luo Tian's furnace to explode quickly dispersed, fearing that Luo Tian would find trouble with them. However, this time no one stayed behind to beg Luo Tian to forge a profound weapon. Because of Lin Hai's words, you only have 3 days to live. It was clear that Lin Hai really wanted to kill him this time. Who would dare to curry favor with such a person? Wasn't this going against Lin Hai? In their hearts, Luo Tian was already a dead man. Lin Yu comforted him. Don't listen to his nonsense. With me here, no one will dare to touch you. Furthermore, your status is extremely noble. If my father knew that you were an armament master, he would definitely protect you. Speaking of weaponsmiths, Lin Yu immediately rushed forward and looked at the thin sword in Luo Tian's hands. She was almost drooling as she asked, "Is this made for me?" Without waiting for Luo Tian's consent, she directly snatched it and giggled. "This profound weapon is completely made for me. I love it so much. Thank you." After she finished speaking, she directly pecked Luo Tian's black cheeks. After pecking, her expression was slightly stunned. Fortunately, her face was covered in dirt and could not be seen clearly. At this moment, her cheeks were bright red. Lin Yu then quickly left with the sword, leaving behind Luo Tian, who was still savoring the aftertaste. She kissed me. Aha! Looks like I've taken a big step forward. I'm not far from having sex. When the time comes, I'll have a divine king's son. How awesome would that be? Ha ha ha. My life will reach the peak. Luo Tian was somewhat excited. Zhang Ao walked up with a serious expression and said, "Old 8, this time Lin Hai definitely wants to kill you. Since he said those words to you, I'm afraid that he will do something to you when you return to Xingtian Prefecture. Why don't, before the competition ends, you should leave quickly. With your talent, your refining skills will definitely be able to find a large power to protect you. Don't go back to Xingtian Prefecture." Zhang Ao was worried. He was very clear about Lin Hai's character, and this was the first time he had been forced to this extent. The brothers of Thunderbolt Squad all looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was grateful. Leave? Where could he go? He wouldn't be able to walk out of the 8 million-kilometer territory even after 10 days and 10 nights. With his current cultivation, he couldn't even break through the deeper hinterlands. Where could he go? Moreover, running away when faced with difficulties was not his style. His style was to do it if he was unhappy. Luo Tian chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You also said that I only need to go to the refining guild to be certified as a master refiner. At that time, would he still dare to touch me? Besides, there's still the third mist to protect you." Luo Tian would definitely not leave. How could he leave without getting Lin Yu pregnant? That was the son of a divine king. Zhang Ao exhaled and said, "I hope so." Luo Tian laughed. "Don't worry about me. The most important thing right now is to hunt more demon beasts. We are more than 500 points behind the Blood God Squad. If we don't work harder, we will really lose." Zhang Ao clenched his fists tightly and said, "All right, we must surpass him today." Luo Tian put away the black iron concentrate that he had dug up last night and thought to himself, "The Xian weapon that I made for Lin Yu is a 4th level upper grade one. It contains the power of the blood race. She should be even more powerful when she uses it. This is all because of the black iron concentrate. Only good materials can make good Xian weapons. When I return tonight, I should make a personal weapon for myself." Rumble, rumble, rumble. A new day of hunting began. This time, everyone was going all out. Luo Tian also proposed a series of tactical improvements. Their hunting speed increased once again from yesterday's foundation. After a day, the number of demon beasts they hunted had already exceeded 100, reaching 113. No one dared to believe it. Even Zhang Ao himself did not dare to believe it. In the evening, many teams returned to the assembly point. The Blood God Squad had also returned long ago. The last to return was Luo Tian and the others. Many people gathered around to inquire, and Zhang Ao proudly announced the number of demon beasts they had hunted today. When they found out that the Blood God Squad had only killed 101 demon beasts today, a rare smile appeared on the faces of the Thunderbolt Squad members. Hope was right in front of them. Luo Tian was also happy. Let's improve our tactics a little more and then come up with a new set of tactics. Tomorrow's hunting speed will increase again, and we should be able to catch up by then. But are Lin Hai and the others willing to be caught up? In the Blood God Squad's residence. Brother Hai, the Thunderbolt Squad killed more demon beasts than us today, and the Firewolf Valley's demon beasts have decreased. This is very disadvantageous for us. Their black weapons are better than ours, and if this continues, I'm worried. Lin Hai's face was calm, and he did not seem to be worried about the number of demon beasts killed by the Thunderbolt Squad. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he said coldly, "Don't worry, after tonight the Thunderbolt Squad will be crippled. Brothers, good night. If you have a recommendation vote, please vote for Old Cow. Thank you very much." Chapter 1609. Even though the Thunderclap battle team had killed a lot more demonic beasts than the Blood God battle team, the Thunderclap battle team had killed a lot more demonic beasts today. However, the difference in points from the past 2 days was too big. Therefore, the gap in points was not much. However, with this kind of morale, there was still a chance to catch up in 2 days. The prerequisite was that Blood God did not play any tricks. At night, Luo Tian still did not rest and ran to the blacksmithing workshop. He did not rest for 3 days and 3 nights. He was very tired. However, he had to persevere. He had to forge an exclusive Xian weapon for himself. After a few days of contact, he had a deep understanding of what kind of person Lin Hai was. He would definitely not admit defeat and would definitely not let Thunderbolt have an easy time. He had to make himself stronger. Phew! Luo Tian emptied his mind and calmed himself down. Blacksmithing was the same as cultivation. It required one's mind to be as one and not be distracted. Only then would one be able to pour all of one's mental energy into one thing. Therefore, blacksmithing consumed a lot of mental energy. A few minutes later, Luo Tian opened his eyes and took out a large piece of black iron concentrate from yesterday and prepared to start refining. You're still refining? Do you want to die? You haven't rested for the past few days. Your body can't take it. Lin Yue walked out. She had just gone to Luo Tian's residence to ask and found that Luo Tian was not around. She immediately ran here. The reason she came was to thank Luo Tian, the Xian weapon that he had forged. Lin Yue really liked it. After a day of contact, she felt that the Xian weapon was already a part of her body and was indispensable. Luo Tian laughed. "Why aren't you sleeping? You didn't rest yesterday either. Don't tell me you want to become a little kitten again." Uft. Lin Yue thought of her dark face in the morning and could not help but laugh. "You dare to say that? My beautiful image has been destroyed by you. How can I marry in the future?" "Huh. That's easy. I'll just suffer a little and marry you." Luo Tian joked. Lin Yue glared at Luo Tian angrily and said, "What do you mean you'll feel wronged? Humph. This young lady will not marry you. You look pretty good when you're angry," Luo Tian said sincerely. Lin Yue's cheeks immediately turned red as she fiddled with the corners of her clothes. Luo Tian said, "All right, you can go back and rest. Didn't you want me to go to the refining guild for certification? I have to practice more, or else how can I get the qualifications to become a weapon refiner? Go and rest, I'm fine." Lin Yue's heart ached a little. "Take care of yourself then. Remember to rest early." "Yes. Don't worry, I will." Luo Tian smiled. It felt really good to have someone care about you. Luo Tian exhaled, looked at the stars in the sky, and muttered to himself, "Shwe, are you all right? I miss you. Every day I think, you must wait for me. I will definitely save you." Every time he looked at the stars in the sky, he would think of Li Shuer. That mischievous and adorable smile was imprinted in his mind, irreplaceable and indelible. Suddenly, a star in the sky suddenly flickered a few times. Luo Tian smiled knowingly and said, "Are you talking to me?" Then he laughed bitterly and thought to himself, "How is that possible?" Then Luo Tian readjusted his state of mind, and once again entered a state of unity with the heavens. And the twinkling star above his head was still twinkling. Just that. Luo Tian did not notice it until the last star disappeared from the sky. Dang, 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 the fire burned brightly. The refining fire directly exploded in the black iron concentrate, melting it from the inside out. The idea outlined, the heavy hammer in his right hand would sometimes be light, sometimes heavy, and sometimes heavy. After a few days of continuous practice, Luo Tian's understanding of artifact refining had deepened by a bit. Ding! Refining failed. Ding! Refining failed. Ding! Refining success. 3 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level 3. Level 3 artifact refining. Luo Tian was secretly excited. This was what he wanted. For the past 3 hours, he had been continuously hammering on a piece of black iron concentrate, regardless of whether it failed or succeeded. What he wanted was for his proficiency to increase, and for his artifact refining to reach level 3. Only by reaching level 3 would he be able to break through the shackles and refine Black Soldier S of the 4th step and above. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled heavily. The appearance of the Black Soldier that he had already thought of appeared in his mind, and he muttered, "It's about to begin!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Spirit Essence activated the fire. The fire in the furnace suddenly burst out, and a thick blue flame burned. Next, Luo Tian placed a large piece of black iron concentrate on the furnace fire and melted it. He wanted to refine an exclusive weapon, a very, very, very sharp, profound weapon. Ding! Refining failed. Again. Ding! Refining failed. After continuous failures, Luo Tian continued to summarize his experience. Level 3 artifact refining was completely different from level 2 artifact refining, so Luo Tian had to start from scratch. Late at night, it was so quiet that it was scary. In the assembly area, other than the sound of iron being hammered from the artifact refining workshop, there was no other sound. A black shadow dashed forward. It quietly hid in the darkness. Next, standing quietly in the darkness, after confirming that there was no one around, he moved again. Finally, he landed in the Thunderbolt Squad's residence. After working hard for an entire day, everyone was exhausted and snoring loudly. Furthermore, they did not have to worry about the attacks of the demon beasts in the assembly area, so everyone slept soundly and did not have any defenses. The black shadow glanced at the room through the window. Following that, he took out a small bag of things from his bosom, carefully lit it up, and blew on it towards the window. The sleeping gas entered the room. Half a minute later, the earth-shattering snoring stopped. At this moment, Zhang Ao suddenly woke up and shouted, "There's an assassin! Someone sneak attack! Number two! Number two!" Haha, Zhang Ao is indeed Zhang Ao. As expected of the captain of the Thunderbolt Squad, he still has some strength to be able to wake up after drinking the soul-scattering powder. However, it's useless. Tonight, all of your Thunderbolt Squad will become trash. As soon as he finished, the black shadow suddenly moved. A palm strike came and landed on Zhang Ao's chest. Bam! Zhang Ao crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The divine essence in his body was completely suppressed by the soul-scattering powder and could not be released at all. He shouted a few more times, "Number 3, number 4, number 5. No one answered. Ha ha ha, they won't be able to wake up now. The black shadow sneered confidently. Zhang Ao's face darkened as he shouted, "Who exactly are you? Why did you sneak attack the Thunderbolt Squad?" The black shadow man said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that someone wants you dead." While they were talking, the black shadow man moved once again. However, this time, Zhang Ao's profound weapon moved, and the rank 4 profound weapon directly released a dark energy that shot out explosively, causing the shadowy figure to be blasted back. After that, the shadowy figure crashed into the window and desperately flew towards the direction of the equipment refinement workshop. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A thunderous explosion sounded. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, ha ha ha. The exclusive weapon has been refined. One chapter in the morning. Thank you. Never stopped years for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1610. Compared to yesterday, the violent explosion this time did not attract the attention of the disciples. Another furnace explosion. Maybe he has refined another Xian weapon. Anyway, I have every copy. I might as well have a good sleep. Most of them were in such a mood. However, after the violent explosion, cries for help came from the back of the gathering place. Help! Help! Murder! 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 There's an assassin! There's an assassin! Zhang Ao shouted with all his might. Many people's rooms lit up. But at this moment, Lin Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Without my orders, no one is allowed to take a single step out of their rooms. All of you better behave yourselves. Don't make me unhappy. I will personally take care of the assassin. At the same time as he spoke, Lin Hai frowned, his face filled with displeasure. You can't even handle such a small matter. What a useless piece of trash! Brother Hai, have you made your move? The members of the Blood God squad all got up. They didn't know about Lin Hai's plan. Lin Yi glanced at the members of the Blood God squad and realized that not a single one of them was missing. Then, who was the assassin outside? Brother Hai, did you call? Lin Hai's eyes turned cold, and he said faintly, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Lin Yi laughed excitedly and said, Ha ha ha. Tonight, all the members of the Thunderclap squad are going to be crippled. Just thinking about it makes me excited, ha ha ha. Who was Lin Hai? The third son of the great elder of the Shangtian mansion. His foundation was very strong. Lin Hai stood at the door of the room and swept his gaze across the room. He realized that the disciples of the other teams were all very obedient, and no one dared to come out. He couldn't help but sneer. Thunderclap squad? Humph. After dawn there will be no such team. Lowly slave, what are you going to use to fight me? You don't even have the qualifications to snatch my woman. I'll play with you however I want. I'll play you to death. A complacent sneer appeared on Lin Hai's face. Suddenly, the door was suddenly pulled open. A beautiful figure rushed out and stood in the plaza of the gathering place and shouted, Lin Hai, what exactly are you trying to do? Lin Hai frowned and said, This has nothing to do with you. Go back to your room and rest. Everything will be fine after daybreak. When Lin Yu heard Zhang Ao's cry for help, she quickly ran to Team Leitang's room to take a look. She found that everyone was unconscious, and she didn't see Luo Tian. She hurriedly ran back to Lin Hai's side and said in a heavy tone, Lin Hai, I'm warning you. If you hurt any of the Shangtian Prefecture's inner disciples, I will tell my father, and you will be punished according to the family rules. After that, Lin Yu quickly ran in the direction of the crafting workshop. She thought to herself, Please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. The hammering stopped. Lin Yu became even more worried, seeing how worried Lin Yu was. Lin Hai's expression turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Bitch, I've been so nice to you, but you won't even look at me. Good, good. Since that's the case, just you wait. I'll definitely get my hands on you. As for that brat, he's dead meat. The hatred in his heart was extremely strong. In the crafting workshop, Luo Tian held a saber in his hand, a saber as long as a person. The back of the saber was very thick, and there was a ferocious dragon head on it. The body of the saber was not long, only 60 to 70 centimeters. The rest of the saber was the handle. It looked exactly the same as Marshal St. Guan Yu's green dragon crescent saber. From the beginning, Luo Tian had been outlining this long saber in his mind. It was Guan Yu's green dragon crescent saber. Holding it in his hand, Luo Tian could not help but become excited. So strong, so domineering. A saber used by a martial saint, haha. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. During the crafting process, Luo Tian had poured in the power of the Azure Dragon, the power of darkness, the flaming fruits, fire dharma, and the tempering flames. Furthermore, during the refining process, he had been communicating with the primordial dragon god ancestor. This green dragon crescent saber was infused with all of Luo Tian's strength. It was incomparably strong. At this moment, Lin Yu hurriedly ran over. Seeing the long saber in Luo Tian's hand, she was shocked. Even though she was a few meters away, she could still feel the aura released by the long saber. It attacked her mind and made her feel a strong pressure. Now, she did not care so much and hurriedly said, "Not good. Someone ambushed the Thunderbolt team." "What?" Luo Tian's eyes widened. In an instant he was furious. Holding the long saber with both hands, the blade immediately turned red as if it was burning. How are Brother Zhang and the rest? Lin Yu was dumbfounded. What level was this Xian weapon? How could it release such a strong force? As if it was Luo Tian. Lin Yu swallowed her saliva and said, "Brother Zhang is hiding everywhere. That assassin is crazily chasing after him. The rest of the team members are unconscious. What exactly is the situation?" I don't know." "Lin Hai, you're courting death." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian held the saber with one hand. The long saber fell to the ground and dragged along. Sparks and lightning flashed along the way. The saber blade collided with the stones on the ground and produced sparks, forming a black straight line along the way. The scene was extremely shocking. As Luo Tian's anger rose, the long saber directly burned. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. She was completely stunned. Only when Luo Tian was far away did she hurriedly chase after him, shouting, "Wait for me! Wait for me! Don't be rash! This is the assembly point! Don't be rash!" Killing was not allowed at the assembly point. Even more so, it could not be done to one's own brothers. This was a clear rule of the Shangtian prefecture. No matter who it was, once they committed a crime of death, Luo Tian would definitely make a move in such a state. At that time, the more Lin Yu thought about it, the more afraid she became. She sped up and chased after him. "Help! Assassin! Assassin!" Zhang Ao stumbled to the square and shouted for help. It was not because he was afraid that he was crying for help. It was because he wanted to wake everyone up. At the same time, he wanted to remind Luo Tian to run. However, he was the only one in the square. The doors of all the rooms around him were tightly shut, and no one came out. Only Lin Hai stood at the door of the room, not far away. With his arms crossed, he coldly looked at the battered and exhausted Zhang Ao and said with a sinister smile, "Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will care about you." Zhang Ao roared, "Lin Hai F *CK your 18 generations of ancestors. If you have the ability, then come out and fight with me. If you have the guts, then make a move on me. If you have the guts, then make a move on me. If you have the guts, then make a move on me." Lin Hai sneered, "Scold, scold, you're going to die soon." While they were talking, Lin Hai was stunned for a moment, then nodded to the black shadow. "Who dares to touch my brother?" Before he finished speaking, flames soared into the sky. There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 1611. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Luo Tian's flaming wings spread out behind his back, and he retracted them with lightning speed. The green dragon crescent blade in his hand trembled as he stood beside Zhang Ao. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he arrogantly shouted, "Who dares to touch my brother?" Domineering entrance. Incomparably sharp. The black-clothed man was slightly shocked. Lin Hai was also shocked when he saw Luo Tian. However, he then sneered, "Another one has come to die." The black-clothed man's lips curled into a strange smile. Zhang Ao immediately said, Old 8, run, run. Don't worry about me. He had seen the black-clothed man's strength. The strength of that palm was at least that of a peak rank 8 deity or even a rank 9 deity. Luo Tian was only a rank 6 deity. He was no match for the black-clothed man. Humph. Since you're here, do you think you can leave? The black-clothed man said coldly. In his sleeves, his hands moved, revealing 2 short thorns. He stared at Luo Tian and said disdainfully, "You came at the right time. Saves me the trouble of looking for you." At this moment, Lin Yu rushed forward and shouted, "Stop! Lin Hai, I want you to order him to stop immediately. You know the consequences of killing your own sect's disciples." Lin Yu was extremely anxious. At the same time, she took out the thin sword that Luo Tian had forged. Lin Hai was enraged. The more Lin Yu pleaded for Luo Tian, the more intense the hatred in his heart became, and the stronger his killing intent. He said coldly, "Lin Yu, what do you mean by this? I don't know him. He has nothing to do with me. What do you mean by killing your own sect's disciples? Did you see me do it? If I did, would Zhang Ao still be alive?" Indeed, he had calculated all of this. If he didn't do anything, no one would dare to do anything to him. Lin Yu asked, "Since he's not one of your people, why did you order everyone not to go out?" Lin Hai smiled playfully. "I'm protecting my brothers. Can't you see that this black-clothed man is very strong? The other brothers will only cause more deaths. As for why I didn't help, I'm not familiar with Zhang Ao. Why should I help him? What does his death have to do with me?" Lin Hai laughed coldly and arrogantly. Rolling his eyes, he stared at Lin Yu and smiled evilly. If you want me to help them, I can. Those people from the Thunderbolt battle team have all been poisoned by the soul-scattering powder. If you want me to cure them, I can do it." "But Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. "But what?" Lin Hai laughed lewdly and said, "Accompany me tonight. I will definitely save them." "You're courting death." Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Luo Tian said coldly. Lin Hai sneered complacently. "The one courting death is not me, but you. Brat, you're just a rank 6 deity. Zhang Ao has already been crippled. Do you think you're a match for the black-clothed men? Lin Yu, if you want to save him, you have to agree to my conditions. Otherwise, I won't do anything. If a lowly slave dies, then so be it. There's no loss to Xingtian Prefecture." Immediately after, Lin Hai said, "There's only one chance. I can't control the black-clothed men. I don't know when he'll make his move." The instant he spoke, the black-clothed man moved his hands, looking as if he was about to attack. Lin Yu was furious, but it was just as Lin Hai said. A rank 6 deity was no match for the black-clothed man. Right now, perhaps only Lin Hai could defeat the black-clothed man. What could she do? "Lin Hai." Luo Tian's voice was loud and clear as he sneered. "Do you really think I'm not a match for him?" The black-clothed man's eyes were filled with disdain. "A mere rank 6 deity dares to be so impudent in front of me? You're courting death." In an instant, Lin Yu stepped forward and said, "Fine, I agree. How foolish!" Luo Tian's heart sank. His green dragon crescent blade moved and slid through the air. The ferocious green dragon on the back of the blade transformed into a fire dragon and charged towards the black-clothed man. In that instant, Luo Tian roared in his heart, "Move!" Whoosh! It was as if Luo Tian's body was being pulled by a fire dragon. In that instant, his body directly shuttled through the air, and in an instant he was 10 meters away, directly landing in front of the black-clothed man. The green dragon crescent blade slashed down, and he roared, "I'll use your blood to consecrate my blade!" Pucci! Walala, the blade slashed down. Domineering aura soared to the heavens. The blade's body carried a full moon of flames. Like a flaming blade, it soared into the sky and slashed down heavily. Plop! The blade stopped, the flames retracted. A head fell. Half of the black-clothed man's body stood there, and his head rolled to Luo Tian's feet. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear as if he had seen death. Luo Tian's right leg moved and directly kicked him away. He landed at Lin Hai's feet. Lin Hai's body could not move. He was crushed by the powerful aura of the green dragon crescent blade. His mind was trembling. His sea of consciousness was trembling. His divine deity was trembling, and even the Strigoi bloodline that he was so proud of was trembling in his veins. That blade, if it was him! Gudon! Lin Hai swallowed hard. His back was cold, his palms and forehead were covered in cold sweat, and a cold fear rose in his heart. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The green dragon crescent blade burned. Luo Tian held the blade in one hand and walked up step by step. He walked in front of Lin Hai and said gloomily, "If you give me any more trouble, I'll kill you." Finished. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. The burning fruit's flame power was released. The entire arm that was holding the green dragon crescent blade began to burn, and the powerful flames seemed to carry an endless, devouring power. Lin Hai's face was pale, and he did not dare to move. His back was already wet. His palms were covered in cold sweat, and his mind was occupied by fear. Afraid. He had never been as afraid as he was now. When Luo Tian stood in front of him, he felt as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was on his neck. That feeling could not be described with words, as if he could die at any time. Lin Yu stood in place stunned. She was not a love-struck fool. She had always been calm, and she could remain calm in any unimaginable situation. But now she could not remain calm at all. Her face was full of love-struck fool, and her big eyes were shining. Too handsome, too domineering, too manly. Words could not describe it. Domineering entrance, domineering slash, domineering provocation. Everything was too domineering, irresistible domineering. Zhang Ao was also stunned in place. He clenched his fists and was extremely excited. He roared, "Awesome!" This roar echoed in the sky. The surrounding disciples all saw the scene. At this moment, their minds were trembling with fear. This person must not be provoked. Absolutely not. Brothers, good night. If you have a recommendation ticket, please help me. Thank you. Chapter 1612. It was an earth-shattering saber strike that was incomparably shocking. At the assembly area, everyone's heart trembled. Then they took a deep breath. The aura released by the green dragon crescent blade made it hard for them to breathe. It was too uncomfortable. The most uncomfortable was Lin Hai. He stood there, not showing any expression, but his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. It was too uncomfortable. It was the first time he felt such great fear. At the same time, Lin Hai was roaring in his heart, "Just you wait, just you wait. I won't let you have it easy. I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. I, Lin Hai, swear to the heavens." Thunderbolt's room. All 6 of them were unconscious. Zhang Ao had also lost his ability to fight. His body was extremely weak. Lin Yu checked the 6 of them, frowning. They are all in a severe coma. They won't wake up in a short period of time. This morning powder can make people unconscious for 4 to 5 days. We don't have the antidote here. We have to go back to Shengtian Prefecture. Zhang Ao clenched his fist and said, "It's all my fault for being too careless. I was too naive. I thought that bastard Lin Hai would have a fair fight with us. I didn't expect. How could I forget his character? Extreme hatred. He clearly knew that Lin Hai was vicious and liked to play tricks, but he did not guard against him. He blamed himself. Luo Tian said, 'What if we don't have the antidote in 4 to 5 days?' Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian. They may never wake up. Immediately, Luo Tian did not think too much. He immediately said, "Third miss, Big Brother Zhang, you send second brother and the others back to Shengtian Prefecture. I still have 2 brothers in the slave camp. They will accompany you back. What about you? Lin Yu immediately asked. Zhang Ao also said, this must be Lin Hai's doing. Sending people to assassinate fellow disciples in the assembly area is a serious crime. Tell the master, and he will definitely punish him. Old 8, you come back with us. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, it's useless. We don't have any evidence to prove that the black-clothed men are Lin Hai's men. What's more, you know Lin Hai's background better than I do. No one will believe our one-sided words. Instead, Lin Hai will bite back. Needless to say, it was Lin Hai's doing. However, where's the evidence? No. Who in the entire assembly would help them prove it? Nothing. No one dared to offend Lin Hai. If they did, they wouldn't be able to stay in Shantian Prefecture. Besides, even if Lin Hai had sent someone to assassinate him, it was impossible to punish him. The position of the first elder of the Inner Gate was not only in charge of all the affairs of the Inner Gate, but also in charge of law enforcement in Xintian Prefecture. Zhang Ao's brows furrowed as he muttered. Before we entered the trial tournament, Master had specifically instructed us not to fight with Lin Hai. Lin Yu also said softly, the first elder is indeed powerful in the Shantian Prefecture. It will be difficult to punish Lin Hai. But Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, if we leave, what are you doing here alone? Luo Tian said, why did Lin Hai attack Team Thunderbolt? Lin Yu was stunned. She knew that a large part of the reason was because of her. She also knew that Lin Hai didn't want to deal with Team Thunderbolt, but Luo Tian. She bit her lips and was about to speak. Luo Tian immediately said, it's because he's afraid of Team Thunderbolt. He's afraid of losing. Right now, 7 out of the 8 members of the Thunderclap battle team are unconscious. If they can still defeat the Blood God battle team under such dire circumstances, then they would be utterly humiliated. This is an even better blow to them than punishing them. Luo Tian naturally knew what Lin Yu was thinking. Zhang Ao said, but you're alone and they have 8 people. They also have such a good location. How can you win? Old 8, come back with us. Master definitely won't let Lin Hai do anything rash. Luo Tian smiled and said, how will we know if we don't fight? Huh. Both of them were stunned. 1 against 8. The disparity in strength was too great. It was impossible for them to be a match. It was already impossible to win this competition. Half an hour later, Luo Tian called Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian over. These 2 cultivation madmen were too crazy. In just a few days, they had actually broken through twice. Madman Su had already reached the 4th rank, and Gu Zhongtian was also a 3rd rank. If they were given more time, they would be able to break through. Luo Tian reminded them, it's almost dawn now, there shouldn't be any demonic beasts on the road. You guys should leave now, the faster the better. Second brother's injuries can't be delayed. Madman, Zhongtian, the 2 of you pay attention to protecting them along the way. It's up to you 2 now. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian nodded heavily and said, boss, don't worry. Lin Yu reluctantly left. She was worried about Luo Tian. However, she knew that no matter how she tried to persuade him, it was useless. No one could change his mind. Lin Yu and Zhang Ao left. Luo Tian did not stop either. 1 man, 1 blade, directly rushed into the depths of the forest. Big brother Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely not let Thunderbolt's squad disband. I will definitely win, definitely. There were less than 2 days left. Every second was incomparably precious. The difference between the 2 teams was still more than 500 points. Furthermore, Luo Tian was only 1 person, while the Blood God squad had 8 people. Every one of them was stronger than him. It was too difficult to win against the Blood God squad. It was almost impossible. However, Luo Tian would never give up. He would never give up until the last moment. Early morning. Lin Hai stood in the room for an entire night. Luo Tian's domineering blade slash was still lingering in his mind, and that move was deeply imprinted in his mind. Suddenly, Lin Yi ran into the room and said, "Brother Hai, Zhang Ao, and the rest have all left and returned to the Shengtian prefecture. Only that slave stayed behind. He rushed into the mountains early to hunt demon beasts." "What? Is he stupid? You still want to compete with us? Is there something wrong with his head? Just him alone? Do you really think that our Blood God squad is a pushover? There are still 2 days left. If we let him hunt by himself, he won't be able to catch up to us. Thunderbolt squad will definitely lose this time. When the time comes when they crawl under our crotch, it will definitely be very satisfying, ha ha ha." Lin Hai grinned and laughed coldly. "Lowly slave, you think you can win against my Blood God squad by yourself? Stop dreaming. Wait until we return to the Shengtian prefecture. I will definitely teach you a lesson." Then, Lin Hai suddenly shouted, "From today onwards, bring out all of our strength. I want to crush that slave so much that he won't even have a chance to breathe." Let's start with a chapter. Brothers with recommendation tickets, please help me out. Chapter 1613. 500 points behind. There was a difference of 7 people. Strength. Luo Tian was the weakest. Anyone in the Blood God squad had a higher cultivation than him. Trying to turn the situation around in 2 days? That was impossible. Moreover, Lin Hai's Blood God squad did not relax just because Luo Tian was alone. Instead, they hunted even more crazily, bringing out their true strength. In this situation, it was too difficult for Luo Tian, who was the only one left, to win. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the word give up did not exist in Luo Tian's dictionary. Unknown territory. A fierce roar. The green dragon crescent blade slashed out. The fire dragon on the back of the blade rushed out, and the flames connected to Luo Tian's body. The moment the fire dragon landed, it suddenly pulled. Whoosh! Luo Tian's body instantly descended and slashed down at the demon beast. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Scarlet Fire Wolf, for obtaining 300 experience, 80 Xin Yuan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence. The Fire Essence was instantly absorbed. Then, Luo Tian picked up the head of the demon beast and placed it into the space bag. Then he slashed down again, killing another demon beast. Kill all the way. Kill all the way. Kill all the way. Kill all the way. At the same time, the system beep kept ringing. Ding, ding, ding. It was incessant, but Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that this speed alone was not enough. The density of demon beasts was too low. If he killed one, the Blood God squad could kill 8 demon beasts. I have to change. The only way to change is kill high-level demon beasts. Rank 4 demon beasts only had 5 points. However, rank 5 demon beasts had 100 points, a difference of 20 times. At the same time, the strength of a rank 5 demon beast was stronger than 20 rank 4 demon beasts. This was the key. However, this was the only way for Luo Tian to win the competition. For Thunderclap, I'm going all out for myself. Luo Tian's heart sank. He immediately gave up on hunting the Tier 3 and Tier 4 demonic beasts around him, and quickly headed towards the depths of the Flame Mountain Range. Tier 5 demonic beasts were considered high-level demonic beasts, and they would only appear in the depths of the mountains. If he wanted to hunt them, he would have to go deep into the mountains. Under normal circumstances, if Luo Tian did not encounter a group of demonic beasts, he would definitely not stop. Firewolf Valley. Master Hai, these are the 16 firewolves that we killed. An inner disciple handed over a space bag. Lin Hai smiled faintly and said, Qin Feng, your Yun Tian battle team has done well. This time when I go back, I will remind my father to give your Yuntian battle team more cultivation resources. Thank you, Master Hai, thank you. Chun Feng laughed in his heart. Then he said resolutely, Master Hai, I'll go hunt a few more firewolves for you. Go. Lin Hai waved his hand. Master Hai, this is the demonic beasts that we hunted. This place was hunted by our Hai Tian battle team. Our Dragon Flame battle team. 8 people in the Blood God battle team. Far more than that. The entire Firewolf Valley was filled with people. Everyone in the assembly was helping Lin Hai. Using this method to curry favor with Lin Hai, they knew very well that how could a slave fight against Lin Hai? How could he fight against the Blood God battle team, formed by the sons of the elders with the most concentrated power in the Shengtian mansion? It was impossible. Lin Hai sneered, Fight with me? How are you going to fight with me? What do you have to fight with me? Just based on a lowly slave like you? I can easily play you to death. Looking at the entire Firewolf Valley, everyone was helping him hunt. Lin Hai revealed a pleased smile. He was incomparably pleased with himself. In this situation, he could absolutely crush Luo Tian, crush him to the ground and never get up. Luo Tian was still moving forward quickly. He did not know that all the teams in the assembly were helping Lin Hai hunt demonic beasts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly stopped, his expression tensed up as he stared ahead, feeling a strong sense of shock. There's something big! He slowed down and carefully sneaked over. A few minutes later, Luo Tian's face was filled with incomparable shock. In the depression at the bottom of the hill, 100-meter tall black bear was bathing in the magma that came out from the ground. Its entire body was like fire, and it was incomparably ferocious. Holy sh*T, bathing in magma. The F***CK, this is too abnormal. Luo Tian was incomparably shocked. He had thought that the Stage 5 demonic beast was strong, but he had never thought that it would be this strong. Looks like this black bear has cultivated the power of the fire essence Qi to a supreme realm. Otherwise, how could it bathe in magma? Huff! Luo Tian did not immediately make his move. He was observing. At the same time, he was waiting for an opportunity. Boom! With a loud sound, one of the trees suddenly fell down. A stage for ferocious tiger carefully rushed out. The great earth black bear's eyes darkened. With a move of its palm, it directly swept away a piece of magma. Walala! The magma sprinkled on the tiger's body. The fierce tiger screamed in pain, but before the scream could finish, a black shadow covered the sky and its huge body smashed down. Its sharp claws were like huge blades. Voila! The 5-meter-tall stage for a ferocious tiger's body was split into 2. Instant death. Not to mention a backhand, he didn't even have time to react and was instantly killed. Luo Tian's face darkened, and he thought to himself, this is too terrifying. He still wanted to try. However, seeing this, he immediately had the thought of giving up. The Stage 5 demonic beasts was too intrepid. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! The great earth black bear carried the 2 tigers on its shoulders and walked towards the other side of the magma basin into a hidden cave. Woo woo, woo woo woo, huh? Luo Tian's heart sank. There are still demonic beasts in the cave. This great earth black bear is obviously a male. What's the one in the cave? It's a female great earth black bear, and it's extremely likely that it's a female bear that's about to give birth. Otherwise, it's impossible for a male bear to make things for it. Luo Tian's mind spun quickly. Bam! 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 The moment the male great earth black bear entered the cave, a few huge figures descended from the top of the mountain. Red ash wolf. Moreover, they were all king-level ash wolves. There were a total of 9 of them, and they surrounded the entrance of the cave. Awoo! Awoo! The 2 ash wolf kings howled towards the sky. Woo, 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 woo. In less than half a minute, the forest rustled, and a large group of ordinary ash wolves came. They were all staged for demonic beasts, and they were densely packed and directly occupied the entire basin. There were at least 500 of them. 9 king-level ash wolf kings, plus 500 ash wolves of the 4th step. Are they going to deal with those 2 great earth black bears, or perhaps, am I wrong? It's not a female bear giving birth inside, but something else? Luo Tian was shocked. The 2nd chapter has been delivered. There are more updates today. Chapter 1614. Common Sense Inferred. The red ash wolves were all king-level ash wolf kings. 9 heads together to deal with the earth black bear in the cave. If it was a female bear that was about to give birth, there would be no need for so many ash wolf kings. There was even a trace of fear in the eyes of these 9 ash wolf kings. More than 500 rank 4 demonic beasts were called over. Without a doubt, this was fear. 9 ash wolf kings of the 5th step were afraid of 2 earth black bears? No matter how powerful the earth black bear was, it was impossible for it to be a match for them. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. It was not a female bear that was giving birth in the cave. It was another monster or another creature. Luo Tian held his breath and waited quietly, secretly calculating in his heart. If we kill all of these monsters, then we will be able to crush Lin Hai with 100% certainty, and will also cause Big Brother Zhang's Thunderbolt squad to shake the entire Xingtian city. It's just that, Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed dryly and thought to himself, it's already difficult for me to deal with a rank 5 monster, let alone a king-level ash wolf king, plus more than 500 ash wolves. This kind of wolf pack is extremely terrifying. If I want to kill these monsters, maybe he was planning crazily in his mind. At the same time, he was also waiting for the right time. Woo, 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 woo. A few ash wolf kings growled in a low voice, as if they were communicating. Then, a few rank 4 ash wolves seemed to have received an order and rushed into the cave like lightning. Awoo! Aoo! In less than half a second, the corpses of 4 ash wolves flew out. What kind of strength was this? It was simply off the charts. Woo, 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 woo. 8 ash wolf kings' front claws dug into the ground, revealing 2 sharp fangs. The fangs shone with a cold light, and a long stream of crushing liquid flowed from the gaps of its teeth. Suddenly, the 9 ash wolf kings moved together. How whoosh! The 9 ash wolf kings moved in an instant, almost at the same time. 9 red lights flashed out and directly rushed into the cave. Rumble! Awoo! Rumble! Rumble! For a moment, sparks flew in all directions and the sky darkened. Luo Tian couldn't see, but it wasn't hard to tell from the intense collision that the battle was extremely intense. Moreover, the earth black bear wasn't at a great disadvantage. He had seen demonic beasts fighting each other. However, he had never seen such a ferocious battle. This hatred, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Demonic beasts would also fight with their lives on the line. Most of them were fighting over territory or for food. However, high-level demonic beasts had extraordinary intelligence. They would not fight to the death and would hold back. However, in this situation, it was a fight to the death. Awoo! Awoo! The ash wolf army outside the cave howled towards the sky as if they were cheering for the ash wolf king inside. Woo, woo, woo! Suddenly, a howl similar to that of a wolf, but different from the howl of a wolf, pierced out from the cave. She gave birth. Also a wolf? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. The expressions of the gray wolf army in the depression changed instantly. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they were very afraid of that voice. Bang! Bang! Bam! 3 ash wolf kings were sent flying. Then, a huge figure rushed out of the cave. The great earth black bear. 6 ash wolf kings were lying on its 100-meter-tall body, constantly biting it, tearing off piece after piece of flesh. The intense pain made it incomparably furious. Both of its palms pounded on its chest, and the moment it rushed out of the cave, it suddenly stood up, opened its bloody mouth, and roared. Roar, sound wave attack. The 2 ash wolf kings near its shoulders were sent flying, blood flowing out of their ears. The other 4 ash wolves also revealed painful expressions. However, as soon as his voice fell, the 5 ash wolf kings that were sent flying moved again and pounced forward once again. Moreover, at this moment, more than 500 ash wolf army surged forward, rushing towards the entrance of the cave like a tide. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The great earth black bear was enraged and directly used its huge body to block the entrance of the cave. Its palms continuously swept out, and those ash wolves of the 4th step were constantly killed, but there were simply too many of them. They couldn't even kill them all. With the addition of the 9 ash wolf kings, the great earth black bear could no longer hold on. F***CK. I'm going all out. Luo Tian made up his mind. Holding onto the green dragon crescent moon blade, he dragged the long blade across the ground, causing sparks to fly in all directions. His figure was like the wind, and before he arrived, his arrogant voice sounded out. So many demon beasts bullying one. What do you think you are? Eat this daddy's blade. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The green dragon crescent moon blade's flames shot out as it slashed down. Awoo! A ash wolf of the 4th step was cut in half, instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf for obtaining 300 experience, Abyss points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Suddenly a human appeared. However, the Ash Wolf King did not pay any attention to him. In their eyes, a human in the divine realm was like an ant, completely without any threat. However, the great earth black bear seemed to understand Luo Tian's words, and there was a trace of gratitude in its eyes. However, at this time, Luo Tian was not in the mood to care about the great earth black bear's gaze. He was here to kill demon beasts, and if possible, he would even kill the great earth black bear, because he needed these demon beasts too much. The Ash Wolf King looked down on Luo Tian, but that did not mean that they would let Luo Tian do as he pleased. A Ash Wolf King roared out. A large wave of ash wolves attacked. Luo Tian did not dodge, and directly rushed forward, killing the leading ash wolf with one slash. Then he withdrew the green dragon crescent moon blade, and his entire body was like fire, combusting spontaneously as he roared, "Fire, Dharma!" Rumble, flames soared into the sky. A Bodhidharma old ancestor shot out, crushing everything in its path. The ash wolves fled in all directions. Fire Fist. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! With a single punch, he killed a few lone ash wolves. However, another wave of ash wolves rushed forward. This time, there were even more of them, and they were even more ferocious. Kill. God explosion. Wung. The power in his body flipped over. The azure dragon and white tiger coiled around his arms. With a move of his fists turned into flames, and then heavily smashed out, sending the 2 ash wolves that were pouncing on him flying. Hiss! Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. A piece of flesh was torn off his back, and he was in incomparable pain. He turned his body. Another punch was sent out. Whoa! There were too many ash wolves, too many. In less than half a minute, he was completely surrounded. Moreover, at this time, the sky was slowly turning dark, and this was a fatal pressure for Luo Tian. At night, these demon beasts would become even more ferocious. What should we do? What should we do? Should we? Luo Tian's brows sank. There was only 1 day left, and he had to return to the Shengtian prefecture tomorrow afternoon. If he couldn't kill these demon beasts in the remaining time, then he would definitely lose. He couldn't lose. He was going all out. Luo Tian's idea moved, linking to the ancient dragon god ancestor, and shouted in his heart, "Dragon god forbidden technique! Dragon transformation!" The third chapter has been delivered. Let's talk about something. I'm going to get Xiao-san tomorrow, and it's estimated that I'll spend a day, so I won't be able to update during the day tomorrow. The update will probably be at night, and if there's no update at night, I guess old cow fell into the ditch. Everyone, don't worry, I'll make it up the day after tomorrow. Everyone better pray that you won't fall into the ditch tomorrow. Chapter 16:15. Dragon Transformation. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The sky started to spin. Next, a black and shiny scale flashed with a cold light, and an incomparably huge body covered the sky. The sky within a radius of thousands of kilometers was covered. It was covered by the huge dragon's body. Shock! It was an unparalleled shock. All the demon beasts in the Flame Mountain range were crawling on the ground. At this time, no matter if you were a rank 1 demon beast, a rank 5 demon beast, or even a rank 8 or 9 demon beast, you were all lying on the ground trembling in fear because the aura in the sky was too strong. They didn't dare to move at all. Luo Tian himself was also shocked to the point of being in a complete mess. The scales have all turned black, and the clouds on the 8 claws are also black. His entire body is wrapped in black flames. How could this be? Is it related to the dark divine deity in my mind? Or did the ancient dragon god's ancestor break through himself? Luo Tian did not know. Compared to the ancient continent, the current dark dragon god was simply too strong, to the point of exploding. Moreover, his body had also grown by tens of thousands of times. What kind of concept was this? Could this be the inside of the prison break that the system released? However, the Dragon God Forbidden Technique only had 2 more layers of forbidden techniques, and with Luo Tian's current cultivation, these 2 new layers of forbidden techniques were simply unable to be released. This was the benefit of the system's prison break. Then how did it become the Dark Dragon God? Suddenly, Luo Tian's brows sank and he thought to himself, "The power of darkness, I only endured 80 heavenly tribulation, and the remaining 900 plus were all endured by the Dragon God's body. The power of darkness he absorbed was much greater than mine. That's why this is too powerful. How could the tempering of 999 heavenly tribulation be just a little bit stronger? This kind of strength was unprecedented in the history of the divine realm. Feeling that the dark do-chi around the dragon god's sacred art could be controlled freely, he became envious in his heart. The dragon god's ancestor is indeed the dragon god's ancestor. To be able to easily control the dark flames, the will of darkness in my body, is so awesome. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. The idea. Its huge body began to churn. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder flashed in all directions, and incomparably thick lightning struck the dragon god's body. Before the lightning could get close, it was scattered into powder by the dark do-chi. Motherf asterisk cur. You want to bully me with numbers? Come on, try bullying me again. Luo Tian cursed angrily. He was extremely displeased that these 500 wolves were bullying an earth black bear. His malevolent dragon head smashed down, and the dark do-chi released from his huge body was like a vengeful spirit rushing out from hell. He let out a mournful and miserable shriek. Woo 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 ha! Woo woo woo! Wherever the dark do-chi went, death followed. Those ordinary ash wolves were instantly crushed and died. Ding! 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 Luo Tian's eardrums were about to explode from the system's beep. It was ringing crazily, ear-piercing, and unbearable, but Luo Tian was feeling extremely good. Ha ha ha! Come on, all of you come at me. Don't you like to gang up on me? Come on. Ha ha ha! The Dragon God Forbidden Technique is truly too powerful. This strength can easily crush any rank 9 deity. Even stronger experts might be able to kill the crown prince of Tiandao City. Ha ha ha. This strength caused Luo Tian to feel incomparably excited. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf. Reward: 300 experience points, 90 godly essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf. Reward: 300 experience points, 90 godly essence points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level: rank 7 deity. Ha ha ha. Breakthrough, I finally broke through. Rank 7 deity. With a thought, Luo Tian clearly felt his strength increase. At the same time, he continued to sweep. This time his target was the Ash Wolf King, who was dodging everywhere. Humph. Let's see where you can run to. Luo Tian naturally wouldn't let these king-level Ash Wolves go. His huge tail moved. A black Dou Chi shot out like a roaming dragon, directly crushing the body of one of the Ash Wolves, leaving only a bald head behind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King. Reward: 19,000 experience points, 500 godly essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Ding! Do you wish to replace? No. In any case, there were still many Ash Wolves, so there was no need to rush. Luo Tian chased after these ferocious Ash Wolf Kings like dogs. The Ash Wolf army didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. After being chased by Luo Tian, they fled in all directions. However, the dragon god's body was too long. It directly encircled the entire basin, not allowing a single one to escape. Let them escape? It was impossible. Luo Tian still needed the heads of these Ash Wolves. He needed them to crush Lin Hai's Blood God squad. Rumble! Go to hell! Ding! Another Ash Wolf King fell down. Ding! Die! Another Ash Wolf King fell, leaving only 6 Ash Wolf Kings. The original 500-plus Ash Wolves had been reduced to less than half. Furthermore, they were all injured, burned by the dark Dou Chi. The most important point was there was no fighting spirit in their eyes, only fear, including the Ash Wolf King. As for the Earth Black Bear, it was stunned, seeing those Ash Wolves being crushed. It suddenly stood up and danced in excitement. However, its expression was filled with pain. Its injuries were too severe. Its entire body was covered in wounds, deep to the point where its bones could be seen. Blood was constantly gushing out. Die for me! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King. Reward: 19,000 experience points, 500 abyss points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. There are only 5 Ash Wolf Kings left. There are still over 100 Ash Wolves of the 4th step. My experience bar has increased by more than half. Ha ha ha. This feeling is too great. Luo Tian was extremely excited. With the Dragon God's forbidden skill, he would be able to roll around the Flame Mountain Range in the future. Whoever saw him would die. Suddenly, buzz, 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 a red light flashed in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Danger alert! Body can't take it. Danger alert! Body can't take it. Danger alert! Body can't take it. What's going on? Can't take it? My body is at the great perfection realm. How could I not be able to take it? Luo Tian was stunned, and he could feel the power of the dragon god ancestor slowly disappearing from his body, and he was also slowly changing back to his original form. And now that the 5 Ash Wolf Kings had all fallen down, Luo Tian's face darkened. This is bad! Thank God for his blessings. The old cow did not fall into the ditch and returned home safely. Don't say any more. The update was delivered, and there was an update at night. Chapter 16:16. It was true that Luo Tian had a perfect physical body. However, his previous physical body had withstood the dragon god of the ancient continent. However, what about now? The dragon god had withstood more than 900 bolts of lightning, and its strength was many times stronger than it was during the ancient continent. Facing the powerful dragon god, Luo Tian's physical body could no longer hold on. Therefore, only then would there be a warning that his body could not withstand the danger. It was just that Luo Tian was too arrogant at the beginning, a little too arrogant. He kept playing with the Ash Wolves and the Ash Wolf King and did not kill them with all his might. Now, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Do you have to play with people like this? You didn't say it at the beginning, but now you're telling me that your body can't withstand it. Isn't that too much of a scam? While they were talking, Luo Tian's body had completely returned to its original appearance. Even the last trace of dark Do Qi had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, Luo Tian's body became extremely weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. This was even more uncomfortable than fighting for 30,000 rounds in one night. Huff, 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 his breathing became rapid. And the worst part was far from that. The Ash Wolf King immediately noticed the change in the aura of Luo Tian's body. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched, and the hidden fangs were revealed again. A ferocious growl came from the depths of his throat. Plop! The other Ash Wolf King also jumped down from a high place and landed on the right side of Luo Tian. Plop! 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 The third, fourth, and fifth Ash Wolves all landed and split into 5 directions, forming an encirclement. Woo woo! Woo woo! The 5 king-level Ash Wolf Kings took a light step forward, and the encirclement shrank a little. Behind the 5 Ash Wolf Kings, the 100 or so Ash Wolves also began to slowly recover from their fear. One by one, the Ash Wolves shook their bodies, and the hair on their bodies stood up like steel needles, slowly following behind the Ash Wolf King. Luo Tian was extremely weak. At this moment, the power in his body seemed to be suppressed. It was too uncomfortable. In addition, he had not rested for 3 days and 3 nights. His body had reached its limit and could no longer hold on. Woo woo! Roar! Suddenly, the Ash Wolf King turned into a red bolt of lightning. A sudden attack. Luo Tian's eyes widened as he desperately tried to release his power, but it was completely useless. It's over. Even if he wasn't weakened, he still wouldn't be a match for a rank 5 king-level demonic beast. Right now, his body was so weak that he could faint at any moment. Even though the Ash Wolf King was injured, it was more than enough to deal with Luo Tian. Roar! Rumble! Suddenly, the sky darkened, blocking the moon that had just popped out from the clouds. Walala! Its sharp claws pierced through the air, leaving a few cracks in the air. Before the Ash Wolf King could land, it was directly sent flying by the great Earth Black Bear. Rumble! As the great Earth Black Bear landed, the ground shook violently. Luo Tian almost fell to the ground from the shock. Awoo! The Ash Wolf King howled in pain as it was sent flying. The great Earth Black Bear turned around and looked down at Luo Tian with its 100-meter tall body. Luo Tian's body was trembling. If this bear's paw came down, he would directly turn into a pile of meat paste. However, whatever he wanted came. The great Earth Black Bear slapped down with its paw. Under the pressure of the strong wind, the skin on Luo Tian's face started to roll, and he shouted in his heart, "This time it's really over. I can't block this palm at all." He closed his eyes. Luo Tian smiled bitterly, unwilling to give up. His body suddenly became light. He wasn't smashed into meat paste, nor was he given points. Instead, he was lifted up by a furry thing. Luo Tian opened his eyes and saw the great Earth Black Bear looking at him. There was actually a trace of gratitude in its eyes. How was this possible? The intelligence of a rank 5 monster was not low, but it had not reached the level of understanding. He obviously knew that Luo Tian was helping him. Moreover, in his eyes, there was not only gratitude, but also a trace of hope. Without waiting for Luo Tian to think so much, his body became heavy and he fell down. Following that, there was a landslide and his entire body directly fell down. Originally, the cave could still be seen clearly with the help of the moonlight. Rumble! The earth black bear directly blocked the entrance of the cave with its butt. It used its body to completely seal the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Luo Tian was still constantly rolling and sliding down, completely out of control. Holy sh*T. What's going on? Oh, woo! Woo, woo, woo! The Ash Wolf King became abnormally ferocious and let out an attacking howl. Following that, all the Ash Wolves rushed forward and pounced crazily. The great Earth Black Bear went all out and was completely fearless. Its claws were like sharp blades as it crazily harvested. Before it could kill a single wolf, it had already been killed. A notification would sound out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf, for obtaining 300 experience points, 90 Divine Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. The system sounded out because the Ash Wolves outside had all been attacked by Luo Tian before. If they were killed within a certain period of time, Luo Tian would be able to obtain experience. But right now, Luo Tian did not even think about the experience. This. What exactly is going on? Gudong. Luo Tian stood in a corner and looked into the distance. He really could not understand. He was currently in a huge underground cave. In this cave, not far from him, there was a huge white wolf. At this moment, she was giving birth to little white wolf. What was worse was that the female white wolf was having difficulty giving birth and was bleeding profusely. Furthermore, she was looking at Luo Tian with pleading eyes. I'm begging you, help me. Luo Tian's mind suddenly thought of this voice. I'm begging you, help me. The voice sounded again. Luo Tian was very clear who was speaking, and at the same time he was very shocked. An Earth Black Bear is risking its life to protect a white wolf, and a white wolf that can send a message to a human. What exactly is going on? The world of demon beasts was also incomparably complicated. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled heavily and said faintly, Let me make it clear first, I don't know how to deliver a child. If anything happens, I won't be responsible. And I'm extremely weak right now, and don't have the strength to help you. I can only... Luo Tian's face was blank as he thought of the scene of delivering a child in a TV series. At this moment, Luo Tian walked to the white wolf's side. The white wolf's claws moved, startling Luo Tian. The moment the claws touched him, buzz! Endless power surged into his body, and in that instant, all of his physical strength recovered. There was not the slightest bit of discomfort as he looked at the white wolf's pleading eyes. All right, I'll be a midwife today. All right, I really can't take it anymore. 2 chapters today, 1 more chapter tomorrow, and 1 more chapter. Tomorrow, there will be 5 chapters to repay everyone. Old Cow thanks all the brothers for their support. Chapter 16-17. His fingertips moved. The weakness and pain in his body instantly disappeared. There was a strange power hidden in the white wolf's body. In addition, the Ash Wolf King fought with all his might, not hesitating to bring all of the Ash Wolf's clansmen with him. Facing the Earth Black Bear that was over 100 meters tall, he did not care about his own safety. The Earth Black Bear swore to protect him with its life. All of these could only show that the white wolf's identity was not simple. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled heavily, slowly squatted down and said, I don't know how to deliver baby, so I can't guarantee that I can help you. The only thing I can guarantee is that I will do my best. The white wolf understood Luo Tian's words and nodded. Then, Luo Tian's voice sank, clenched his fists, and immediately turned into a gynecologist. he said loudly. Follow my rhythm. Breathe in first. Suck, huff, suck, huff. Use your strength. Use your... You. Constipation. Yes, it's constipation. The power to shit. Use it with all your might. Luo Tian really couldn't think of any other metaphor, so he could only use his strength to shit. Woo! Woo! The white wolf followed Luo Tian's rhythm and used all her strength, but blood suddenly flowed out from her crotch. The more she used, the more blood there was. The white wolf's expression was incomparably painful, and his eyes were unfocused, as if he could die at any moment. It's bleeding profusely. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Luo Tian panicked when he saw this scene. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he didn't know how to deal with it. He thought of the movies and TV shows from his previous life. Of course, these scenes couldn't be shown, so he had no experience at all. What should we do? What should we do? I must think that the position of the wolf pup is wrong. Luo Tian's mind did not stop thinking. The white wolf's body was extremely weak. In addition, its body was covered in blood, dyeing the surroundings red like a pool of blood. If this continued, she would not be able to hold on. Luo Tian looked at her painful expression and frowned. In a low voice, he said, "If you were in your previous life, you would have to undergo a cesarean section. That's the only way to save the child. But your body is too weak right now. You won't be able to support it. I suggest you..." Luo Tian didn't finish his sentence. White Wolf was also looking at Luo Tian. There was a pleading look in his eyes. At the same time, there was a firm look in his eyes. He transmitted his voice to Luo Tian, "Save my child. Don't worry about me. I beg you, save my child." She was well aware of her current situation. Either he would protect her, or protect the child. She chose the child. This was a great maternal instinct. Luo Tian reminded him, "Are you sure? You will die." In this situation, no matter how strong a demon beast was, it would not be able to withstand it. White Wolf blinked his eyes and said in a sound transmission, "I'm sure, thank you. After my child is born, I hope you can protect him well. Don't worry." Huff! Luo Tian once again exhaled heavily. His heart calmed down, and he said faintly, "I'm going to start." Walala, walala, walala. Without any other weapons, Luo Tian could only use the green dragon crescent blade to cut open White Wolf's stomach. Blood splashed onto Luo Tian's face, but he did not blink. His heart was shocked by White Wolf's motherly instinct. This was a mother's love. Thinking of himself, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists in his heart and said, "I swear I will protect him well." Woo! Suddenly, a small wolf with a thick arm was taken out from White Wolf's stomach. Its entire body was covered in mucus and blood, and it was also weak from excitement. It had been held in its mother's stomach for too long, and was stuck to the point where it could not breathe. White Wolf stared at the little wolf in Luo Tian's hands weakly, its eyes filled with worry. Tears glistened at the corner of his eyes. At this time, he didn't even have the strength to send a sound transmission. He looked at Luo Tian pleadingly, wanting Luo Tian to save her child. Damn it, I'm going all out." Luo Tian could not care less, and roared in his heart, "Dark Will, come out! I want to save it. I must save him. Didn't you absorb the power of Lin Yu, Strigoi? Doesn't the blood of the Strigoi contain the power of self-healing? I need blood essence. I need your blood essence." Luo Tian said heavily. There was not the slightest reaction in his mind. Finally, Luo Tian directly said in a begging tone, "I beg you, can you help me?" There was really no other way. At this time, any spirit grass or spirit pills were useless. Furthermore, Little Wolf had just been born and could not eat those things. "I beg you." Luo Tian really wanted to kneel down to him. He could not let White Wolf's mother watch Little Wolf die in his hands. If that was the case, he would hate himself. He could not disappoint his great mother, especially before she died. Thus Luo Tian shouted again, Take it that I'm begging you, okay? Help me this time. I beg you. Luo Tian had never begged someone like this before. Never, and the person he was begging was a kind of power in his body. If it was himself, no matter how much pain and pressure he had to endure, even if he was facing a heaven-like enemy, he would never give in, let alone beg for help. But this time it was different. It was for a wolf. It was for a life. It was also for the great love of a mother. This was something he had lacked since he was young. He did not want Little Wolf to be the same, nor did he want White Wolf to leave this world with sadness. All of a sudden, boom, there was a thunderous roar in his mind, a black bolt of lightning, like the power of the dark heavenly tribulation, exploded in Luo Tian's mind. Then a warm current surged from Luo Tian's mind, passed through his limbs, and finally gathered on his index finger. A drop of blood essence appeared on his finger. Drip! It dripped onto Little Wolf's body. Buzz! A mass of dark dou qi spread out, directly forming a black mist. The black mist enveloped Little Wolf. White Wolf was not worried. Instead, his face was filled with shock as he stared at Luo Tian in a daze. Finally, he smiled with relief. Woo, 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 woo! The dark dou qi was gradually absorbed into Little Wolf's body. At the same time, Little Wolf cried out in a low voice, like a baby crying. He was alive! Luo Tian's heart relaxed. He quickly hugged White Wolf and said excitedly, "Did you see that? Your child is alive, alive." White Wolf blinked his eyes in relief, then looked at a dark place, then looked at Luo Tian. His eyes slowly closed, and his body gradually stiffened. Dead! Luo Tian's heart sank. Little Wolf seemed to know that his mother was dead, and his cries became even more ferocious. And outside, Song Lang trembled. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a scarlet blood moon, incomparably ferocious. He did not look at the almanac when he went out today. When he went out, Little Wolf had already destroyed the wall of the courtyard. Old Cow's heart was about to break. He felt weak all over. Brothers, give me some support and comfort. Woo, woo, woo. Chapter 1618. The blood moon was scarlet red, and the entire Flame Mountain Range was enveloped in this terrifying blood moon. It was as if the Flame Mountain Range was no longer a Flame Mountain Range, but a terrifying red blood pool. The wolf pack trembled. His legs trembled, and he couldn't stand still. Many of the ash wolves were already kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads to look at the blood moon in the sky. They were like extremely devout believers, worshipping it. Even the Ash Wolf King's expression was filled with fear. It kept roaring as if it was resisting. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The great Earth Black Bear was infuriated. It was abnormally excited and let out a roar. A burst of fierce strength chi also erupted from its body, condensing into armor. Like a raging bear, it directly grabbed Ash Wolf King and tore it into two halves. Swish! The Ash Wolf King's body was torn apart. At the same time, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King, for obtaining 19,000 experience points, 500 God Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence Chi. Ding! Do you want to replace it? No. Luo Tian still didn't choose to replace it. Among the 9 Ash Wolf Kings, there was still the strongest one. It was also a true king level Ash Wolf, and Luo Tian wanted to replace it. The great Earth Black Bear can actually kill the Ash Wolf King. What's going on? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The great Earth Black Bear was at a disadvantage, but it was actually able to kill Ash Wolf King. He didn't know what was happening outside. He also didn't know that the moon in the sky would turn into a scarlet blood moon. And now, Luo Tian looked at the dead white wolf on the ground, and then looked at the little white wolf nestled in his arms. He was sleeping soundly, completely treating Luo Tian as his mother. Luo Tian smiled knowingly, looked at the big white wolf, and said seriously, "From today onwards, I will do my best to take care of him. You can rest assured." Following that, Luo Tian did not leave. Before the white wolf died, it looked into the darkness. Clearly, there was something there. Luo Tian carried little white wolf and walked into the darkness. At this moment, outside, in less than half a minute, the situation of the battle changed again. The blood moon in the sky did not last for long. After the blood moon disappeared, the ash wolves went berserk and attacked the great earth black bear crazily. They went all out and fought with all their might. The great earth black bear's body was covered with ash wolves. It kept resisting and fighting. Disadvantage. A huge disadvantage. However, it hadn't given up and was still crazily slaughtering. Furthermore, he was ready to throw caution to the wind. With a smile on his face, he stared at the Ash Wolf King and howled as if to say, "I've won." In a pitch-black cave, Luo Tian walked forward slowly. Finally, he found a small hole. He could only walk in sideways. In the cave, "What is this?" Luo Tian's brows sank. He walked in and saw an ancient and dusty box. Luo Tian carefully opened it, and the moment he opened it, the golden light was dazzling, and the entire cave was as bright as day. Little White Wolf opened its eyes and stared at the shining golden ball. It was attracted to it, as if it was a very familiar feeling. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Item: Direwolf King's Inner Core Grade, Endless Level, Attribute: Direwolf King's inner core contains all of Direwolf King's power. After devouring it, one will obtain the inheritance of Direwolf King's power. Note: this pill can only be used by demon beasts. Humans cannot use it. The user will explode and die. I'll be damned. Luckily, I have the system. Otherwise, if I really knew that this was the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core and directly swallowed it, wouldn't I be played to death? Luo Tian rejoiced, then handed it over to Little White Wolf and said, "Do you want to eat it?" Little White Wolf seemed to understand Luo Tian's words. It glanced at Luo Tian, then curled up again and snuggled into Luo Tian's embrace to sleep. It was completely uninterested in the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core. Luo Tian was stunned. Why did the Ash Wolf King and the Ash Wolf tribe fight so hard? It was all for this Heavenly Wolf King's inner core. Little White disdained to look at it. This Luo Tian first kept the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core and muttered to himself, "You don't want it. I still have the beast martial system. I have the body of a demon beast. I should be able to use the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core with my body." Other than the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core, there was another thing in the box. An ancient book. Heavenly Wolf, 9 kills. Luo Tian was secretly shocked again. Item: Heavenly Wolf 9 kills, cultivation method, grade, endless, rank, description. This cultivation method can only be used by demon beasts. It is divided into 9 moves, 1 move for 1 kill, using all of one's strength. If the kill succeeds, all of one's strength will be recovered. If the kill fails, one will be as weak as a bug. Note: this cultivation method must be cultivated together with the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core to reach large success. Huff! Little White Wolf, do you want to cultivate? Luo Tian asked first. Little White Wolf's eyes opened slightly. Then it ignored him and continued to sleep. If you don't want to cultivate, then these are all mine. I asked you beforehand. You're the one who doesn't want to cultivate. Luo Tian was secretly excited. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He needed the Ash Wolf King's body, the body of a rank 5 king level demon beast. He clenched his fists and said to Little White Wolf in his arms, "I want to avenge your mother. If it wasn't for these wolves, your mother wouldn't have ended up like this." He walked back to the White Wolf's side. He dug a hole and buried her. He did not chop off her head just because the White Wolf was a high-level demon beast. Luo Tian was a human a person with emotions. He wanted to win, but he would not tarnish the word win. After burying her, Luo Tian woke Little White Wolf up and said, "Kowtow to your mother, then we will leave this place." Little White Wolf glanced at Luo Tian, then walked forward and gently licked the pile of yellow soil. A drop of tear fell from the corner of its eye. Luo Tian also clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, "Don't worry, I will take good care of him." Rumble, rumble. The earth black bear's body was constantly being torn apart. There was not a single piece of good meat on its body, but it still guarded the entrance of the cave without caring about its own safety. Huff, 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 huff. The great earth black bear panted heavily, blood spurting out of its nostrils. Its eyes were incomparably resolute as it roared at the leader of the Ash Wolf King, as if saying, "Come on, you son of a bitch, come and kill me." It also seemed to be laughing maniacally. The Ash Wolf King was completely enraged. It raised its head and held the moon. With a leap, it pounced heavily towards the earth black bear. At the same time, the other 3 Ash Wolf Kings led more than 100 Ash Wolves and pounced forward with all their might. At this moment, a childish wolf howl suddenly came out from the cave. "Awoo! The second chapter has been delivered. There are still 3 chapters today. Brothers, where are your recommendation tickets?" Chapter 1619. Awoo! A low howl of a wolf could be heard. It came out from the deep hole. The sound was not loud, but at this moment all the wolves that were pouncing on him stopped abruptly and retreated instantly. Even the leader of the Ash Wolf King's eyes tensed up, and its body leaned back slightly. The earth black bear suddenly stood up. It stood up with difficulty, and then moved its body with difficulty. A man and a wolf walked out. The wolf was Little White Wolf. After the recovery time of foraging, he could already walk on the ground. A layer of white wolf fur grew on his body, making him look like a Pekingese. He followed Luo Tian at a leisurely pace, wagging his tail. His 2 eyes were looking forward. A red cold light flickered in the darkness. "Gudong! Woo woo!" The wolves were growling. They were retreating. They were afraid. Their bodies were trembling as they watched the pair of blood-red eyes gradually walk out from the deep hole. The fear that came from their hearts made them unable to resist. Half a minute later, a man and a wolf were gradually seen clearly. "Awoo!" The leader of the Ash Wolf Kings let out a ferocious howl. Then it jumped down and landed heavily in front of the cave entrance. Its eyes were filled with endless anger. Its eyes were cold and filled with ferocious killing intent. When Luo Tian and Little White Wolf walked to the entrance of the cave, those rank 4 wolves relaxed, and the pressure from before disappeared instantly. They all surrounded them, step by step. Obviously, what they were afraid of was not a newborn wolf cub. Even if its parents were the supreme existences of the wolf clan, this white cub could be killed by any ash wolf. What was there to be afraid of? As for Luo Tian, these ferocious wolves' eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Plop! Plop! The wolves jumped down from the rocks and surrounded the entrance of the cave, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. The earth black bear was stunned. When it saw Little White Wolf, its body slightly arched, as if it was bowing to the king. Then it looked into the depths of the cave. It did not find Little White Wolf, nor did it feel her aura. Luo Tian looked up at the earth black bear and said slowly, "She died of dystocia." Roar! The great earth black bear suddenly roared. The powerful energy released from his body caused the surrounding wolves to roll on the ground for more than 10 meters. He was furious. Little White Wolf looked sideways at the angry great earth black bear. It was not afraid at all. Phew! Luo Tian squatted down and said to the earth black bear, "This is her child." Subsequently, Luo Tian hugged Little White and smiled. "Be good, come into my embrace." The little white wolf licked Luo Tian's palm and lightly jumped onto Luo Tian's palm. Its body curled up and nestled in Luo Tian's embrace. Its face was filled with satisfaction and did not feel unfamiliar at all. It completely treated Luo Tian as its mother. The great earth black bear was shocked by this scene. Similarly, the wolves were shocked as well. However, the moment they were shocked, they were completely enraged, as if they had been greatly insulted. To them, they were incomparably noble. Their race was noble, especially Little White Wolf's identity. It was even more so the noble kind. However, to be nestled in the embrace of a human with a face full of satisfaction and enjoyment, it was as if he had insulted their ancestors. Their eyes turned sinister, and their hatred soared to the sky. All the ash wolves stared at Luo Tian, their eyes flashing with a green light. It was incomparably terrifying in the dark night. Buzz! With a move of his right hand, the green dragon crescent moon blade shook heavily. He placed Little White in his clothes and shouted, "If it wasn't for you guys chasing after him, his mother wouldn't have had a difficult birth. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to his mother's soul." While they were talking, Little White Wolf poked its head out from Luo Tian's embrace, revealing a fierce look and let out a few low growls. Woo! However, his appearance was too cute, without the slightest hint of savagery. Little White Wolf, you should go in. Luo Tian's aura was destroyed. In the blink of an eye. Kill. Without waiting for the ash wolves to rush up, Luo Tian suddenly attacked. God, explosion! Divine fire! His gaze locked onto the Ash Wolf King's head. Let's blast you first! Among these wolves, the Ash Wolf King was almost unharmed. Luo Tian's target was him. He needed the body of the Ash Wolf King's leader. Then, at the same time that the divine fire was released, the green dragon crescent moon blade swung, and a surging fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon roared and turned into a straight line as it pounced towards the Ash Wolf King. Luo Tian moved, and his body was instantly brought over by the fire dragon. Whoosh! The timing was extremely precise. The divine fire fell first. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! It exploded on the Ash Wolf King's body. It did not trigger an instant kill. This was normal. It was too difficult for such a high-level demon beast to trigger an instant kill. However, all of this was within Luo Tian's control. The divine fire exploded on the body of the Ash Wolf King's leader, but it did not suffer any damage. The Ash Wolf King looked at Luo Tian with disdain, as if to say, "Brat, you won't hurt me with your lowly human. Dream on." However, at this moment, the Ash Wolf King's body sank, his strength was suppressed, and his defense was suppressed. Seeing Luo Tian slashing down, he wanted to dodge, but it was too difficult. His speed could not keep up with his reaction. He was suppressed. At this moment, his only way was to call for help. "Awoo!" With a low growl, the other two Ash Wolf Kings pounced forward. Roar! The great earth black bear roared and pounced forward with its huge body. With one palm each, it threw the two Ash Wolf Kings away. "Looking down on me? I'll show you my strength." Buzz! In that instant, Luo Tian's entire body began to burn. The green dragon crescent moon blade's entire body was crimson red, and there was a layer of dark flames surrounding the blade. He had activated the strongest hidden power of the green dragon crescent moon blade. He slashed down. One slash. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Roar. Flames burned. In the sky, the roar of a green dragon suddenly sounded out. At this moment, Luo Tian used all his strength, gathered all his strength, and with a swing, he slashed down like a thunderbolt. "Look down on me, die!" Boom! The blade slashed down. The eyes of the Ash Wolf King's head widened, and at the same time, it roared and resisted with all its might. However, it was useless. Crack! Its head was chopped off. Blood spurted out. The entire scene was silent. Those ash wolves stared at Luo Tian in a daze, as if they had seen the most terrifying creature in the world. Their eyes trembled violently. At this moment, ding! The system sounded out. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Old Bull, please subscribe. Please subscribe to all of them. Chapter 1620. Ding! The system beep sounded. Luo Tian did not stop. He released all of his strength. At this time, he was not quietly waiting for the system's voice, but escaping. The ash wolves were all in shock. Luo Tian quickly retreated to the side of the earth black bear. It was also at this time. The system beep sounded. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf King for obtaining 31,000 experience, 900 divine essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining dense fire essence. Ding! Do you wish to replace it? Replace. This time, Luo Tian did not hesitate to choose to replace it. This was the leader of the Ash Wolf King and could be considered the King of Kings. Ding! Replacement successful. Do you wish to activate it? Luo Tian pondered for a moment. His strength was not enough to kill so many ash wolves. He could only activate it. Activate. Buzz. Luo Tian's body suddenly changed and directly turned into the Ash Wolf King that he had just killed. The Earth Black Bear was shocked, and its body tilted slightly, but in that instant it opened its mouth and said in beast language, "Who are you?" Beast language. This language only existed with high-level demon beasts. Ordinary, low-level demon beasts were unable to use it. The Ash Wolf King of the Nine Wolves was naturally a high-level demon beast, so Luo Tian naturally understood the beast language that the Earth Black Bear spoke, and immediately said, "I am that human just now. I am just cultivating a type of demon beast cultivation method." His mouth moved, and the beast language naturally came out. There was no hindrance, as if he was speaking the human language. Luo Tian was secretly shocked and thought, "I didn't expect to be able to talk to demon beasts. This will be fun in the future." Luo Tian's words were heard by the Earth Black Bear. The other 2 Ash Wolf Kings also heard it. Woo, woo, woo! They did not feel afraid because they had taken away their king's body. Instead, they became even angrier, and those ash wolves also became angry. The Earth Black Bear said slightly, "Come, brother, let's have a good fight." He looked excited. He looked like he was going all out. White Wolf's death was a huge blow to him. He was White Wolf's guard, but he didn't fulfill his responsibility. He felt that he shouldn't live in this world anymore. He should go to hell with White Wolf. However, Luo Tian stood in front of him and said, "Your battle is over. Now it's my turn. I promised her that I would take good care of her child. If I don't kill all these wolves, my promise will be empty. A promise is worth 1,000 gold." While speaking, Luo Tian thought, "Heavenly Wolf King's inner core." Gulp. He swallowed it. A stream of heat began to boil in his abdomen and then spread throughout his body. Every acupoint and even every capillary was filled with power. At the same time, 9 slaughters of the Heavenly Wolf. Cultivate. After consuming the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core, Luo Tian immediately started to cultivate the Heavenly Wolf's 9 Murders Manual. Next, a new cultivation method appeared in the Beast Martial System's Cultivation Method column. This cultivation method was not limited to the body of a demonic beast. In other words, in the future, Luo Tian would be able to transform into another demonic beast's body to cultivate this cultivation method. The Heavenly Wolf King's inner core also remained in the Beast Martial System, not just the Heavenly Wolf King's body. Beast Martial System's first set of cultivation method. Cultivation method. Heavenly Wolf 9 kills grade. Endless level description. This martial art is divided into 9 moves. 1 move is 1 kill. You must kill the enemy before you can release the second kill. If you don't kill the enemy, the stronger the killing move, the stronger the power. The interval between each move cannot exceed 30 seconds. 9 kills slays God. A more comprehensive description of the cultivation method appeared. Simply put, if the first kill was successful, the power would increase. If the second target was killed within 30 seconds, the power would increase again. It kept repeating until the 9th kill. Then the power would be enough to shake the gods. In the divine realm, everyone had divine deity. The god described in the cultivation method did not refer to an ordinary god. Was it a god king? Or what? Only by trying would he know. On the contrary, if the first kill failed, Luo Tian's body would be in an extremely weak state, and he would not be able to release the second kill. This was a set of killing moves, and it was a set of consecutive moves with the goal of killing. Once it was hit 9 times, then the power would reach a level that could destroy the heavens and earth. After consuming the Heavenly Wolf King's inner core, the aura on Luo Tian's body clearly changed. The great Earth Black Bear was slightly shocked. He immediately understood and smiled faintly. It seems that the Queen has chosen you. At first, he did not believe in Luo Tian. He even suspected Luo Tian, but now there was no need to doubt. If it was not for the White Wolf's instructions, Luo Tian would not have been able to find these 2 items. These were the supreme treasures from the Heavenly Wolf King's star field, the most precious treasure of the entire divine realm. Only Luo Tian did not know this. The huge rock in the great Earth Black Bear's heart loosened. He then reminded, "Brother, be careful." "Don't worry." Luo Tian grinned. He took a step forward, and a wave of energy shot out from beneath his feet. With a move of his 4 limbs, he flew out, howling towards the sky, and shouted, "Come, you shameless scum!" "Awo, awo, awo." The horn to attack sounded. In the blink of an eye, the ash wolves rushed towards Luo Tian like a tide. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, "All of you scum, go and die." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down. He did not use Heavenly Wolf's 9 kills, because what if he did not succeed? Then his body would become extremely weak, and there was no turning back for this technique. As long as he released it, he could only move forward. There was no way back. Regardless of whether you killed the target or not, once 30 seconds passed, your body would immediately weaken. This was a killing move that came back from the dead. Luo Tian would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ash Wolf for obtaining 300 experience, 90 God Essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian. The system kept beeping. Luo Tian had too much of an advantage against these rank 4 Ash Wolves. Moreover, he had swallowed the Direwolf King's inner core. His body was not something a rank 5 demon beast could contend against. Their attacks could not break through his defense at all. He was like a hungry wolf that had rushed into a sheep's pen, crazily harvesting. One after another they fell. His experience was rising. The God Essence was rising. Similarly, the Fire Essence absorbed by the burning fruit was also slowly rising. Half an hour passed. The number of Ash Wolves was reduced by half. An hour passed. There were only 20 or so Ash Wolves left. 2 hours passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating burning fruit. Activating a new skill, Great Flame Ring. The 4th chapter has been delivered. There is still one more chapter tonight. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 16:21. Excluding the domineering aura. The Great Flame Ring should be the strongest move below the Flame Emperor. Luo Tian was very excited. It was as excited and happy as when Ace from One Piece came back to life. Although the path we take is different and the world we live in is different, I will pass on your will. I will protect everything I need to protect. Luo Tian said in his heart. At this moment, all the Ash Wolves had basically been cleaned up. There were still a few that were barely hanging on. They were about to die without needing to do anything. This time, the Earth Black Bear was shocked. He looked at Luo Tian, Ash Wolf King, in a daze and said excitedly, "Brother, you're strong enough!" "Ha ha ha!" After saying that, he laughed excitedly. However, when he laughed, he pulled at his wounds and couldn't help but tremble in pain. Luo Tian hurried forward and said, "The injury's on your body. It's fine." "This little injury is nothing. You have done me a great favor. You have done the Wolf Clan a great favor. I thank you on behalf of the entire Wolf Clan, but—" At this point, the Earth Black Bear's expression tightened slightly, and then said, "Little White Wolf, I hope you can take good care of him. When he grows up one day, tell him his identity and his father and mother. They're the gods of the Wolf Clan, the strongest warriors from the Sirius Star region. This time, cluck, cluck." The Earth Black Bear's eyes were suddenly bloodshot as he said angrily, "If it wasn't for Lei Lai, they wouldn't have been in trouble at all. The Ash Wolf tribe was also ordered by Lei Lai. If it wasn't for you today, I think we would all be dead. From today onwards, I hope that you won't step into the Flame Mountain Range for the next 10 years, and even more so, you can't let their son enter this place. Once Lei Lai finds out, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. In 10 years, with the physique of the Heavenly Wolf King, the young lord will definitely grow quickly." Luo Tian nodded and said, "I'll remember it," but he did not say it out loud. Every breakthrough he made required experience. If he was not allowed to enter the mountain range, how could he hunt demon beasts? How could he level up? He also had a deep hatred, and there were things that he had to do. There were also people and things that he had to protect. However, in the end, Luo Tian didn't say it out loud. He smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to him. I promised his mother that I would protect him well." The great Earth Black Bear gave a gratified smile. "Many humans are hypocritical, despicable, and vicious, but I don't see any of that in you. You're a human who keeps his promises. Thank you for helping me to express my gratitude." While speaking, he had no idea where he had taken something out from. One item, armor, soft silk armor. Handing it over to Luo Tian, he said, "This is the treasure of our Great Earth Black Bear tribe. It is the god of our Great Earth Black Bear tribe. It is also an armor passed down from our ancestors. This armor can hide on your body as if you are not wearing anything. It can help you resist 50% of the power of the attack and 80% of the power of the earth element. At a critical moment, it can save your life and make your body invisible." Good stuff. It was definitely good stuff. The overbearing attack of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. This was Luo Tian's current, exclusive weapon. He had the weapon, but what about the defense? With his current cultivation of the 7th step of the Divine Realm, he was not a match for the 9th step of the Divine Realm. If he had this defensive armor, it would be different. Luo Tian did not refuse, and accepted it, saying, "Thank you." No, I should be the one thanking you." The great Earth Black Bear said humbly, then took out a fist-sized tooth and said, "This is the keepsake of our Great Earth Black Bear tribe. No matter where you are in the Divine Realm, as long as there is a Great Earth Black Bear tribe, as long as you take out the keepsake, we will definitely do our best to help you." It was another incomparably precious item. It was the same as Luo Tian controlling the powerful force of the Great Earth Black Bear. He had also completely gained the trust of the Great Earth Black Bear. From this, it could be inferred that the Great Earth Black Bear in front of him must be extremely precious in his tribe. Luo Tian was once again grateful and said, "Thank you." The Great Earth Black Bear's expression became serious and asked seriously, "Can you let me take another look at young master?" "Of course." Luo Tian returned to his original body and carried the sleeping little white wolf out of his embrace. He snuggled up to Luo Tian's arm and slept extremely quietly, just like a sleeping baby. The Great Earth Black Bear slowly knelt down on one knee and moved his mouth. Luo Tian was currently in his human body, so he did not know what the Great Earth Black Bear was saying. However, he could guess a little from his expression. following that, the great earth-black bear slowly stood up and bowed to Luo Tian. It was still a human bow, a 90-degree bow, and finally a silly smile appeared on its face. With a heavy leap, with a honk sound, it had already flown 100 meters away. Then he heard the sound of a few trees breaking, and finally disappeared without a trace. Let's go. Luo Tian looked at the little white wolf in his embrace, then looked at the gradually brightening sky, and then looked at the corpses of the ash wolves all over the ground. He grinned and laughed excitedly. It's time for me to get to work. I have to leave Flame Mountain Range in the afternoon, and I have to finish harvesting the heads of these ash wolves before the afternoon. Lin Hai, Blood God Battle Team. Come on. Scheming, even if it's a big scheme, I will still crush the shit out of you today. Luo Tian put the little white wolf back into his embrace and quickly started harvesting the heads. At the assembly point, Lin Hai had a satisfied smile on his face. Last night, Luo Tian did not return to the assembly point. Big Brother Hai, I think that kid must have died in the mountains. Exploring in an unknown area, he would die if he met any high-level demon beast. He really overestimated himself. Did he not see that Flame Mountain Range was a place that trash like him could enter? Master Hai, the Blood God Battle Team, has already accumulated more than 2,000 points from killing demon beasts in this trial competition, breaking the Shengtian Prefecture's record. This time, Master Hai Lin is destined to cause a sensation in Xingtian City. How can that slave compete with Master Hai? He is simply courting death. Everyone was flattering Lin Hai. Very comfortable, very happy. However, these were not the things that made him the happiest. Just last night, he had broken through his shackles and became a level 9 deity. This was the happiest thing for him. Looking at the sky, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. If you stand in front of me right now, I can easily crush you to death. Lowly slave, I hope you don't die. I will wait for you in Xingtian City. Ha ha ha. I will trample you on the ground in front of Lin Yu. Never to get up again. Chapter 5 has been delivered. Tomorrow morning, I will bring Little 3 to the 4S shop to report for repairs. I probably won't have time to write in the morning, so I will update at 6 p.m. Today, I am a little mentally and physically exhausted. I am really annoyed and tired. However, under these circumstances, Old Cow still managed to update 5 chapters. I hope that my brothers will support me. Thank you. Chapter 16:22. Let's go. Back to Xingtian City. Lin Hai led the disciples of the Xingtian mansion and set off at noon. With their strength, it was not a problem for them to reach the second assembly point within half a day. Standing at the entrance of the assembly point, looking at the distant forest, Lin Hai sneered and thought to himself, Brat, this time, it's over for you to come back. Lin Yu is destined to be my woman, and the Thunder Squad is destined to be disbanded. And they will all die, ha ha ha. This is the result of fighting with me. Lin Hai was very proud. Very proud. Big Brother Hai, do we need to? Lin Yi asked. Close it. Lin Hai said without thinking. Even if that slave doesn't die, we can't let him return to the assembly point. I want to see how he will rush to the assembly point at night. Lin Yi laughed sinisterly and said, Understood. Lin Hai and the others left. The gate of the assembly point was also closed, and the barrier was activated for protection. Luo Tian was busy for the entire day. After harvesting all the ash wolves, he was so tired that he was about to burst. He wanted to go back to the assembly point and have a good night's sleep before rushing back the next morning. This way he would be in a hurry. Compared to not sleeping for 5 days and 5 nights, he really couldn't take it anymore. The overdraft in his body was too great. However, when he returned to the assembly point, he secretly clenched his fists. How ruthless! You didn't even leave a place for me to stay. Lin Hai, do you really want me to die here? I won't let you do as you wish. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The throbbing roars of demon beasts could be heard from time to time. Luo Tian advanced quickly. At night his vision was blocked, and Luo Tian was not familiar with the roads. After taking several detours, he finally arrived at the assembly point at dawn. However, the assembly point at the second station was already empty. Moreover, the gate was closed and the protective barrier was activated. Phew, I'll chase again. On the third day at night, Xingtian City, Central Square, a sea of people was discussing, spiritedly. The Blood God Squad will definitely take first place in this year's competition. There's no need to even think about it. The captain of the Blood God Squad is Lin Hai, a rank 8 deity. He's a genius of the Blood Clan with extremely high blood purity. Of course, who could contend with Master Hai Lin just now? I heard that Thunderclap is a dark horse this year, but I heard that they were defeated a few days ago. Now, they don't even dare to come out and meet people. I also heard that they made a bet with Lin Hai's Blood God battle team to see who would take first place. The loser would have to disband their battle team and crawl under the winner's crotch. The humiliation of being under the winner's crotch, ha ha ha. There will definitely be a good show to watch today. I heard that Thunderclap has an extra member. I heard it's a slave. What? Slaves? Ha ha ha. Slaves can also participate in the competition? Was he here to be funny? Or was Zhang Ao's brain filled with sh*T? How could he let a slave join Thunderclap? Looks like it'll be hard for Thunderclap to not lose. Let's just wait and see. The disciples from the trial competition had yet to return, but the entire Grand Sky City was already in an uproar. The news of the bet had already spread throughout Grand Sky City. Everyone was laughing at Thunderclap for overestimating themselves and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. No one in Shengtian Prefecture dared to challenge Blood God Battle Team. In the crowd, Lin Yu and Zhang Ao had anxious expressions. Why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened? Don't worry, he'll definitely be fine. Lin Yu said with concern, Big Brother Zhang, you should go back and take care of them. They've just recovered from their injuries and need someone to take care of them. We don't need to take care of them. We need to wait for old 8 here. If there's anything, we'll shoulder it together. We definitely can't let old 8 shoulder everything alone. Suddenly, 6 people squeezed into the crowd. They were all members of Thunderclap. As soon as they appeared, someone immediately mocked them. How can a speck of stars compete with the moon? Why don't you guys take a piss and look at yourselves? What qualifications do you have to compete with Blood God Battle Team? That's right, you guys really think you're something. Who in Xingtian Prefecture doesn't know that you guys are just a few slaves picked up by the Prefecture Lord? Do you really think you're something? I think they came together to be humiliated, ha ha ha. These people were all inner sect disciples of Shengtian Prefecture. The faces of the Thunderclap members all changed, and a ball of fire burned in their hearts. Lin Yu wanted to go forward and argue, but was stopped by Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao smiled and said, Just pretend you didn't hear it. To us, this is nothing. What was this bit of ridicule in Shengtian Prefecture? They were already used to it. On the VIP platform, a few elders of Shengtian Prefecture sat there and chatted in low voices. The great elder has instructed that the reward this time will be a rank for profound weapon and 3 blood god pills per person. Yes. In any case, Lin Hai isn't someone else. These things should be given to him. Oh, right. The great elder specially instructed that in order for Lin Hai to take first place this time, someone needs to raise the marriage contract between Lin Hai and Lin Yu to the Prefecture Lord. If this matter is done well, the great elder will reward you handsomely. Suddenly, a voice came from the east gate of Shengtian Prefecture. They're back. They're back. Master Hai Lin and his Blood God battle team have returned victorious. Everyone in Shengtian City looked towards the east gate. At this moment, Lin Hai was as proud as a peacock with its tail open. Walking at the front of the team, he had a confident smile on his face. Feeling the burning gazes of the crowd, he felt even more proud, as if he was a hero. Victorious. So handsome. The members of Blood God Battle Team are all so handsome. Did you guys notice that Master Hai Lin's aura is different from before? He must have broken through. To reach rank 9 at such a young age, a rare genius in Shengtian Prefecture, everyone was envious. Lin Hai was a rare genius in Shengtian City, and the purity of his blood was extremely high. The Cloud Sky Battle Team is here. The Zhanlong Battle Team is here. The Flowing Cloud Battle Team is back. Voices sounded one after another. Every time Lin Yu would be happy, but after hearing the name of the battle team, her face would darken, and she would start to worry. After all, it was the incomparably dangerous, blazing mountain range. Everyone in Thunderbolt Battle Team looked towards the entrance of the city, and they even forgot to breathe. They started to feel nervous. Half an hour passed. All the battle teams had returned, but Luo Tian's figure was still nowhere to be seen. The path that the crowd had cleared was gradually swallowed up by the crowd. No one cared if there were any other battle teams returning. In their eyes, how could a mere slave return? At this moment, Lin Hai walked to Lin Yu's side, and with a sense of superiority he said, "Sister Yu, that slave won't be coming back. The first chapter has been delivered. Old cow, please support me." Chapter 16:23. Lin Yu was back. Her eyes were a little red. It was obvious that she had cried just now. Luo Tian did not ask. Zhang Ao wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Lin Yu saw that their expressions were different from before. She hesitated for a few seconds and did not hide anything. She said frankly, "Lin Hai is going to propose to my father." After saying that, Lin Yu kept looking at Luo Tian. "Oh." Luo Tian only responded softly and didn't make much of a response. Lin Yu was a little angry. She said, "Why do you have such a reaction? I'm going to be someone else's woman soon. How can you? Lin Yu stomped her feet in anger. Luo Tian smiled faintly and turned to look at Lin Yu seriously. He did not say anything. Instead, in an instant, Luo Tian directly hugged Lin Yu into his arms and whispered in her ear, "I won't let you become someone else's woman, because you are my woman, Luo Tian's woman." His voice was very soft. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Not only him. Zhang Ao was dumbfounded. Thunderbolt's brothers were dumbfounded. Everyone around them was dumbfounded. Lin Hai, who had not gone far, was also dumbfounded. The sense of superiority he had just shown, the arrogance he had displayed earlier, the arrogance he had displayed earlier, the arrogance he had displayed earlier had all been shattered by Luo Tian's domineering hug. It was as if an invisible slap had landed on his face, causing him to feel a burning sensation and incomparable pain. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" He gritted his teeth, and his joints cracked. His pupils shrank like needles, and his killing intent was incomparably strong. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." His killing intent was burning in anger. However, killing Luo Tian like this was too easy for Lin Hai. He wanted Luo Tian to die. He would stomp him to death on the ground and make him lose completely. Lin Yu, who was in his arms, felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her mind was blank and she was completely dumbfounded. However, 2 words had stimulated her nerves. Luo Tian. This name was too familiar. The entire divine realm was talking about this name. Not only her Shengtian prefecture, but also the Nantian prefecture on the other side of the river, and all the other divine prefectures in the vast divine realm were searching for Luo Tian. However, just half a month ago, the Nantian prefecture suddenly announced that they had found Luo Tian. The Shengtian prefecture even discussed a series of countermeasures to deal with the Nantian prefecture. All That was why Lin Yu was so sensitive to the two words Luo Tian, even surpassing the words of love that Luo Tian had said to her. What did you say your name was? At this moment, Luo Tian had already loosened his grip. Looking at the center of the arena, the members of the various battle teams had already walked up. He smiled lightly and said, Lin Hai will only have the qualifications to propose marriage to your father if he wins first place. As for first place, he will not be able to win. After that, he did not answer Lin Yu, or as he walked towards the Beast Battle Center. As for his name, ever since he had entered the Divine Realm, he had never mentioned it to anyone. At first, he did not know who was looking for him. Even now, he did not know. He did not know the power of the heavenly Tao Divine, Lord in the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm where danger lurked everywhere, he had to be careful. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. She wanted to ask, but Luo Tian had already walked far away. Zhang Ao went forward and asked, Third Miss, what did Old Eight say just now? Did he say that he can win against Lin Hai's Blood God Battle Team? Lin Yu was still thinking about the name Luo Tian and did not hear what Luo Tian had said at all. She could only nod her head and say, Okay, it seems so. However, is it possible to win against the Blood God Battle Team? All the battle teams in the assembly area had given all the demonic beasts they had hunted to the Blood God Battle Team. She had already known about this matter yesterday. It was simply impossible for Luo Tian alone to win against all the battle teams in the assembly area. The Beast Battle Center was the center of the plaza. Here, in the Beast Battle Center, the battle points of the demonic beasts they had hunted would be tallied. Humph. You actually dared to come? Lin Hai's eyes were filled with killing intent. He sneered disdainfully and said, Of course. I was really afraid that you wouldn't dare to come. Otherwise, how could I trample you under my feet in front of Lin Yu? No matter what you did to Lin Yu. After today, she will be my woman. As for you, you will disappear from this world forever. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Young Master Lin Hai, the battle hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there a need to compete? Kid, how can a slave like you compare to Master Hai Lin? You don't even have the right to lick Master Hai Lin's shoes. Just scram back. A few of the inner disciples mocked him. Luo Tian sneered and said, I think all of you have the right to lick his shoes. All of you are like dogs. Why don't we make a bigger bet and include all of you? If the Blood God Battle Team loses, how about we disband the entire battle team? Oh, how could I be afraid of you? Brat, with just you? If you lose, other than disbanding the Thunder Battle Team, you'll have to crawl under our legs. All the captains of the battle teams expressed their stance. They were willing to accept the bet. To them, the Thunder Battle Team was bound to lose. Moreover, they did this to please Lin Hai again. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back. He laughed coldly and said, What we're playing with is our heartbeat. Come on. On the VIP platform, an elder walked out. His voice sank and he coughed lightly. The hundreds of thousands of people in the plaza quietened down. Not a single sound could be heard. The elder slightly said, The beast battle begins. Rise to the beast stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the center of the beast battle that Luo Tian and the others were in began to slowly rise, just so that more people could see the situation of the beast battle. After rising to a certain height, he stopped. Then, the captain of the Yuntian battle team was the first to walk out and said, The focus of the Yuntian battle team this time is to absorb the heaven and earth divine essence and not to hunt demon beasts. There's not a single demon beast. 8 people didn't kill a single demon beast. What's going on? Zhan Long battle team is the same. Another team did not kill a single demon beast. Was this a coincidence? At this moment, Luo Tian frowned slightly. Right now, even a fool would know what was going on. Lin Hai looked at Luo Tian and laughed coldly and said, Tell me, what are you going to use to fight me? The entire assembly point is my people. The entire Xingtian mansion is my people. What are you going to use to fight me? Huh. His voice rose, and that complacent look appeared on his face once again. He looked down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes turned cold, but he did not say anything. The entire assembly point's team, Zhang Ao, suddenly came to his senses and started cursing. However, his cursing went unheard by the hundreds of thousands of people who were talking. Blood God Battle Team. Lin Hai walked out, smiled, and stared at Luo Tian. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Thank you to Sai Nightshang Liuet Tianming 1888 plus 588 for your support, and also to the other brothers for their support. In the future, all 1888 rewards will be nominated. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 1624. Other than the Blood God Battle Team, all the other teams had hunted 0 demon beasts this time. Luo Tian had thought that this was an unfair competition. However, he did not expect it to be so unfair that all the teams would give all the demon beasts they hunted to the Blood God Battle Team. Even a fool would know what was going on. However, no one stood up for Luo Tian and the Thunder Battle Team. Why? Because his identity, status, and strength were not enough to shake Lin Hai. Who dared to offend Lin Hai? Who dared? Lin Hai walked out proudly. With a disdainful sneer, he said, "For you to be able to stand here, I admire your courage. Of course, you are just my foil. Once I step on you under my feet, Lin Yu, I will naturally not like a lowly slave like you anymore." Finished. Lin Hai was about to take out the first demon beast. 1 rank 2 demon beast. 1 rank 2 demon beast. 1 rank 3 demon beast. 1 rank 3 demon beast. One by one, the heads of demon beasts were taken out from the space bag, and the war beast stage gradually began to fill up. Half an hour later, Lin Hai was still constantly taking out demon beasts. The people on the VIP platform and the entire plaza were in an uproar. There are already more than 260 demon beasts, and the points are already close to 1,000. Too powerful. Lin Hai is indeed worthy of being a genius that only appears once in 100 years in Xingtian City. The Blood God Battle Team is really too powerful. All sorts of praises could be heard, and the expression on Lin Hai's face became more and more complacent. Every time he took out a demon beast, he would stare at Luo Tian, as if to say, "Brat, are you worthy to fight with me?" Luo Tian stood there quietly, not moving at all. His face was calm and expressionless. However, his expressionless face was mocked by the bootlicking disciples of the Lin family. Look, he was completely scared silly by Master Hailin. Isn't that so? Who is Master Hailin? How can he compare to Master Hailin? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Master Hailin? When Master Hailin takes first place, he will propose to the number 1 beauty in the city, Lin Yu. At that time, this slave will have nothing to do. Master Hailin, do your best. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to these taunts, as if he hadn't heard them at all. Lin Hai continued to take out more demon beasts. Below the stage, Lin Yu looked anxious. Zhang Ao and his brothers from Thunderclap were also filled with depression. They were no match for him at all. How could Luo Tian alone be a match for all the inner disciples in the assembly? In the meantime, their hearts were filled with resentment, but no one cared about this kind of indignation. Another half an hour passed. The 518th demonic beast. Lin Hai took out a rank 4 firewolf from his interspatial bag, but he suddenly stopped. At this moment, the war beast stage had already been piled up into a small mountain. The total score is 1,897. Voila! The entire audience was in an uproar. Even the elders on the VIP stage stood up in unison with a smile on their faces. Lin Hai really didn't disappoint us. He broke the record. The record of the Lin family battle team is 1,561 points. Now, they have exceeded it by more than 300 points. Too powerful. The Blood Deity battle team is too awesome. They will definitely be the team to fight against Nantion House this year. Wait, what is Master Hai Lin doing? He is still taking out demon beasts. Lin Hai revealed an extremely excited smile. Look carefully. At this moment, Lin Yi and the other members of the Blood Deity battle team were extremely excited. It's coming, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Hai used all his strength as his right hand reached into his interspatial bag and pulled with all his might. Bang! Boom! An incomparably huge firewolf head was taken out and thrown heavily onto the Warbeast stage. 5. Rank 5 Demon Beast. Oh my god, the rank 5 firewolf, the strongest demon beast in the Firewolf Valley, actually killed a rank 5 demon beast. He's too strong, so strong that there's no end to it. This, how is this possible? This is too unbelievable. Throughout the history of the Shengtian Mansion's intersect teams, there has never been a team that has been able to kill a rank 5 demon beast. Master Hai Lin is too powerful, shocking the entire city. This time, the team that screams miserably is definitely his Blood Deity battle team. The rank 5 demon beast was incomparably powerful. To be able to kill one would definitely cause a sensation in the entire city. However, if the demon beasts in front were hunted by all the other teams for the Blood Deity battle team, then this rank 5 demon beast was definitely hunted by Lin Hai. Rank 5 demon beast, 100 points. The referee was stunned for half a minute before reading out the results. Blood Deity battle team, total points of 1997, breaking the historical record. As soon as he finished, the entire plaza was in an uproar. So strong. Too strong. As expected of Lin Hai, as expected of the Blood Deity battle team. He's amazing. In the dark, an old man was smiling at Lin Hai. He was very satisfied with the result of Lin Hai's hunt. Lin Hai laughed complacently, walked to Luo Tian's side and said with disdain, "Compete with me? Come on, with just you, a trash slave?" Humph. He was showing off his superiority again. Below the stage, a wave of ridicule immediately sounded out. There's no need to compete, right? Can he kill a rank 2 demon beast? If he did, I reckon that demon beast would have crashed into a tree and died. If he met it, haha. Kid, just admit defeat. There's no need to continue. At this moment, Luo Tian did not take out his demon beast. Instead, he took a step forward and directly said to the elders on the VIP stand, "Elders, I believe you have heard of the bet between me and Lin Hai's Blood Deity battle team." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, Lin Hai immediately sneered and said, "What? You want to go back on your word? Sure. Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, and I will consider letting you go." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and then said, "I just want to ask, do the elders know about the bet?" The bet between the Thunder Battle Team and the Blood Deity Battle Team had already spread throughout the entire Xingtian city before they had even returned. How could the entire Xingtian mansion not know about it? After all, this was a bet between the intersect teams. One of the elders said impatiently, "Of course we know, but since you agreed to the competition, you can't go back on your word." Lin Hai mocked, "Brat, are you afraid? Kowtow to me 100 times, and I will spare your life. This way, it will also save everyone's time." Luo Tian ignored Lin Hai and asked, "Since you know about the bet, can you be a witness?" The elder who spoke sneered and said, "Don't worry, we will be witnesses." "That's good." Then, Luo Tian turned his body. A glint flashed past his eyes. He stared at Lin Hai and laughed coldly. "Afraid? There is no such word in my dictionary. Now you can enjoy it." The first chapter was delivered. Chapter 16, 25. Afraid? In Luo Tian's dictionary, There was no such word as fear. He was afraid that Lin Hai would not admit it. He was afraid that those ugly elders would not admit it. Now that he had made it clear, even if he did not admit it, would he still have the face to stay in Shintian City? Immediately, Luo Tian walked to the side, took out the space bag that Zhang Ao gave him, and smiled. I'll let you know what it means to be bombarded by demon beasts like a storm. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's hand speed was extremely fast, and he threw out one demon beast after another. At first, there were some second-rank demon beasts. These demon beasts were all hunted together with Zhang Ao and the others. Lin Hai could not help but laugh in disdain. You have the nerve to take out these low-level demon beasts? Aren't you ashamed? The audience also began to jeer and laugh. What's the use of killing so many low-level demon beasts? It's better not to come out and make a fool of yourself. Brat, scram back to your slave camp. This is not a place for you, slaves, to stay. Luo Tian was still taking out demon beasts. His speed was still very fast. The referee who calculated the points was a little busy, and under his deliberate efforts, he ignored a few demon beasts from time to time. However, even if he ignored them, he still recorded most of the demon beasts. Half an hour later, the entire square was much quieter, and at this time Luo Tian had already taken out more than 300 demon beasts. These demon beasts were all at the second and third rank, and their points were not high. Lin Hai's expression changed slightly, but he still had that confident and complacent smile on his face. These demon beasts did not even reach 800 points, and even if Luo Tian still had some fourth-rank demon beasts that he had not taken out, they would not be able to surpass his 1,997 points. He could win against Luo Tian with a 100% chance. Then, Luo Tian kept the space bag. Lin Hai could not help but sneer. That's it, the number's not bad, but I'm too lazy to kill these low-level demon beasts, and only a trash like you would hunt them. Luo Tian also sneered and said, What's the hurry? It's not over yet. After that, Luo Tian took out another spatial bag and said with a smile, Let's begin. So, the first one. So, the second one. This time, Luo Tian didn't count as fast as before. Instead, he counted one by one because he didn't trust the referee anymore. 137, 182, the 201st one. At this moment, the audience counted with Luo Tian. Fourth rank demonic beast, 5 points. 200 class 4 monster beasts had earned them 2,000 points, and they had already surpassed Lin Hai's Blood God Battle Squad. To be more precise, they had surpassed the total points of all the other battle squads in the assembly area. At this moment, Lin Hai's complexion turned into the color of pig liver. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped dozens of times. It was incomparably uncomfortable. Standing on the War Beast stage, he felt like a clown. He was angry, but at the same time helpless. Below the stage, however, there was an uproar. 200! I've already accumulated 2,700 points. How is this possible? This is too awesome. Is he really a slave? The Blood God Battle Squad's record has already been left behind by a few streets. At this moment, Lin Yu was so excited that tears flowed out of her eyes. Zhang Ao and the brothers from the Thunderbolt Squad clenched their fists tightly. Their faces were filled with indescribable excitement. At this moment, Luo Tian stopped for a moment. With a smile on his face, he asked, Is it good? Lin Hai gritted his teeth, and the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably strong. Luo Tian continued to laugh. It must be very good, right? Do you want to feel even better? As soon as he finished, without waiting for Lin Hai to speak, his hand speed suddenly increased, and the heads of the Class 4 Ash Wolves were thrown out one by one, quickly piling up like a mountain. At this time, every time Luo Tian took out a head of a demonic beast, the audience would shout out a number in unison. the 213th head. The 367th head. The 482nd head. The 531st head. When this number rang out, Luo Tian once again kept the space bag. At this moment, his points had already reached 3,300 points, far surpassing the Blood God Battle Squad's points. Lin Hai's expression was as ugly as shit, and it was the kind of shit that could only come out when one had diarrhea. Suddenly, the crowd burst out. Wolf Pack, a pack of Class 4 ash wolves, close to 500 of them. Oh my God, how is this possible? Could it be that he is dealing with the entire pack of wolves by himself? This is too unbelievable. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience went into an uproar. Even the elders on the VIP stand frowned. If it was them, it would be impossible for them to deal with such a huge pack of wolves. It was simply impossible. However, the truth was the truth. The Ash Wolf's head was placed on the stage. It was an undeniable fact. Luo Tian once again sneered and said, "This time you must be feeling good." Lin Hai clenched his fists tightly, chuckled, and said in a deep voice, "Even if your points are higher than mine, the rule of the War Beast competition is that whoever kills the most powerful demon beast, which is the highest level demon beast, will be the winner. So what if I kill more demon beasts? So what if your points are higher than mine? Are you a Class 5 demon beast again? No, you still lost, and you have to crawl under my crotch, ha ha ha. Trash, you want to fight with me? Even if there are 100 of you, you won't be my opponent." As soon as Lin Hai finished speaking, the entire audience was silent. Indeed, this was the rule of the War Beast competition. Points were one thing, but the more important thing was the level of the demon beast. Because no team had ever hunted a Class 5 demon beast before, this rule was slowly forgotten, and many people did not even remember it. However, the rules were not like this. The Class 5 demon beast could only be used as a reference. If it was a war beast, the Class 5 demon beast reward would be set separately, and the final result would still be based on points. But this place had been tampered with by Lin Hai. Lin Yu immediately shouted, "The rules of the War Beast competition are not like this. The one with the highest points wins." At this moment, an elder on the stage suddenly stood up and said, "What Lin Hai said just now was right. The points are only used as a reference. Whoever kills the highest level demon beast will be the winner. If you can't take out a Class 5 demon beast, then you've lost. The loser will have to." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian took out another space bag, smiled slightly, and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a rule. Since that's the case, then I'll slap your face again." Sigh. Some people are just so cheap. If you don't slap his face, you won't know what satisfaction is. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's brows suddenly moved, and he directly took out the head of a Class 5 King level Ash Wolf. His voice sank, and he suddenly roared, "Do you want more?" His right hand moved. "Another head. Does it feel good? Take out another one. Isn't it great? Take out another one." He took out 9 Class 5 Ash Wolves in one go, and each of them was a king-level demon beast. At this moment, the entire city was silent, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The second chapter was delivered. Chapter 16:26. Every time he took out an Ash Wolf King, he would roar. The angry roar echoed in the sky above Xingtian Prefecture and did not dissipate for a long time. The entire city was stunned by Luo Tian. 9 wolves. 9 rank 5 Ash Wolves. And they were the kings of rank 5 monsters. This kind of shock was like a heavenly tribulation bombarding their minds. Looking at Lin Hai's expression that was uglier than shit, this feeling was too good. Too good. After a full 3 minutes, Zhang Ao vented the suppressed anger in his heart with a roar. "Mighty old 8 is mighty, ha ha ha!" Wild laughter. Loud, wild laughter. At the same time, the other 6 brothers of Thunderclap also laughed wildly. Old 8 is domineering. Old 8, you're the best. Ha! During this period of time, they had been suppressing a ball of fire in their hearts. Lin Hai's despicable methods, the alliance of the teams at the assembly point, then the unfair treatment of the elders, the unfair treatment of the judges, and the ridicule of Lin Hai's lackeys. They silently endured it, unable to resist. Time and time again, the ball of fire in their hearts made them feel extremely uncomfortable. From the initial worry to now, completely erupting that ball of fire. Lin Hai, aren't you awesome? Blood God Battle Team, aren't you all good at scheming? Aren't you all good at mocking? Come on, mock me again, laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Luo Tian stood on the arena, raging like thunder. The anger he had endured during this period of time also erupted in an instant. This feeling was too good. At this moment, no one from the Blood God Battle Team laughed. Not a single one of Lin Hai's lackeys could laugh. None of the disciples from the assembly point laughed. They were completely crushed by Luo Tian. This feeling was too good. Lin Yuner's face was covered in tears. She did not want to say anything now. She only wanted to throw herself into Luo Tian's arms and cry. Just before the battle, she could not resist and could not even decide her own fate. As long as Lin Hai won first place, she would marry him. She was unwilling. He was very unwilling to accept this. However, at that time she was desperate. Even if Luo Tian comforted her, her heart was still filled with despair. But now, other than being touched, she was also touched. She cried until her eyes were blurred, but her smile was so moving. The crowd began to boil with excitement. 9 5th-rank demonic beasts, and they are all at the king level. They can completely crush Lin Hai's 5th-rank demonic beast. Look at Lin Hai's rank 5 monster beast, and that kid's 9 rank 5 monster beasts. The difference is like heaven and earth. This kid is too awesome. I almost cried. He's so handsome. I want to marry him. I want to bear his children. The city was in an uproar. They were all talking about Luo Tian. They were all excited. This beast fighting competition was simply too wonderful. No one had thought that the outcome would be like this. The Blood God Battle Team had been completely crushed. Lin Hai had been completely crushed. Those spoiled brats from the Blood God Battle Team, who were usually incomparably arrogant, could not even breathe. Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are only a 7th step divine expert. It is impossible for you to hunt so many demonic beasts, much less a 5th step demonic beasts. I used all of the power in the assembly to kill a 5th step firewolf, for people died, and I spent dozens of pills to successfully hunt it. It is impossible for you to hunt so many demonic beasts by yourself. It is absolutely impossible. Lin Hai's eyes turned sinister as he fiercely raised his head and shouted, "You cheated. You must be cheating. These demonic beasts were definitely not killed by you." As soon as he finished, the elder on the VIP platform immediately echoed, "The cheater is shameful. The results are invalid." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian immediately laughed out wildly and said, "If you can't afford to lose, you can just say it. Why find so many excuses?" Exactly. If you can't even afford to lose, what's the point of competing? Go home and plant sweet potatoes. Let's compete in an egg competition. Your Blood God squad is obviously using the other team's demonic beasts to make up the numbers. Now that you've been crushed, you're saying that the other team's demonic beasts weren't hunted by him. If you have the guts, you can also hunt so many demonic beasts. Who would abandon a 5th step demonic beast? Even a divine master expert wouldn't be able to do that. Why don't you show me? No one was an idiot. At first, they didn't dare to say it because of Lin Hai's identity. But now, faced with such unfairness, many hot-blooded youths could no longer endure it. Lin Hai roared like a madman. "You lowly things, trash that crawled up from a lower plane. All of you shut up. What do you know? If you dare to say another word, I'll make you all die here." The entire place suddenly fell silent. Then, more and more powerful voices rang out. "Who do you think you are? If you weren't relying on the fact that you're the great elder's father, who do you think you are? If your surname wasn't Lin, I would beat the shit out of you. You really think too highly of yourself." He had angered everyone. Lin Hai didn't care at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Luo Tian. He still had that arrogant look on his face as he said disdainfully, "You must have cheated. Even I, a ninth-step deity, can't defeat a fifth-step demonic beast. How can a trash slave like you be a match for it? You must have cheated." Luo Tian sneered and said, "You're trash, but am I trash too? If you can't win, does that mean I can't win either? People like us who crawled up from a lower plane are much stronger than you. Do you know that? Looking down on people. You're not even fit to be a dog. Kacha!" Lin Hai clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. He then turned to the elder on the VIP platform and said, "He cheated. His results are invalid." Luo Tian sneered. Lin Hai's eyes darkened as he said, "If you want to prove that you were the one who killed these demonic beasts, that's fine. As long as you dare to fight me and win, I will admit that you were the one who killed these demonic beasts. I will admit that you've won." Lin Hai didn't wait for him to finish. Lin Yu immediately shouted, "Don't agree to it. You're not his match." A ninth-step deity. Luo Tian was only a seventh-step deity. Although there were two small realms between them, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Zhang Ao also shouted, "Old 8, don't agree to it." The elder on the VIP platform said, "Lin Hai is right. If you want to prove that you were the one who killed these demonic beasts, you must defeat him. Otherwise, your results will be invalid. Moreover, you'll have to fulfill your end of the bet. You'll have to disband the battle team and crawl under the legs of the Blood God battle team members." Lin Hai laughed proudly again. "Trash, are you afraid now? Ha ha ha." Luo Tian laughed fervently. It was as if he had seen through everything. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a deathly smile. "The third chapter has been delivered. Thank you for your support." Chapter 16:27. Everything was as he had expected. Moreover, Luo Tian was waiting for Lin Hai to say such a thing. He smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then let's fight." Lin Hai laughed coldly in satisfaction and said, "I will trample you under my feet." Then Lin Hai shouted loudly, "Clean up the arena for me. Since it's a competition, then let's compete in front of the entire city. Brat, I want to expose your cheating face. Let's see how you can continue to be so arrogant." Humph. Following that, some disciples walked up to the arena and quickly cleaned up the demon beasts on the stage. Lin Yu began to feel nervous. There were many people like her. Lin Hai's lackeys began to mock him again. A seventh-stage god wants to challenge Master Hai Lin's ninth-stage god. He is simply courting death. A slave will always be a slave, never able to stand on the stage. Sigh. How can a seventh-stage god be a match for a ninth-stage god? He's still too young. He fell for it just by being provoked a little. I'm afraid he's going to die on the arena this time. I heard that if Lin Hai takes first place, he will propose marriage to Lin Yu. This time, as long as Lin Hai wins against that brat, he will still be number one and will still propose marriage to Lin Yu. Their battle is also for Lin Yu. Too young. Hearing these discussions, Lin Yu didn't know if she should be moved or blame herself. Someone stood up for her, like a hero. Protect her. And she felt that she had cheated Luo Tian. It's starting. The crowd suddenly burst out. At this moment, Lin Hai moved his hands, his body trembled slightly, and then released a pure blood mist, directly enveloping the entire arena. Power of the Strigoi. When a cloud of blood mist directly enveloped Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body was in the blood mist. He knew a bit about the power of the Strigoi through Lin Yu. Within the range of the blood mist, Lin Hai's strength would be enhanced. The purer the blood, the stronger the strength he would receive. Looking at the purity of the blood mist, Lin Hai's strength had increased by at least 5 times. Moreover, once the blood fog wrapped around Luo Tian, no matter how he moved, the blood fog would wrap around him. What a pure blood mist! Looks like Lin Hai's cultivation in the Flame Mountain Range has increased his blood purity by quite a bit. This brat is going to be unlucky. The power of the Blood Clan is very strong. Otherwise, the Blood Clan of the Shengtian Prefecture wouldn't have been able to control this territory. Lin Hai sneered ferociously. His mouth moved, revealing 2 extremely sharp fangs. He stared at Luo Tian and coldly said, "I will suck your blood dry and turn you into a dried corpse. I will hang you on the wall of Shengtian City so that you will never be reincarnated." As soon as he finished speaking, the profound weapon in Lin Hai's hand moved. Blood God sword art. So. The long sword danced in the blood mist, and the power within the blood mist became even stronger. The sword pierced through the night sky and stabbed towards Luo Tian's glabella. It's the blood god's sword art, right from the start. This is a 4th grade divine skill, and it's a divine skill passed down by the Blood Clan. Its power is boundless. It's hard for this brat to not die. Serves him right. How dare he be so arrogant in front of Master Hai Lin? He deserves to die. The Blood God sword art was something only the elites of the Blood Clan had the qualifications to cultivate. Even Lin Yu couldn't cultivate it. This was also Lin Hai's trump card. He knew that Luo Tian's green dragon crescent blade was powerful, but it was no match for the Blood God's sword art. Go to hell! His eyes were ferocious. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Luo Tian stood in place, frowning slightly. He did not release the divine fire. He did not release the divine explosion either. Instead, he stood there quietly. The moment Lin Hai's sword stabbed out, his feet trembled slightly, and a ball of flame rose from under his feet. The flame spun, and with a loud bang, it directly shot up into the sky in the form of an explosion. Hula! 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 Luo Tian's entire body was burning. What cultivation technique is this? Why is his entire body on fire? Won't he be burned to death? Whoa, what is this? The entire city was shocked. No one could understand what the flame released by Luo Tian was. What cultivation technique was this? Even the elders on the VIP platform were confused. They could not understand at all. Break! Lin Hai shouted in a deep voice, and a trace of the blood god's power pierced through the sword. At the same time, Luo Tian's eyes were ferocious, and a huge flame appeared above his head. He was furious and roared into the sky. Great flame ring. Boom! 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 Ace should be the strongest move below the Flame Emperor. When this move was released, it directly illuminated the entire Shengtian Prefecture as if it was daytime. Even the experts in Nantian Prefecture on the other side of the river were shocked and turned their attention over. Boom! At this moment, in front of the Great Flame Ring, Lin Hai seemed so small. Even in his dreams, he never thought that Luo Tian would have such a powerful move. The blood mist he released instantly evaporated, and his strength was suppressed. His entire body became incomparably hot, as if he was in magma. Whoosh! Under the collision, a pitch-black body descended from the sky. His entire body was charred black. He looked like a black African, especially his hair that was burned into a ball. He defeated Lin Hai in one move. Lin Hai was directly sent flying off the Warbeast stage. The flame disappeared. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, he's not dead. F***CK. He had underestimated Lin Hai's strength. He wanted to use the Great Flame Ring to kill Lin Hai, but it did not kill him. However, Lin Hai's entire body was burned, and he also suffered severe internal injuries. Are you satisfied now? Are you convinced? Do you believe me? Huh. Luo Tian roared as he stared at Lin Hai, who was on the verge of death. He shouted in a deep voice, "Who's the one lying on the ground like a dead dog now? What bullsh *T blood god battle team? So what if all your battle teams work together? You're still under my feet. Are you not convinced? Get up and fight me again." Luo Tian vented his anger crazily. The entire city fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They were completely suppressed by his aura. Even the elders on the VIP platform were the same. They were suppressed to the point that they could not breathe. A Stage 7 deity defeated Lin Hai, who was a Stage 9 deity in one move. This kind of victory was too shocking. What was even more shocking was that Luo Tian's great flame ring was so cool that it captured the hearts of countless girls. Lin Yu was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He turned to look at the VIP platform and shouted, "Am I number one in the beast fights? Did the Blood God battle team lose? Now, I want them to fulfill their bet. They'll disband their battle teams and crawl under our legs. Too arrogant." Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. First chapter in the morning. Chapter 16:28. Too presumptuous. The deep voice was like thunder. A black shadow descended. He stood directly in front of Luo Tian. His eyes filled with anger, and said in a deep voice, "A mere slave, don't push your luck. Otherwise, humph." With a cold snort, he glanced sideways at Lin Hai, the anger in his eyes increasing by another point. "Grand Elder, the Grand Elder is here." The entire city suddenly fell silent. The elders on the VIP platform all stood up in unison and said respectfully, "Greetings, Grand Elder!" Grand Elder Lin Shanha, an expert at the peak of the Divine Master Realm, one of the top 3 experts in the Shantian Mansion. The moment he appeared, the aura instantly changed. Luo Tian's body sank slightly, and he could clearly feel a powerful divine might crushing towards his sea of consciousness, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Lin Yu rushed forward recklessly. Lin Shanha was very dissatisfied with the elders on the VIP platform and said coldly, 6 inner sect elders actually can't do anything to a slave. I really don't know what's the use of the Shantian Mansion raising trash like you guys." Plop, plop, plop. Then, the 6 elders on the VIP platform immediately knelt down, and one of the elders said fearfully, "Grand Elder, please calm down. I will send this damned slave to hell." "Humph, I'm here. What else do I need you to do?" Lin Shanha's words were filled with disdain, even towards his own clan brothers. He did not give them the slightest bit of face, and even if they knelt down, he did not even look at them. However, those elders were incomparably afraid, and did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. The crushing pressure of the divine might was very uncomfortable. He was forced to be unable to move. All the power in his body seemed to have been sealed, and it was incomparably uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian's eyes darkened and said, "If you're willing to bet, then you must be willing to lose, and now it's the old's turn." "Impudent!" Rumble. Lin Shanha's eyes were wide open, his voice was like thunder, and the aura of the Divine Master Realm exploded out with a bang, causing Luo Tian to retreat a few steps. The blood in his chest churned. The smell of blood filled the air. His voice alone caused Luo Tian to suffer internal injuries. With a gudong sound, he swallowed back the blood that was about to spurt out and said again, "Did I say something wrong? Did he lose? Do you want to disband the team? Do you want to crawl under my crotch? A man should keep his word. Of course, if he admits that he's a girl, I'll treat it as if he farted. You dare to challenge my authority? You must be tired of living." Lin Shanha's anger flared up. At the Lin family, in the entire Shangtian prefecture, Even the patriarch didn't dare to talk to him like this. How dare he question him? It was also at this time Lin Hai woke up from his coma. He looked at his father on the battle stage and said with difficulty, "Father, father, kill him for me. He really didn't die." Luo Tian's heart hardened. I thought he would be scalded to death. I didn't expect him to come back to life. Damn it, I should have spent more divine origin points and killed him directly. Damn it, I regret it. Seeing his son in such pain, embarrassment, Lin Shanha's anger grew. He said, "Higher, don't worry. I won't let him off so easily." Uncle Shanha. At this time, Lin Yu flew onto the battle stage and said respectfully, "The entire city knows about the bet between the Blood God battle team and the Thunder battle team. I believe you saw what happened today. It was Lin Hai who questioned him first, which led to the duel." Pa! Without waiting for Lin Yu to finish speaking, Lin Shanha slapped her and snorted, "You have no right to speak in front of me." Scram! Bang! Lin Yu was only a rank 7 deity. How could she resist Lin Shanha? She was instantly sent flying. She landed heavily on the battle stage, her face pale. Lin Shanha continued, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been jealous of this slave. Lin Yu, don't think that you can be so presumptuous in front of me just because your father is a prefecture master. You're just a junior. You don't even have the right to speak to me." In an instant, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Feeling this killing intent, Lin Shanha's eyes turned and stared at Luo Tian. "You dare to have killing intent. Kid, prepare to die." He could even feel the slightest killing intent. One had to admit that Lin Shanha was extremely strong. Was this the power of a god master? Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with anger as he cursed. "Damn you! Do you think I'm afraid of you?" With a thought, he directly connected to the ancient dragon god ancestor. As long as Lin Shanha dared to attack, he would turn into the dark dragon god without holding back. So what if he exposed himself? Moreover, when Lin Shanha attacked Lin Yu, Luo Tian's heart was filled with killing intent. Anyone who touched his woman would die. This was his reverse scale. How arrogant. Then I'll suck your essence, blood dry. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after that. Lin Shanha's hands moved. His 5 fingers turned into claws. His long nails were like 5 streams of energy, grabbing towards Luo Tian's head. "Be careful. 8th brother." Lin Yu rushed forward without a care. Zhang Ao and his Thunderbolt team couldn't care less. As brothers, they had to face difficulties together. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. His lips curled into a cold smile as he muttered, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's see who dies first." With a thought. Forbidden dragon god technique. At this moment, a crimson figure flew out like a red lightning bolt and blocked in front of Luo Tian. He looked at Lin Shanha and said, "Senior brother, why are you so angry with a junior?" As his voice fell, his divine aura was released. It directly suppressed Lin Shanha's divine aura. Everyone relaxed slightly. Just now they couldn't even breathe. Many of them were so scared that their legs turned to jelly and they wanted to kneel down. It was too uncomfortable. Mansion Master? Lin Zhan, the Mansion Master of Shengtian Prefecture, came out from the Blood Tower. The entire Shengtian city was in a discussion. Lin Shanha's face turned sinister. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Zhan. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to come out at this time." He didn't call him Mansion Master. Instead, he called him Junior brother. This showed how arrogant Lin Shanha was. Lin Zhan smiled and said, "The juniors caused too much trouble and disturbed my cultivation. I had no choice but to come out and take a look. Senior brother, it's just a joke between the kids. They've already caused a ruckus and fought. I think we should let this matter rest." "What bet? Let's forget about it." Lin Shanha smiled and said, "Since it's just kids causing a ruckus, I'll tell you something adult. I'm proposing marriage to your daughter on behalf of my son. There was one more chapter at night."